mortal rise through 100 reincarnations. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 526, The Omen of an Unprecedented Earthquake, the beginning of the gambling battle between the two worlds. Puff, deep in the gray fog, Zhao Yuru, hiding beneath an invisible barrier, paled as she spat out a mouthful of purplish-black blood. As the blood hit the ground, it hissed and emanated wisps of purplish-black evil spirit, quickly tinting the mist in the air a dark purple. Meanwhile, giant and ghost kings roamed around the barrier, desperately searching for Zhao Yuru. Just as the purplish-black evil spirit merged with a mist, the one closest to the barrier suddenly became extremely agitated, its form twisting violently in a state of agitation. Zhao Yuru, observing this, cried out in alarm, realizing she had been exposed. Seeing the dark figure rapidly approaching the barrier, Zhao Yuru gritted her teeth and decided to take a gamble. The next second, she stomped her foot on the ground, her body enveloped by the yin-yang beads of fire and water. She suddenly transformed into a streak of golden and blue light, soaring straight into the sky. The nearby ghost kings were immediately alarmed by the sudden change and gave chase, but ultimately lost the initiative and struggled to catch up. Within the foggy battlefield of the otherworld, the airspace above the mist was the domain of the netherworld realm. Not only was it densely guarded with numerous security restrictions, but the probability of detection by nascent souls from the otherworld exceeded 80%. Zhao Yu would never have acted so recklessly had she not been forced into a desperate situation. In just 3 breaths, she pierced through the pervasive evil fog and soared above it. Her vision suddenly opened up to an infinitely vast expanse. The sky was a cloudless, azure blue. The sun's rays shone brightly in her eyes, almost blinding her. However, bathed in the sunlight, she suddenly felt the chill within her body diminish slightly. Delighted, Zhao Yuru dared not remain where she was. She immediately activated the water and fire yin-yang pearl once again, transforming into a stream of light and darting towards the base camp of her own world. She was undoubtedly lucky. After just over 300 miles, she was spotted by Elder Mingren of Lingayan Academy. Elder Mingren was a formidable cultivator, a formidable figure below the great monk. He had just severely injured a nascent soul high priest of the Shyandao sect, forcing him to flee. Needless to say, Zhao Yuru, protected by Elder Mingren, made a safe journey back to the airspace of this realm. On the way, they encountered the Wuji sword immortal Zhao Qiaogao, who had come to their rescue. Zhao Qiaogao, relieved to see Zhao Yuru safe and sound, quickly thanked Elder Mingren and repeatedly pledged his gratitude to the Southern Sky Zhao clan. Elder Mingren had merely acted casually, not taking the incident to heart. However, he had no idea how profoundly his rescue would impact the war effort. Upon returning to the clan headquarters, Zhao Yuru, despite her serious injuries, immediately reported to Yuzu the shocking secret her 5-member giant team had stumbled upon. Upon learning that the enemy had secretly dispatched a large number of giant corpses to dig deep into the Earth's core, Zhao Qiaogao was filled with astonishment and could no longer sit still. He immediately took Zhao Yuru to Feats City and quickly reported this major event to the Alliance's top brass. Of course, the Yuanying stage ancestors of the Southern Zhao clan also quickly learned of the incident. Within a single day, the incident caused a huge sensation within the Alliance. Any world-class immortal cultivation war is undoubtedly a total war, encompassing not only land, sea, and air, but also the outer realms and the often overlooked crust. Within the Central Continent Alliance, the Descendants sect has always led the defense and monitoring of the Earth's crust. However, the Earth's crust is incredibly thick and vast, its terrain incredibly complex and varied, and filled with countless unknowns and mysteries. This was despite the Descendants sect's deployment of monitoring arrays over 1,000 miles underground. But for a crust hundreds of thousands of miles thick, 1,000 miles barely scratched the surface. No one could have imagined that the netherworld could conceive of such a fantastically treacherous and sinister plan. To verify the authenticity of this plot, the Xitigarbha sect even summoned their ancestor, Ji Yun, who had ascended to the divine transformation realm only 2 years earlier. True Lord Xitigarbha quickly uncovered clues. But within 2 weeks, Ji Yun coincidentally encountered a divine transformation realm member on a magma sea near the Earth center. A fierce battle ensued, and Ji Yun was defeated and retreated. This, however, confirmed the truth of the plot for the Central Continent Alliance. By then, everyone aware of the situation realized its seriousness. Conspiracies are conspiracies because they cannot be made public. Once known, their motives are quickly understood. This case was no exception. Their objectives were primarily to bypass the defenses and open up a new battlefield, or to gain access to the rear, allowing them to attack from both sides should a war between the two realms break out. The third objective, and the Alliance's greatest fear, was the enemy's desire to create an unprecedented, devastating earthquake. If this plan were realized, the Earth would collapse and shatter, utterly shattering. All defensive measures built upon the terrain, such as the Great Wall surrounding the sky burial plain, the countless fortresses, traps, and formations scattered across the surface, and all other prohibitions and lethal tactics, would be completely annihilated. This was assuming advanced knowledge of the enemy's plot. What if the Netherworld's plot wasn't discovered? Caught off guard, the participating armies would inevitably suffer heavy casualties, potentially leading to irreparable collapse and utter defeat. The thought of the worst-case scenario filled all those aware of the situation with trepidation, feeling incredibly lucky. Because the consequences were so severe, Zijunan, the crazy monk, and other celestial pillar transformation gods personally inquired into the matter. 6 local transformation gods gathered together for a rare, secret meeting. Following the meeting, the Central Continent Alliance issued multiple high alert orders. All cloud boats, fortresses, and other flying instruments were to remain aloft and on standby, with no orders to land without permission. All participating cultivators, except for those in need, were to relocate to the cloud boats whenever possible, as a precaution against earthquakes. Simultaneously, all true immortals of this realm, above the giant realm and proficient in earth-based escape techniques, were dispatched underground to track down the giant corpse army. Despite this, progress was extremely slow. After all, the Earth's crust was too thick and vast, and the terrain was extremely complex. Finding their target with just this small group of people was practically impossible. Of course, the Alliance's top brass recognized the difficulty and placed their hopes on insiders, seeking information directly from the Nether God realm. This was far superior to searching for a needle in a haystack. The unusual movements within the Shyenshu realm immediately alerted the Nether God realm. They immediately concluded that the Earth Core project had been discovered by the Shyenshu realm. However, so what? The Earth Core project was already halfway through and could not be interrupted. Furthermore, the Earth Core project was essentially a conspiracy. Di and other otherworldly gods were certain that even if the plan were exposed, the Shyenshu realm would be unable to stop its implementation. 3 months passed, and the Central Continent Alliance still hadn't found the true Earth Core passageway. Instead, they discovered over a dozen false passageways. Destroying these false passageways had cost the Central Continent Alliance dearly. We can't go on like this. Not only is it futile, but it's also wasting our core strength. Alliance leader, don't you see? Their goal is to use the false passageway to ambush and kill our men. Inside the Hall of Harmony and Cooperation, the Dizeng sect's leader, Wuling Patriarch, suddenly slammed the table and stood up, staring at Taoist King Miao with an expression of intense fury. Over the past 3 months, the Dizeng sect had lost not only 7 giant and true immortals but also a Yuanying realm elder, a devastating loss. The other sect leaders and family heads seated in the hall seemed to share the pain, their faces filled with sympathy. Taoist King Miao watched, sighing softly. Alice, our alliance is deeply saddened by all the sacrifices. But the Earth Core project poses a tremendous threat to us. If we don't thwart it, our chances of victory are slim. Alliance Master, our sect has a proposal. The Five Ridges Patriarch immediately chimed in. Oh, fellow Taoist Wuling, please speak. Taoist King Miao stroked his long beard, his expression filled with anticipation. Glancing around, taking in the expressions of those present, he spoke in a deep voice. Our sect proposes launching the general offensive ahead of schedule. These words startled the entire hall. Discussions arose, and soon, many nascent soul patriarchs expressed excitement. At this moment, Hessian sect leader Chu Shazhenren suddenly stood up and shouted, Senior Wuling's suggestion is excellent. Instead of sitting back and waiting for death, why not switch defense and attack? We'll have to fight sooner or later anyway, so why not bring the decisive battle forward? My Yin Shabag is already thirsty, Exactly, absolutely. My disciples have suffered heavy casualties over the past few years. It would be better to have a great battle now and avoid wasting resources. Absolutely not. This matter is of great importance. How can we change the date of the decisive battle so arbitrarily? Yes, indeed. All supplies are not yet fully prepared, and our trump cards are being prepared intensively. How can we rush into decisive battle so hastily? If we suffer a crushing defeat, we will be the eternal sinners of this world. I agree with Senior Wuling's suggestion. Our sect has already expended most of its millennia of accumulation. If this stalemate continues, we simply can't hold out, Alice. I don't know what the true lords think. Instead of arguing endlessly, why not seek their advice? As the Central Continent Alliance's leaders expressed their opinions, their words and actions were observed by the hidden God-transforming true lords. In a plain and unadorned hall at the rear of the main hall, the four God-transforming true lords, Wangu Bojun, Crazy Monk, Fairy Tianju, and Dio Longso, took their seats. Ji Yun, the Earth Treasure True Lord, was searching for the Earth's core passage and was not present. Eternal Master Zi Junin smiled slightly and looked at the other three fellow Taoists, and slowly said, "What do you three Taoists think about the early decisive battle?" Amitabha, the crazy monk, sang the Buddha's name and shook his head and said, "The east wind has not yet arrived. This is not appropriate." Fairy Xianzhou had a cold expression and said indifferently, "You and I know it very well, we are just delaying time. Now it depends on which side can complete the plan first. We have discovered the enemy's conspiracy in advance. Although it is extremely difficult for us to destroy the geocentric plan, with preparation, our losses have been reduced to a minimum in advance. As the saying goes, it is better to be still than to move. I think it is better to maintain the status quo." Zi Junin nodded, and said, "It is a good strategy to respond to changes with constancy. But it is not good to do nothing. We need to do something for the other side to see." "Oh, what's the plan?" The dragon Dia also raised his eyebrows, and a bit of curiosity appeared on his face. Zi Junin's expression was serious, and he decisively declared, "A bet, a bet? No, no, that's too much of a joke." The dragon-fishing old man shook his head. "Of course, a bet has to have a stake. Besides, this isn't just a way to buy time, it can also temporarily reduce casualties and buy us some time to recover." I suspect they might have the same idea. After hearing his explanation, Fairy Xianzhou and the other two fell into deep thought. Zi Junin's theory seemed incredibly plausible. After a moment, Fairy Xianzhou was convinced and said seriously, "If that's the case, let's give it a try. But we need to inform fellow Taoist Zhao and fellow Taoist Chichi beforehand." The dragon-fishing old man and the crazy monk nodded slightly. Zi Junin smiled, stroking his hand. "That's just how it should be." 3 days later, on behalf of the Xianzhou realm, Zi Junin sent an invitation to the Nether God realm for a bet. And everything happened just as he'd predicted. The Nether God realm not only readily agreed to the bet, but even offered to raise the stakes, offering to return a captive of the same level for each victory. The bets were divided into 3 levels: Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul. They were held monthly, with each level competing in 3 matches, with no regard for life or death. Less than 2 weeks later, the first secretly motivated life or death bet between the 2 realms officially commenced in the middle of the battlefield. Let's not even mention the Nether God realm's participants, but let's just talk about the Xianzhou realm. The top 10 of the Nascent Soul Earth ranking, the Golden Core Outstanding Person ranking, and the Foundation Establishment Dragon and Tiger ranking all enthusiastically signed up. Because their own true Lord of Transformation had personally appeared. And the prizes offered were so tempting, even the Nascent Soul ancestors were eager to take part. As the first life or death bet between the 2 realms unfolded, billions of miles away, deep in the outer void, a dark, falling star rapidly approached the Xianzhou realm at 100 times the speed of sound. At this moment, the Pig King manifested his 10,000-foot-tall true form, fangs thrust behind the meteorite, grunting and pushing it along. Zhao Sheng, transformed into a streak of red light, flew back and forth above the meteorite, dropping tricolored banners as he flew. With a full 108 banners covering the meteorite's surface, Zhao Sheng suddenly reached the top of the meteorite, his hands channeling a series of spiritual spells while muttering something. Soon, a layer of iridescent light gradually rose from the meteorite's surface, enveloping the entire meteorite in a shimmering halo. A moment later, the iridescent light gradually vanished from the dark sea of emptiness, along with a massive meteorite and the Pig King's true form. At this point, the sea of emptiness was completely empty, leaving no trace of the meteorite. My dear friend Zhao, your trick of deceiving the world is really powerful. It's a pity that Zhao Jianglong would send you out. By the way, don't you really want an extra capable helper? This emperor even dares to sign a 3,000-year equal contract with you. Senior Pig Emperor, don't waste your time. I dare to swear an oath in front of you. It's not that I don't want to pass on my magical powers to you, but I really can't do it. Dare I ask, can your race's magical powers be passed on to outsiders? Zhao Sheng's words immediately left the Pig Emperor speechless. He wanted to, but he really couldn't do it. After this incident, the Pig Emperor finally lost heart and no longer mentioned the matter of passing on the power. He just buried his head and pushed the meteorite, rushing all the way. Zhao Sheng raised his head and gazed at the blue star billions of miles away. He thought to himself, God's will is on my side, not the enemy's. There is still about a year to go, so we should be able to make it, perhaps as you wished. Everything is still in time. Chapter 527, Yunhuang Mountain avoids disaster, and all the sects show their strengths. In the southeastern part of Hangzhou, nearly 7,000 miles from the sky burial plain, lies a mountain range known as the Yunhuang Mountains. This area was once the traditional sphere of influence of the Zhenudong clan, blessed with abundant spiritual energy and sparsely populated. However, over the past 6 months, large cloud boats loaded with immortal cultivators have secretly retreated from the front lines to this area. The cloud boats have come and gone, and after several rounds of back and forth, the number of immortal cultivators gathered deep within the Yunhuang Mountains has reached over 100,000. Despite this large number of immortal cultivators, the Zhenudong clan has managed them with remarkable efficiency, showing no signs of disarray. Extensive camps have been quickly constructed to accommodate the vast army of immortal cultivators. Everything appears to be well organized, as if prepared in advance. One day, a Biksha cloud boat, over 10 feet long, slowly circled the edge of the mountain range. Aboard the boat was a patrol of 20 men, led by a sturdy old man in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. Despite the apparent absence of any unusual activity, the sturdy old man remained vigilant, his spiritual sense expanded to its maximum, constantly monitoring his surroundings. No one understood the weight of the patrol's responsibility better than Chu Xinzong. If the enemy discovered this secret, it would bring irreparable disaster to the frontline troops. Suddenly, the sturdy old man's expression shifted, and he looked up into the distant sky. Seeing this, the nearby team members also looked up. Senior Chu, have you discovered anything? Asked a black-armored young man in the late key refining stage. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of red light emerged from the sky and, in a few breaths, soared overhead. The red light was a 7-story ship over 300 feet in size. Its hull was crimson with a purple hull, and a scroll of green bamboo scrolls was depicted on its exterior, emitting a faint spiritual glow. The ship whipped up a strong turbulence, speeding past the patrol boats and heading deep into the Yunhuang Mountains. Oh, so it's someone from Lingayan Academy. Really impressive. It's a shame I didn't get to see what those sour-looking scholars look like, a middle-aged man in a blue robe said with envy, but with a sour tone. Chu Xinzong, the captain, looked at the building ship from afar, but a trace of annoyance appeared on his face. These days, the 8 major sects have been continuously withdrawing their disciples from the front line. The frontline military strength has been greatly reduced, which is not a good thing. Moreover, the Lingayan Academy is so ostentatious and does not know the importance of confidentiality. I am afraid that disaster is not far away. Hearing the captain's worried complaints, the young man in black armor couldn't help but comfort him. The 8 sects in Hangzhou have a profound foundation and unfathomable strength. The way of thinking and doing of these major sects is not something that we, the lower-ranking casual cultivators, can guess. Senior Chu, don't worry, we just need to do our duty. That's true. 2 years ago, when I first came to the Jinbi Great Wall defense line, I was fortunate to witness a reinforcement of the Lishan Sword Dao. They sent more than 100 disciples in the Foundation establishment realm. And a dozen Jindan elders led the team. The scene was amazing, a bald, crooked-eyed old man in a green robe exclaimed in admiration. That's nothing. The Phantom God tribulation has lasted for hundreds of years, and over 90% of the cultivators in this world have experienced the sky burial battlefield more than once. Now, in Yunhuang Mountain, not only are there nascent soul ancestors, But even one or two transformation gods have probably arrived, Chu Xinzong said calmly. I heard that even several transformation gods have arrived. I wonder if we'll be lucky enough to see them, the black-armored young man said with some anticipation. When the final battle comes, all the transformation gods in this world will take action. Okay, enough irrelevant talk, everyone, continue patrolling, Chu Xinzong said in a deep voice. The men on the boat quickly agreed, and the Biksha cloud boat slowly moved forward along the patrol route. The Lingayan Academy's red ship landed above a massive mountain city. Numerous cultivators from Tifeng City had already come to greet them. From the ship, 30 or 40 blue-robed scholars descended. These individuals' cultivation levels were remarkably above the Foundation establishment realm. Each possessed a restrained and exceptional aura, clearly the best among their peers at Lingayan Academy. This group of Foundation establishment Confucian scholars were quickly ushered into the city and placed in a bustling market square, home to nearly 100 exquisite courtyards. Tifeng City currently houses nearly 20% of the Central Continent Alliance's high-level combat power. With war looming, the atmosphere within the city was somewhat subdued and solemn. Deep within the city lord's mansion, a magnificent and elegant palace was shrouded in multiple formations. Contrary to its splendid exterior, the palace's interior appeared remarkably bare and austere, with all unnecessary furnishings removed. Aside from cushions placed on the floor, the hall contained only a vast three-dimensional light screen, displaying a detailed topography of the heavenly burial plane and the surrounding area for tens of thousands of miles. Seated upon these cushions were 26 imposing figures, led by the two great divine transformation true lords, the 9 Qi demon lord of the Yuan Shi demon sect and the fairy Xianzhu. The other 24 were all nascent soul ancestors. Aside from the 9 from Central Continent, the remaining 15 hailed from other continents and oceans. Top factions with transformation divine masters, including Ancient Buddhism, the Shumu Palace, the Jialong Clan, and the Eastern Demon Alliance, also sent nascent soul ancestors to sit here. Furthermore, Zhao Jingheng, Lord of Shansong City, appeared in the hall on behalf of the Southern Skyzhou clan. Seeing the two rare transformation divine masters, Zhao Jingheng's expression became grave. As of today, the gambling matches have already taken place 10 times. We've been losing more than we've won. To maintain morale, the gambling matches are likely to be cancelled. However, almost all of us who were able to evacuate have arrived in Tifeng City. If the standoff continues, the Nether God Realm will likely discover our strength, the 9 Qi demon lord said with a cold expression. No one expected Zhao Jingheng to be the first to nod in agreement. The demon lord is absolutely right. While the enemy hasn't launched their attack yet, we should strike first and perhaps increase our chances of victory. Donor Yan, I heard that before your ancestor ascended to heaven, he left behind a Flame Emperor formation breaking drum, which can boost our own morale and weaken the enemy's fighting spirit. This treasure's properties are perfect for a decisive battle. I wonder if your non-Yan clan has brought this treasure this time. Among the nascent soul ancestors present, an old monk in Buddhist robes suddenly said with a smile. Haha, the Sacred Heart Temple is truly well informed. This war concerns the rise and fall of humanity in this world, and our non-Yan clan will never keep anything to ourselves. Of course, we have brought the Flame Emperor formation breaking drum, said a thin, red-robed old man with a faint smile. Very well. Our sect has spared no expense in summoning the mysterious coffins of our ancestors, waiting for the battle to begin. With a combined might of over 30 nascent soul sword immortals of our sky-splitting sword Dao, we are more than capable of sweeping away 100,000 ghostly spirit cultivators. I wonder if your fellow sects will honor their promises and send their respective strengths to the front lines. After all, the outcome of this battle could very well determine the future of humanity in this world. The sky-splitting sword Dao sect leader raised a brow, gazing fiercely at the other sect's elders. Master Zhuo, rest assured. Our Lingayan Academy has also summoned 30 sages and great scholars. We will not let you down during the battle. The middle-aged man in Confucian robes from the Lingayan Academy smiled at this and spoke with a firm tone. Haha, our Beastmaster sect's corpse demon army has long been thirsty and hungry. I can't claim to be invincible, but we will certainly not hold you back. The Beastmaster sect's 100 Beastbane leader spoke confidently. Our Sacred Heart Temple has dispatched 18 golden-bodied arhats. The remains of our previous true lords still exist, having been transported to Featsin City half a year ago. Immediately afterwards, the nascent soul ancestors present spoke of their respective sect's strengths. The depth of the top powers was clearly on display, as each had brought out over a dozen nascent soul master coffins. If these suspended nascent souls, retaining their last remaining fighting strength, were to awaken and learn that they were fighting for the survival of humanity, their fighting spirit would undoubtedly soar, and they would die without regrets. It seems we are thoroughly prepared. Now we just have to wait and see when the east wind blows. After all the sect ancestors had expressed their opinions, Fairy Shinju, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them and spoke slowly. Indeed, the east wind is the deciding factor in the battle. There can be no mistakes. Now that the battle is imminent, we must confirm it again and again. The 9-Chi Demon Lord nodded, his expression serious. The 24 nascent soul ancestors in the hall all wore solemn expressions, but none knew what the two true lords were referring to by the east wind, and no one dared to ask. No, someone actually dared to ask. At this moment, an old man in a red robe with hundreds of patterns flashed his gaze, and he suddenly asked curiously, "True Lord, may I know what you mean by east wind?" The 9-Chi Demon Lord snorted coldly, his voice cold. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. What you should know will be revealed. Yes, True Lord, please don't blame me. I was just talking too much, but I now understand my mistake." Seeing this, the old man in the red robe quickly bowed and apologized. "Don't be complacent. If we lose this battle, not only will our mountain sect and our heritage be wiped out, I'm afraid everyone will be exterminated. Those who act indecisively and those who deliberately conceal their strength will not end well." The 9-Chi Demon Lord spoke coldly and ruthlessly, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. Upon hearing this, the 24 nascent soul ancestors present were all struck with a chill, nodding in agreement. As the nascent souls in Tifeng City secretly conferred, two looming figures suddenly appeared atop a mountain hundreds of miles away. These figures clearly possessed a profound concealment technique, their presence and form remaining completely invisible. One figure, one fat, the other thin, had a white face and a portly head. He gazed out across Tifeng City, hundreds of miles away, a hint of sarcasm on his face. The people of the Shiansu realm are always so naive. Do they really think we can't discover their stealthy retreat? Another tall, thin old man chuckled eerily. Let them get away with this, until they die. If it weren't for the Daodao sect, the Xianjin sect, and other rebellious sects constantly stirring up trouble in the rear, with our strength, we would have conquered the stemmed Shiansu realm long ago. Not good. At this moment, the pale-faced fat man's expression suddenly changed drastically, and his formidable cultivation erupted with all his might. He was actually a nascent soul high priest. He clapped his hands on his belly, and with a puff, a pair of dark black golden wings 3 or 4 feet long sprouted from his back. With a fierce flap, he instantly soared hundreds of feet away, escaping madly towards the horizon. Huh? At this moment, a soft exclamation suddenly echoed from the void, a tone tinged with surprise. The pale-faced fat man narrowly escaped, but the other tall, thin old man had no time to react before his body was snatched up by a giant, dark blue hand that appeared out of thin air. The giant hand tightened its grip, and the man didn't even utter a scream as his body instantly shattered into a bloody mess. Not even his nascent soul escaped. The pale-faced, chubby man, sensing the horrific scene behind him with his divine senses, was so frightened that he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which transformed into a thick, bloody light that enveloped his body. The bloody light exploded, instantly splitting into dozens of identical, blood-colored beams that fled in all directions. At this moment, a demonic figure 100 feet across loomed faintly above the sky. With a faint, cold laugh, giant, dark blue hands materialized from thin air, snatching up the escaping beams one by one. In an instant, all the fleeing beams were caught up and snatched up by the giant hands. Puff! A series of screams echoed, and dozens of blood-stained beams vanished with a bang, leaving only a blood-soaked, chubby figure, the furthest away, behind. The figure was bound by a series of black chains. Behind him, a three-eyed giant slowly emerged from midair. Its features bore a striking resemblance to the 9-Chi Demon Lord, and its form was strikingly similar to the great Jijian of the Ghost Chi clan. In the main hall of Tifeng City Lord's mansion, a group of nascent soul ancestors were discussing the battle ahead when the 9-Chi Demon Lord suddenly let out a cold sneer. Fairy Shinju, standing nearby, sensed something was amiss and channeled her divine sense. Then, her eyes darkened, sensing what was happening hundreds of miles away. HMPH, now they've reached your doorstep, and you still know nothing. You're truly useless, Fairy Xianzhu raised her eyebrows and suddenly shouted. At these words, the expressions of the nascent soul ancestors present changed slightly, and they all looked over. The 9 Chi demon lord smiled grimly, waved his hand, and a vast expanse of black light appeared from nowhere, spreading out into a curtain of light. Under the shimmering light, scenes emerged, remarkably depicting the events unfolding hundreds of miles away. A deathly silence fell upon the hall. All the nascent soul ancestors fell silent, realizing their location had been exposed. True Lord Jiechi, True Lord Xianzhu. It seems we're running out of time, Zhao Jingheng said with a grim expression after reading the scene. Since the secrets of Yunhuang Mountain have been revealed. From now on, we must be on constant alert for a surprise attack from the Ghost God Army, said Mo Beiju, the Immortal Artifact Sect's deputy leader, with a gloomy expression. Upon hearing this, the other nascent soul ancestors glanced around, exchanging secret glances. At this time, the 9 Chi demon lord said solemnly, "You must sound the alarm to Feakson City immediately. I will take the captives and set off for the base camp. Fellow Taoist Xianzhu, everything here is left to you to guard." Fairy Xianzhu seemed very confident, and said lightly, "With me here, there is no worry here. Okay, I'm leaving." Before the voice fell, the figure of the 9 Chi demon lord burst like a bubble, and in the blink of an eye he disappeared from everyone's perception. Chapter 528, The War Begins, Cannon Fodder Strategy. 10 days later, it was a deep, still night, a starry sky. On the ascension platform of Xianzhu Mountain, Zhao Zunjing stood with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the starry sky, his eyes filled with nervous anticipation. As the moon reached its zenith, a jade scepter dangling from his waist suddenly began to flicker. Overjoyed, Zhao Zunjing immediately removed the scepter and grasped it, hastily contacting someone in the outer seas. A moment later, the pressure on Zhao Zunjing's heart lifted, and he suddenly became energetic. He carefully replaced the scepter on his waist, then retrieved a handful of jade talismans and tossed them down to the mortal realm. These talismans suddenly transformed into streams of light, flying across central continent, primarily towards the southeast. He then pulled 1,000-mile sound transmission conch from his storage bag and began channeling his divine thoughts into it. Yes, the east wind is coming, the east wind is coming, haha. The men, inform all demon beasts to retreat into their dens and await the Emperor's order. The great True Lord has issued an order, the east wind has arrived, and the decisive battle has begun. Come on, beat the drums and blow the trumpets, send the Alliance leaders order. The Alliance army is urgently assembled. All cultivators are aboard the ships and ready for action. The God-slaying war has officially begun. The great True Lord, subduing dragons and demons, issued a command, and responses were immediate from across central continent. In particular, the million-strong army of cultivators on the front lines of the sky burial fields, under the command of the Alliance's top brass, systematically boarded their ships and prepared for battle. Early the next morning, the Golden Wall, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, was illuminated by a dazzling array of luminous barriers. A rumbling sound echoed, and thousands of massive stone giants, nearly 100 feet tall, emerged from the ground in front of the walls, fully armed like war beasts. At the same time, nearly 100,000 gates to the armory were opened, and a multitude of puppets and mechanical beasts, including gold, wood, earth, stone, and corpse puppets, filed out. Over 1 million puppets and mechanical beasts of various ranks, manipulated by thousands of puppeteers, formed into a seemingly endless army. They marched up the city walls, replacing the Taoist troops who had previously defended them. The immortal weapons sect's patriarch, Wan Gui, hovered high above the Golden Wall, surveying the boundless puppet army below. For a moment, he felt a surge of confidence and ambition. Behind the Golden Wall, towering towers erupted with soaring spiritual light, activating their formation bases and forming dozens of high-level formations, including those of the 5 elements in yin and yang. These formations interconnected and merged, forming a forbidden zone of extinction stretching tens of thousands of miles. What was astonishing was that there were very few living people inside each tower. Aside from a few dedicated warriors manipulating the formations, the elite Taoist soldiers who normally guarded the towers had vanished. Where had they gone? Behind the forbidden zone of annihilation, the entire sky suddenly became a riot of color, a magnificent spectacle tinged with endless murderous intent. A dense swarm of cloud boats, large and small, floating fortresses, and other flying warships rose and fell, forming various clustered formations. Centered around Fixin City, situated in the Cheyenne direction, they spread out over a 1,000-mile radius. Suddenly, the warships resembled a cloud, obscuring the sky and the sun. The overwhelming murderous aura distorted the very fabric of the world. After a distorted blur, 4 figures suddenly emerged above the 100,000 flying warships. They were none other than the 9-Chi demon lord of the Yuan-Shi demon sect, the eternal Bo Lord Zijunan, the Jialong Emperor, and the Sacred Heart Temple's Mad Monk Ben Neng, 4 true lords of the divine realm. Fellow Taoist Z, it's almost time. Let's begin, the 9-Chi demon lord said gravely. The Dragon King and the Mad Monk also nodded to Zijunan. Zijunan understood, and immediately, with a flick of his sleeve, a stream of light emanated, plummeting towards Fixin City. Dong, 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 dong. A moment later, a series of passionate drumbeats suddenly erupted from Fixin City, instantly shattering the solemn atmosphere. The drumbeats resounded across the vast territory, reaching the ears of all the participating cultivators with uncanny clarity. From the nascent soul ancestors to the key refining Dao soldiers, everyone's heart trembled at the sound of the drums, their faces instantly filled with fervor, their fighting spirit aflame. An indescribable desire to fight surged within each of them, even an impulse to sacrifice their lives, to die alongside the enemy. The drumbeats grew increasingly dense and crescendo, like a battle horn, instantly surging everyone's fighting spirit. The Cheyenne's realm's mobilization of its vast forces, its intention to decide the outcome of a decisive battle, was clear and obvious, and could not be hidden from the eyes of the Nether God realm. Of course, the Central Continent Alliance had no intention of deceiving. In reality, in a world-class war of this magnitude, the battles are a test of combined strength, petty tactics and gimmicks are powerless to alter the outcome. At this moment, in the center of the Sea of Blood, at the altar square atop the pyramid, Emperor Yi stared expressionlessly at the vast light curtain in midair. This curtain, over 100 feet long and wide, was divided into dozens of sections, each corresponding to a scene: the Golden Wall, the Extinction Forbidden Zone, the Yunhuang Mountains, Fixin City, the fleets of Cheyenne's Mountain, and so on. Some scenes, like the Yunhuang Mountains and the Golden Wall, were crystal clear, while others, like Fixin City and the Extinction Forbidden Zone, were blurry, seemingly distorted. It could be said that every move of the Central Continent Alliance was being observed by the Nether God realm. Emperor Yi observed for a long moment, then suddenly commanded indifferently, "All right, begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of transformation gods behind him spoke one after another. "As you command," Gu bowed. "Hey, it's high time we took action," True Man Chizha beamed. "Don't worry, Pope. I'll guard the outer void," declared the childlike Emperor Jumang, with green hair and a wooden frame. Elsewhere, the ghost ancestor of all spirits and 3 old monsters with blood-red eyes sneered and vanished. The other old monsters departed, but Emperor Hao Tu remained motionless. "Master, when will the mountain collapse and earth-shattering plan be launched?" Emperor Hao Tu's question prompted Emperor Di to respond without turning back. Wait, yes, wait for the perfect opportunity." Just as the Alliance army began its advance, a vast, dark cloud suddenly appeared over the sky burial plain, rolling across the sky like a vast black storm, darkening it to night. Meanwhile, waves of haunting, eerie roars and hisses rose and fell from the fog of war. As unearthly roars shook the heavens and earth, the ground beneath the fog rapidly swelled with countless dense mounds. Vast hordes of grotesque zombies, skeletal monsters, and ghostly figures burst forth, rapidly engulfing the landscape like a tidal wave. Even more horrifying, as if manipulated by some mysterious force, the sea of corpses and ghosts rapidly fragmented into ghoul swarms of varying sizes. Each ghoul swarm ranged in size from tens of thousands to millions, but the smallest was led by a single ghoul demon comparable to Golden Caller. Those exceeding 1,000,000 were controlled by nascent soul-level ghoul kings. However, similar to the Central Continent Alliance, the divine transformation-level ghoul kings did not appear. They were likely used as a trump card, like the true lords of the human race, to be deployed only at the most crucial moment. Simultaneously, heavily armed floating fortresses, flying temples, and other magical flying devices broke through the thick clouds and descended above the fog of war. They rapidly deployed attack formations, confronting the Central Continent fleet head-on without a second thought. In Fixin City, Taoist King Miao, perched on a high platform, gazed at the distant ghostly fleet beneath the canopy, his brow furrowed. A rough count of the floating disks visible to the naked eye alone suggested at least 70 or 80,000. Yet, the rifts in space and time continued to spit out large disc-shaped boats, loaded with cultivators, like floating fortresses. Come on, cast a spell to break the fog. The demonic beast army is ready to attack at any moment, Taoist King Miao commanded. The 100-foot-long cloud boats at the forefront of this Hongxiao fleet swooped down, heading straight for the fog of war. In just a dozen breaths, the 100 cloud boats reached the front of the fog, beneath them a boundless expanse of grayish-black mist. Suddenly, the cloud boats scattered, their rapid flight accompanied by a shower of pink mist. As the mist touched the grayish-black mist, it melted away like snow in the sun, transforming into a torrent of gray-red rain that fell to the ground. Boom! Suddenly, powerful ghost kings burst from the mist, one after another swooping down upon the cloud boats. Soon, 100 cloud boats plummeted from the sky, but upon landing in the fog, they disintegrated, exploding into vast plumes of pink mist that instantly swept away the surrounding evil fog. Time slowly passed, and the fog of war cleared, revealing the terrain of the sky burial plain ahead. The vast army of countless corpse ghosts also lay clearly before everyone. Strangely, the netherworld realm had made no effort to intervene during the entire fog-clearing process. The Ghost King's attacks on the cloud boat seemed to be a spontaneous act. The Central Continent Alliance's higher-ranking officials and the nascent soul stage ancestors of various sects watched with astonishment and surprise. Taoist King Miao frowned even more deeply and immediately gave the signal to attack. A long, proud dragon roar suddenly resounded through the sky, followed by a sudden, earth-shattering roar of demonic beasts from the front of the fleet. Looking out, 17 nascent soul-level demon kings, including King Kong monster apes, crimson blood demon pythons, silver-armored bull wolves, and iron-winged dragon pengs, led by the 10th-level megatooth demon mane, carried a cloud of demonic power, crossed the Great Wall's defenses, and pounced upon the corpse ghost army. Atop each demon king, crouched a beastmaster sect disciple, each draped with beast nest bags. As the demon kings soared above the corpse ghost army, flying Plutos and nascent soul ghost kings also flew out of the sea of corpses to meet them. But at this moment, the Beastmaster sect disciples removed their beast nest bags, opened them, and poured out the contents. Instantly, swarms and flocks of bizarre beasts, ferocious birds, and even swarms of insects, demonic insects, and other bizarre creatures descended upon the earth. In a flash, they engaged in a fierce battle with the corpse ghosts and demons. The number of demon beasts was too numerous to count. A giant-toothed demonic mane-like flying lion, nearly 1,000 feet tall, soared down from the sky, unconcerned with the charging flying Plutos. As its massive body touched the ground within a radius of dozens of miles suddenly cracked into countless bottomless abysses, sending countless zombies and ghosts plummeting into the abyss, shattered to pieces. Other nascent soul demon kings engaged in a tangle with the nascent soul ghost kings and flying Plutos, while others plunged into the horde of corpses and ghosts, unleashing a slaughter spree. Meanwhile, Taoist King Miao issued numerous commands in a methodical manner. Soon, the 2,000 cloud boats over 300 feet in length, commanded by 7 Banyu-class super cloud boats, rushed to the front lines. The Taoist soldiers aboard these 2,000 cloud boats, already in groups of 5, 10, or even 100, were fully prepared. They each wielded their magical instruments, their spiritual energy continuously pouring into the magic formations aboard the boats. In an instant, tens of thousands of spiritual cannons were activated, unleashing dazzling, multicolored beams of light. A series of earth-shattering booms erupted. Tens of thousands of spiritual beams as thick as water jars, brimming with murderous intent, slammed into the dense sea of corpses. Low-level ghouls were vulnerable to such a massive barrage. Even bronze-armored, millennia-old ghosts, comparable to those at the Foundation establishment stage, were powerless under the concentrated fire. The main guns of the 7 super cloud ships, in particular, delivered a single blast equal to the full force of a nascent soul ancestor. A single blast shattered the earth for miles around, leaving nothing in their path. As countless mushroom clouds rose, the deafening roar of the explosions drowned out all other sounds. Over 100,000 zombies and ghosts were annihilated by this wave of attacks, creating a series of empty areas within the ghoul army. Before the Alliance cultivators could even pause in their jubilation, a voice of profound contempt suddenly echoed throughout the battlefield. A trifle. Now it's our turn. Ghost Ancestor, order the attack. Upon receiving Emperor Yi's order, The ghost ancestor of all spirits hesitated. Nearly 10,000 ghostly spirits, mingling with the ghoul army, immediately let out ghostly howls. Instantly, billions of ghouls went wild, recklessly charging towards the golden wall. Simultaneously, tens of thousands of bloated zombies suddenly pounced on nearby demonic beasts, then exploded in a wave of devastating blasts that killed over 1,000 demonic beasts and ferocious birds below the 4th rank. After suffering over 1 million casualties, the ghoul army finally reached the base of the golden wall. At that moment, all the puppeteers guarding the wall chanted a spell, commanding the puppets to attack. Hundreds of feet-long stone puppets erupted in spiritual light, and with a wave of their hands, they unleashed a volley of stone spears and earth spikes, shredding the hundreds of zombies surrounding them. The various magical and spiritual weapons wielded by the countless puppets on the city walls suddenly shone with a mysterious light, emitting tens of thousands of magical radiances that blanketed the sea of corpses below. Countless fireballs, icicles, lightning bolts, wind blades, meteorites, ancient trees as thick as a man's embrace, the flash of swords and sabers, and a myriad of bizarre attack spells all poured down in a mighty torrent, covering an area nearly 100 feet above the city walls and engulfing the vast army of ghouls. For a moment, the blazing magic obscured everyone's vision, and the earth began to shake violently. With each passing second, tens of thousands of zombies and ghosts beneath the city walls were reduced to ash. However, the ghoul army was boundless, and the number of ghouls they eliminated was barely a fraction. Often, for every 1 ghoul slain, 10 would descend upon the city walls. First, the massive stone giants were overwhelmed by the tide of corpses, as countless ghosts burrowed into their bodies, contaminating and disrupting the stone puppets' spiritual energy circuits and cores. Soon, corpses piled up like mountains beneath the city walls. Numerous bronze-armored corpses leaped onto the walls and engaged in a fierce battle with the surrounding puppets. Immediately afterwards, the human puppeteers, protected by the puppet army, were targeted by the giant and ghosts, and casualties quickly occurred. The 10,000 puppet ancestor observed all this, but he was no longer able to focus on taking action. Simply controlling hundreds of large giant and puppets consumed his entire energy. In a blink of an eye, the battle stretched from day to night, with neither side showing any sign of abdication. Pressure gradually fell on the Central Continent Alliance. Since the beginning of the war, the Netherworld realm had only deployed a large army of corpse ghosts, while its direct fleet remained stationary, observing the situation from the sidelines. Furthermore, the corpse ghost army seemed endless. With each clearing of an area, more zombie ghosts emerged from beneath the earth. The two worlds have been fighting for hundreds of years, and no one knows how many zombies and ghosts are buried underground in the Cheyennes and Gidon, but the number is undoubtedly astronomical, and may even be beyond everyone's imagination. Chapter 529, Revealing the Secret Card in Advance. Oh no! Another sect has been wiped out by a demon from another realm. This time, it's the Hushan sect that suffered. Urgent. The Sanyang sect has sent an urgent request for assistance, saying that 2 nascent soul demons have suddenly attacked the mountain gate. Now the mountain defense formation is in jeopardy. Seeing that the sect is about to be wiped out, they beg the alliance leader for assistance. Alice, fellow Taoist, have you heard? In Deki, more than 10 immortal cultivation families were wiped out in a single day, leaving no one alive. The murderer was none other than the nascent soul demon sent by the Nether God realm. Ancestor, this is terrible, this is terrible. Uncle just sent an urgent report saying that a nascent soul demon has been lurking near Malanghoon Palace, seemingly eyeing the mountain gate's foundation. Grandmaster, please return to the palace as soon as possible to take charge. Grandmaster, we have just received an urgent report. Our holy emperor was assassinated yesterday. Wei Zhu, who was guarding the palace that day, suddenly disappeared without a trace and has not been seen since. The imperial capital is in chaos, and we urgently need to send a nascent soul ancestor to take charge. In the blink of an eye, the battle between the two realms had raged for a full fortnight. For half a month, the main fleets of the Cheyenne and Yaoshan realms remained motionless, maintaining a strange standoff. Conversely, the siege battles on the surface grew increasingly brutal, a ferocity so intense it was impossible to describe. The demonic beast armies that had appeared earlier had long been buried in the sea of corpses and ghosts, nearly wiped out. Only 7 or 8 severely wounded and dying nascent soul demon kings managed to escape back to their own realms, barely surviving. Prepare for the 9th round of celestial fire. Fleet number Xinjiu was dispatched. Immortal Weapons Sects 20th 100-man squadron immediately proceed to the Golden Wall to take over the eastern third section of the defense, replacing the previous squadron. Fleets number Wuzhen and Xinjiu, dispatch, target 100 miles in front of the western section of the Great Wall. Fire 10 full-power volleys of spiritual cannons, then return. As orders streamed from Fixin City across the battlefield, the Xianzhou army began another round of frequent maneuvers. This was just a small snapshot of the 2-week battle. Even after 2 weeks of tireless command, Taoist King Miao remained unfazed and energetic, showing no sign of fatigue. Nearly 300 years of leadership had honed the mind and will of the supreme induction sect's leader to an unparalleled fortitude, his art of command reaching a state of mastery. Rumble. 200 southern sky warships launched in unison, quickly arriving over the Golden Wall. These southern sky warships stretched a staggering 300 feet, their sides pierced by hundreds of black cannon muzzles, their surfaces swirling with swirling runes, pointed straight ahead. Each warship held 88 Zhao soldiers, each carrying a row of thunder and fire pouches slung from their waists. Boom, boom, boom. The next second, countless dark green fireballs the size of water jars rained down from the southern sky warships, their number so numerous that it practically obscured the sky. Instantly, a dark green rain of fire fell from the sky. Upon impact, the dark green fireballs exploded, each transforming an area of 4 or 5 feet in radius into a sea of dark green inferno. In a flash, the area dozens of miles in front of the Golden Wall was engulfed in flames, incinerating countless zombies and ghosts. This dark green flame, also known as the corpse-burning soul fire, was the nemesis of zombies, ghosts, and other abominations. Even the slightest contact with it would transform it into fuel, ultimately incinerating them. Seizing this opportunity, a new rotation of guards began on the city walls. Meanwhile, 2 fleets of flying boats simultaneously emerged from either side of the Xianzhou fleet, like 2 giant hands stretched out. They charged across the sea of fire and reached the tops of the ghoul army. The next second, tens of thousands of spiritual beams shot down in unison, instantly creating dense craters on the surface, and hundreds of thousands of ghouls were simultaneously reduced to ashes. A horn blasted, and nearly 1,000 pitch-black disc-shaped boats suddenly emerged from the Zhao Sheng fleet, charging fiercely towards them. Seeing this, the 2 fleets of flying boats swiftly turned and fled, seemingly mastering the principle of the enemy advances, we retreat. Meanwhile, while Taoist King Miao was directing the battle, he also had to devote some of his attention to dealing with a host of troublesome matters within the alliance. This was because, since the war began, reports of family annihilations had been circulating across Hangzhou, and the number of such incidents had increased dramatically in recent days. To date, over 100 sects and families have been annihilated, leaving not a single survivor. The brutality and ruthlessness of the perpetrators is appalling. The Netherworld's methods are despicable and vicious, disregarding unspoken rules and sending nascent soul ancestors to roam the land and commit crimes. As news of these tragedies spread throughout the alliance, countless cultivators were filled with grief, indignation, and trepidation, fearing their own sect would be next. In this outrage, the hundreds of sects and families that had been annihilated united and filed a complaint with Taoist King Miao, demanding that the alliance dispatch a dedicated pursuit team to completely eliminate the perpetrators. Taoist King Miao knew this was a ploy by the Netherworld to disrupt military morale, but he was forced to divert his most valuable nascent soul forces and dispatch 2 teams, consisting of 2 great cultivators and 4 nascent soul ancestors, to put out the fire in the rear. A day passed in a flash, yet the war raged on without ceasing, raging from day to night. For days, the hordes of corpses had been purged from the land, wave after wave, yet their numbers showed no sign of diminishing. Dark clouds descended, obscuring the bright moon, and the sky and earth were filled with a lingering, overpowering stench of corpses. Alliance leader, we cannot continue in this pointless stalemate. Have you not yet seen clearly? The thieves from the Netherworld are clearly using their endless supply of corpses to deliberately deplete our war reserves. Order a general attack immediately. Otherwise, if morale falters, it will be too late to repent. Taoist King Miao glanced at the newcomer, but remained unmoved. This was the 9th nascent soul cultivator to come today to persuade him to change his mind. The speaker was a nascent soul ancestor of the Danding school, a rare master of alchemy. Perhaps due to his lack of experience, he was easily persuaded, which was why he was persuaded to come and offer direct and honest advice. In reality, The man's words were profound and heartfelt, and while their meaning was certainly accurate, their perspective was limited and superficial. After Taoist King Mao had persuaded the newcomer to leave with kind words, he suddenly gazed up at the dark, ominous clouds overhead and muttered to himself, "The east wind is almost here. Hurry. We've waited so long for this day." 3 days later, night faded, dawn arrived, and the dark earth gradually brightened. However, the recurring rumble of explosions could not drown out the countless roars that shook the heavens. 3 Yuanshi demon sects' nascent soul ancestors, coveting the countless ghosts on the battlefield, suddenly appeared, each possessing a small, pitch-black banner. They simultaneously spurted a mouthful of essence and blood towards the banner, and it flew out of their hands, spinning and swelling in the wind to a height of 10 feet. Immediately, the 3 of them activated their magical weapons, and the 3 myriad souls demon banners instantly blazed brightly, sweeping out a vast expanse of inky black magic light that enveloped the battlefield for hundreds of miles. Instantly, a dense swarm of ghostly spirits, drawn by the immense suction force, flew backwards, wailing and screaming as they fell into the myriad souls banners, becoming nourishment for the banners. However, the 3 of them were short-lived in their joy. A strange laughter echoed from the sea of corpses, and a loud sound of breaking air erupted. A stream of ghostly figures suddenly shot out from the sea of corpses, instantly swooping down upon the myriad souls banners. These figures were all clones of the myriad spirit's ghost ancestor. Unfazed by the demonic banner's engulfment, they pulled the 3 myriad souls demon banners down, descending. Seeing this, the 3 demon sect ancestors' faces drastically changed, and they vanished in a flash of light, so frightened that they even abandoned their own magical weapons. At this moment, countless lightning pythons tore through the clouds, instantly slamming into the ghost ancestors' clones, creating a dazzling explosion of massive thunder clouds. It was clear that everything that had happened before was intended to draw the myriad spirit's ghost ancestor into action. Unfortunately, this wave of attacks couldn't seriously injure even a ghost ancestor at the transformation realm. "Isn't the time up yet?" Taoist King Mao muttered silently, his eyes flickering as he watched the scene on the distant battlefield. At that moment, the myriad-mile sound transmission conch in his arms suddenly glowed faintly. Taoist King Mao immediately sensed this unusual phenomenon, and excitement flashed in his eyes. Simultaneously, the myriad-mile sound transmission conches in the hands of transformation realms like Zijunan, the crazy monk, fairy Xianju, and true Lord Dizan also shone with brilliance. The transformation realms were all moved upon seeing this. Suddenly, a slender figure materialized from nowhere on the high platform of Featsin City. Upon seeing the newcomer, the alliance leaders, led by Taoist King Mao, immediately bowed their heads in greeting, paying homage to true Lord Z. "A great battle is at hand, no need for formalities." Zijunan gestured for everyone to stand. Then unceremoniously assumed command. Taoist King Mao, though feeling regretful, obediently retreated behind his sect's patriarch, yielding his seat. He knew full well that what lay ahead would be a formidable challenge, and only a true lord could easily command the alliance's leaders. Beastmaster sect, Sacred Heart Temple, and Xitigarbha sect, listen. In a quarter of an hour, carry the coffin and march out, targeting the Blood Sea altar. King Mao, you will be in charge of the extinction zone. When the time comes, immediately activate your backup plan. Sky-splitting sword sect, Alchemy Cauldron sect, Shumu Palace, and all other sects, muster your forces and be ready to bring out the ancestors' coffin. Today is the day to reveal this trump card, except for armies A, B, C, and D. Mobilize the remaining fleets, targeting the Ghost God's main fleet. Conquer them, and not a single one escape. Once the 2 hours are up, immediately withdraw from the battlefield. Anyone who retreats before the time is up will be executed. Aboard. Zijunan seemed to have been planning this for a long time, and upon assuming command, he immediately issued a series of orders. Given his immense prestige, everyone in the alliance was trembling with fear, treading on thin ice. No one dared to defy the will of a true lord of transformation. Therefore, despite knowing they would inevitably lose, the 30,000-strong flying army of miscellaneous troops still charged towards the Ghost God's main fleet with murderous intent. "It's only 2 hours, we should be able to hold out." Before the battle, most of the cultivators in the miscellaneous fleet secretly thought to themselves. However, the fate of this miscellaneous fleet was sealed from the outset. The miscellaneous fleet quickly engaged in a firefight with the Ghost God fleet. For a moment, the roar shook the heavens, and countless dazzling balls of light flooded the world. Beams of light and artillery fire tore through the sky, shaking the very void. Flying boats fell like rain. After only a moment of fighting, the Xianzhou realm fell absolutely below. At this moment, more than 300 cloud boats shot out from the Xianzhou fleet. This small fleet carried the elite troops of the Xitigarbha sect, the Sacred Heart Temple, and the beast-taming sect. Massive, heavy crystal coffins were prominently displayed on the decks of some of the cloud ships. The enemy seemed to attach particular importance to this assault fleet. As the 300 cloud ships passed the center of the battlefield, they immediately dispatched 10 floating fortresses and 1,000 large disk ships to meet them mid-flight. As they flew forward, the 1,000 disk ships shifted positions, forming 10 massive attack formations centered around the 10 floating fortresses. At the forefront of these formations, naturally, were the floating fortresses. On each deck of each floating fortress stood a neat formation of black-robed monks, each wielding a myriad of magical instruments. Each expression radiated murderous intent. From afar, a vast, dark cloud of menace gathered above the fortresses. At this moment, nearly 20 nascent soul high priests of the Xiandao sect appeared from various fortresses. Unleashing their unbridled might, their nascent soul domains rapidly expanded, effectively blocking the fleet's route. Seeing their surprise attack plan fail, the 3 sect elders, already prepared, immediately activated their secondary plan. In a flash, a violent tremor erupted from the sky above the battlefield. 8 gigantic demonic beasts, each over 100 feet tall and each possessing a unique form, emerged from thin air. There was a crimson-colored centipede, a white tiger with wings piercing the clouds, a 5-colored elk as large as a mountain, and a ghost king butterfly emitting a dazzling, mystical light. Above the heads of these nascent soul demon kings, aging figures, their bodies heavily decayed, emanating a thick aura of death. This was one of the Beastmaster sect's strengths, the nascent soul-level corpse demon army, all of whom had been nascent soul-level grand elders from their respective lineages in their lifetimes. The appearance of the 8 nascent soul corpse demons was like the opening of a forbidden door. One by one, the crystal coffins on the cloud boats opened. 18 golden-bodied arhats and 11 Xitigarbha Yuanyings, the last remaining fighting patriarchs of the 2 sects, were reawakened by their younger disciples. They soon learned their mission from the people behind them. Haha. I've barely survived until now, and now I can finally have a good fight, Amitabha. I've diligently cultivated Buddhism for 1,000 years, and today I've finally achieved freedom. HMPH, the scum of the netherworld dared to trespass into our territory. I will unleash a savage slaughter. Instantly, immense pressure erupted from the cloud boats. Lifeless figures, one after another, unleashed their Yuanying Dharma domains, charging relentlessly at the opposing fleet. But before they could do so, 8 powerful Yuanying corpse demons had already crashed into the enemy fleet, unleashing a bloody storm. The Yuanying high priests of the Xiandao sect all grimaced, but due to the harsh and unforgiving rules of their sect, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and face the enemy head-on. Suddenly, over 50 nascent soul realm masters engaged in close combat within a 1,000-mile radius, the ferocity of the battle unimaginable. Facing over 30 fearless opponents of their own level, the Xiandao sect's nascent souls fell in a matter of moments. Seeing their opponents willing to perish together, dragging others down with them, the Xiandao sect's nascent souls were filled with fear and were quickly defeated and forced to retreat. Had it not been for the nearby floating fortresses that temporarily blocked the enemy's attacks, the casualties would have been even greater. In the center of the Sea of Blood, at the square atop the pyramid, Taoist Yu frowned as he stared at the gruesome battle ahead. He suddenly spoke, "Strange. What conspiracy is the other side plotting? Pope, don't you find it strange? The other side's command style has changed drastically. Knowing that they will lose this battle, why did they reveal a trump card in advance? This behavior is obviously a bit absurd. Absurd? I don't think so." Emperor Yi stared directly at the Xianzhou fleet under the distant sky, as if he saw the old rival who had been entangled for hundreds of years. "No, what's wrong?" Emperor Yi muttered to himself, and suddenly looked up at the sky. "Jumang, is there anything unusual outside the domain, Pope? An interesting opponent just arrived. I'm dealing with her?" A child's voice quickly rang out from Emperor Yi's mind. Chapter 530, All the Trump Cards Are Revealed, Zhao Sheng returns. "Jumang, stop kidding. Tell me, who's coming?" Emperor Yi's eyes glared, and he shouted coldly. It's that old woman Xianzhou." Emperor Jumang's true form was an ancient spiritual root. Even after being ordained a god, he remained a profoundly innocent and carefree person. Emperor Yi frowned at this, a growing sense of something amiss. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, revealing something he'd overlooked. Something's wrong. Why hasn't that traitor appeared? Where is he now? Is there a conspiracy? Emperor Yi's thoughts raced, instantly extracting every bit of information about Zhao Sheng from the vast sea of intelligence. After that fleeting glimpse on the Ascension platform, the traitor hadn't been seen since, and there had been no news of him since. Yet, Emperor Yi was absolutely convinced that this premature decisive battle was fueled by the traitor, perhaps even the most important force behind it. In fact, Emperor Yi's guess was spot on, but it was only now that he realized it, too late. No. We absolutely cannot wait any longer. Any further delay could lead to catastrophic consequences. Emperor Yi's mind raced, a sense of foreboding suddenly growing, prompting him to change his previous thoughts. With his mind firmly fixed, Emperor Yi immediately issued a series of orders to his subordinates, including Q. The vast armies of the Netherworld, led by the Shyandao sect, had finally begun full operation. This massive war machine was about to reveal its true terror. From the boundless, blood-red ocean, a vast gurgling cloud of bubbles suddenly erupted. As if sensing the imminent danger, the densely packed blood spirits surrounding them all fled frantically. Puff, puff, puff. The next second, massive whirlpools appeared on the surface of the sea, and from their depths rose pitch black, twisted, human-shaped statues. Crackling. A series of fine crackling sounds echoed, and the twisted statues suddenly cracked, releasing a stream of black ash. Soon, the withered corpses of the ancestors reappeared on Earth. These ancestral corpses were immersed in a sea of blood, their shrunken shells absorbing the surrounding blood like sponges. In a flash, each ancestral corpse visibly plumped up, then slowly ascended into the air, each emanating a powerful and majestic aura. In their lifetimes, these ancestral corpses were all high-ranking nascent soul priests. A careful count revealed a staggering 81. At this moment, Pope Yi, standing at the center of the altar, raised his hand without a second thought. A beam of white light descended upon his palm, and a bone horn, shimmering with divine light, materialized. The bone horn was primitive, its surface covered in dense, mystical three-dimensional seal patterns, emanating an eerie, blood-tinged aura that captivated the heart. This object was none other than the Holy Sound Horn, one of the three most precious treasures of the Shyandao sect, forged from a single arm bone of the blood god. Diyu took a deep breath, gripped the horn in his right hand, and a surge of pure mana flowed into it. Woo-woo, a low, desolate horn blared above the sea of blood. Invisible ripples instantly morphed into massive, rolling waves, centered around Emperor Yi, sweeping in all directions. A magical weapon crafted from the arm bone of a tribulation transcending great venerable. Under the influence of a transformation true lord. Its might was so immense that it instantly enveloped the surrounding mountains and rivers for nearly 10,000 miles. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the netherworld realm, from transformation true lords to key refining disciples, instantly realized the general assault had begun the moment the horn blared. However, the first to respond were the 81 innascent soul ancestral corpses. Each of the ancestral corpses suddenly opened their blood-red eyes, roaring with strange laughter as they soared into the sky, brimming with raging fury, charging straight into the center of the battlefield. There, the battle was poised for collapse. The ancestral corpses' entrance into the fray unleashed a volcanic conflagration, a ferocious display of bloodshed unseen in 1,000 years. The warring parties were constantly self-destructing, annihilating each other. No living being could stand up to this reckless horde. Consequently, the Shyandao sect's nascent soul high priests, acting as if they had been pardoned, abandoned even their floating fortresses and fled in panic. At this moment, nearly 100 beams of light shot out from the sky above the Central Continent Alliance fleet. Suddenly, a group of famed death nascent soul ancestors, clad in the robes of various sects, swiftly crossed the Great Wall's defenses and descended upon the central battle group. Before these nascent soul ancestors could even reach their destination, force fields stretching hundreds or even thousands of feet in diameter suddenly unfolded beneath them. Some wielding swords, others wielded 3-foot-long blades, some wore green robes and scholarly caps, and still others, shaped like turtles and cranes and clad in purple-gold bagua robes, charged with unstoppable force at the 81 innascent soul corpses. In less than 3 breaths, the void within a 1,000-mile radius erupted with over 100 earth-shattering roars. The dark sky was ripped apart by a chaotic, surging storm of mana. Vast craters littered the earth, and countless ghouls were suffocated by the storm. A dazzling light filled the sky, a dazzling display of vibrant colors, yet brimming with sinister murderous intent. Explosions resonated relentlessly, shattering the very fabric of the world. For a moment, everyone's attention was riveted by the devastating battle destined to go down in history. However, beneath the glaring light, nearly 100 disc-shaped ships silently emerged from the rifts in space and time. These ships were arranged so tightly together that, from afar, they resembled a massive diamond. And this was only the first batch. They would soon be followed by the second, the third, and the entire process was incredibly smooth, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. In just half an hour, nearly 20,000 disc-shaped ships and 1,000 floating fortresses had traversed the boundless space and time to join the vast army of the Netherworld. But what was extremely strange was that the Central Continent Alliance seemed somewhat slow to react, actually watching from the side without any intention of stopping it. Of course, they might also know that even if they tried to stop it, it would be futile. The Cheyenne sect had been secretly accumulating a secret fleet in its home base for hundreds of years, and it was only today that it was revealed for the first time. Once this trump card was played, the result was obvious. The morale of the Central Continent Alliance plummeted, and the military's will was slightly shaken. On the other hand, the morale of the Nether God Realm was soaring, and the army was eager to fight. Woo-woo! When the holy sound horn sounded again, the secret fleet immediately arranged itself into an attack formation, spreading out to form a 1,000-mile-long net, and passed by the rear of the miscellaneous fleet. It seemed that they were going to encircle and destroy the Alliance fleet of more than 30,000 ships from all sides. True Lord, this is terrible. Retreat the fleet quickly. Otherwise, they'll be annihilated soon. It will be too late to regret then. No. The fleet is surrounded and can't retreat. Our priority is to push forward with all our forces and counter-encircle them. If we wait until these 30,000 spaceships are destroyed, we'll be outnumbered by 60,000 against 100,000, with no chance of victory. I agree with Brother Kongdeo. We can't just sit back and watch. That's a good point, but the decision on whether to rescue them is up to True Lord. When Emperor Yi revealed his long-laid trump card, the various sect leaders in Fixin City panicked. Several leaders of leading sects rushed to True Lord Zi, begging him to send troops to rescue them. However, Zi Junan remained silent, observing the battle ahead, seemingly determined to remain inactive. Just as everyone was feeling hopeless, Zi Junan looked up at the sky and suddenly pulled out the Onely Sound transmission conch from his bosom, channeling multiple divine thoughts into it. Upon witnessing the scene, the Alliance's leaders suddenly fell silent, their faces etched with a hint of bewilderment. Aside from the divine transformation True Lords of the Cheyenne's realm, only a handful of individuals in the entire Central Continent Alliance were aware of the astonishing and unprecedented chess game their True Lords had secretly orchestrated. With both dragons emerging from their respective chessboards, the opportunity to slay them had arrived. Make no regrets, slay the dragons. 3 breaths later, a sudden change occurred. Behind the Golden Wall, the extinction forbidden zone, stretching tens of thousands of miles, suddenly erupted with an even brighter light. A boundless, vast wall of light, stretching along both sides of the wall to the very ends of the earth, rose into the air and rapidly spread toward the azure sky. Thousands and thousands of feet, it stretched from heaven to earth, until its end was nowhere in sight. Before anyone could recover from their shock, an endless stream of magnificent mist erupted from the towering wall of light, quickly filling an area hundreds of miles in radius, even engulfing the Golden Wall. In a flash, a vast, foggy zone, hundreds of miles wide, towering to a point where no one could see the top, and tens of thousands of miles in circumference, appeared before everyone on both sides. What the hell is going on? Someone stammered in horror. Oh no. We're trapped on all sides. It's like a cage? What audacity. This massive trap must have been secretly planned for years. Its scale is simply unprecedented. Oh, what's the True Lord's intention in doing this? Could it be, good opportunity? Order the attack. My cannons are thirsty. In the distance, beneath the statue on the pyramid altar, Emperor Yi frowned, his eyes flickering. Gazing at the vast, sky-high fog belt, Emperor Yi's face showed a rare hint of hesitation. This surprising move by his opponent left him puzzled. But the next second, Emperor Yi no longer hesitated and immediately played his second, long-planned trump card. How to launch the mountain collapse and earth-shattering plan with all your might. Just as Emperor Yi unveiled his second trump card, Fixin City erupted in an uproar. Zhao Qiangayu stared at his old friend of centuries in disbelief, then reassured, "What? Retreat? Did I hear correctly?" As the Grand Elder of the Zhao clan of Southern Heaven, Zhao Qiangayu commanded the clan's 3,000 flagship warships. He thought he'd misheard, wondering how True Lord Z could issue such an absurd order. "You heard correctly. True Lord has ordered an immediate, full-speed retreat to the Yunhuang Mountains. Military orders are as heavy as a mountain. Fellow Taoist Zhao, please execute them immediately." Zhongyan nodded and repeated the order. This man was a nascent soul elder of the Supreme Induction sect. He had worked with Zhao Qiangayu for centuries and was considered the supervisor of the Zhao clan fleet. Although Zhao Qiangayu was filled with doubts, he was forced to issue the retreat order immediately due to military regulations. Centuries of brutal war between the two realms had ingrained military regulations into the minds of every cultivator. Countless tragic events in the past served as a recurring warning. Anyone violating military regulations, even a great cultivator, would inevitably face certain death. As the Zhao fleet began its retreat, the four main fleets of the alliance, A, B, C, and D, also simultaneously turned and sped towards Yunhuang Mountain, 7,000 miles away. At this point, few knew that the last batch of suspended animation had been secretly awakened and deployed within the mist. Their sole mission was to prevent the Netherworld realm from sending forces to break the formation, while stalling for as long as possible until their deaths. Deep within the mist, a patch of ground beneath a tower suddenly flashed with light. A gaunt old man in a dark yellow Taoist robe emerged from the spot. It was Ji Yun, the true lord of the Earth Storehouse. At the same time, a massive, winding dragon loomed in the mist above, emanating a domineering, overbearing aura. Thousands of miles away, a mad monk, draped in a golden cassock, suddenly descended from the sky onto the spire of a towering tower. His swift gaze, piercing through the layers of fog, spotted the ghostly clones rapidly merging within the horde of corpses ahead. The three transformation gods simultaneously appeared in the fog, their purpose obvious. In the outer void, beneath the vast, dark sky, two dazzling clouds of light, one white and one blue, fiercely pursued and clashed. Fairy Xianzhu, with a calm expression, waved her hands and feet, and immense, chilling ice spears condensed from her primordial realm. With a single thought, countless ice spears shot out, piercing the void for hundreds of miles. 200 miles behind her, the green-haired, wooden-bodied Emperor Jumang loomed a towering tree. Needle-shaped spiritual leaves, emerald green like amber, fell from its canopy, transforming into giant pillars of emerald light as they advanced. In an instant, these massive pillars shattered the icy spears and themselves crumbled into nothingness. "He! Are you annoying, old woman? You can't beat me, so why don't you run? Is there some conspiracy?" Upon hearing this, Fairy Xianzhu felt a wave of annoyance, nearly losing her composure. No woman ever liked being constantly called an old woman, not even True Lord Huishan. Furthermore, Fairy Xianzhu had only lived for 1,000 years, while Emperor Jumang was a spiritual plant that had lived for tens of thousands of years. In other words, he was a true old monster, yet he loved to act young, a truly outrageous sight. If he weren't truly unable to defeat this old monster, Fairy Xianzhu would have wanted to incinerate him. The two pursued each other, and the stalemate lasted for a moment. Just then, a golden flame suddenly appeared from the distant darkness. As fast as lightning, it was close in an instant. Instantly, an unimaginably astonishing burst of light and heat expanded, instantly permeating the surrounding void for nearly 1,000 miles. Fairy Xianzhu was overjoyed upon seeing this. Meanwhile, Emperor Jumang, with a look of alarm on his face, flashed back 100 miles. At that moment, the golden light slowly receded, transforming into a large sun, which appeared in the void behind Zhao Sheng. Seeing that the approaching figure was an enemy, not a friend, Emperor Jumang's eyes flickered, and he suddenly, silently, plummeted downward, plunging into the vast cloud of aura, escaping without a trace. As an ancient spiritual root that had lived for tens of thousands of years, Emperor Jumang feared almost nothing, but he was most terrified of fire. Especially when facing a true Lord Huishan, a master of the path of fire, he would have been in vain to not flee. Chapter 531, Heaven and Earth Collision. Fellow Taoist Zhao, you've arrived. Fairy Xianzhu was interrupted by Zhao Sheng before she could finish her words. Dongfeng has arrived, Senior Xianzhu, prepare for a life or death battle. As she finished her words, a panting, Raspy voice suddenly interrupted, Alice. This trip has exhausted me. Young Zhao, I'll leave this to you. I need to catch my breath and rest. Fairy Xianzhu had barely finished hearing these words when she suddenly sensed an invisible, powerful ripple from the depths of the void. She jerked her head upwards, her vision still empty, but her spiritual senses evoked a colossal form hurtling toward her. Before she could speak, Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and vanished from sight. In a flash, the behemoth flashed past her like lightning, carrying an indescribable sense of oppression as it tore through the boundary membrane and crashed into the Xiangang atmosphere below. The next moment, Fairy Xianzhu suddenly saw the vast, majestic Xiangang atmosphere suddenly cave in, forming an immense bowl. Boom! The invisible atmosphere glowed crimson from the friction, then erupted into a vast expanse of crimson celestial fire, quickly igniting the atmospheric clouds within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. As the celestial fire blazed, a massive meteorite, over 80 miles in diameter and pitch black as iron, gradually revealed its true form. At that moment, Zhao Sheng, shrouded in radiant flames, stood at the very forefront of the meteorite, where friction with the Xiangang atmosphere was most intense. As he formed hand seals and channeled a series of spiritual energy spells beneath his feet, a dense mass of golden fire lotuses suddenly erupted from the surface of the black iron meteorite. Immediately afterwards, the outer wall of the meteorite began to disintegrate, like a giant onion, peeling off layer by layer at a visible speed. In an instant, tens of thousands of black iron meteorites scattered and plunged into the atmosphere. The intense friction ignited them, eventually transforming them into countless meteors and fire that plummeted to the earth. At the moment the meteorite slammed into the atmosphere, Emperor Yi, beneath the statue, suddenly changed expression and looked up at the sky. However, the sky was now thick with dark clouds, so thick that not a single ray of light could penetrate. Naturally, he could not see the meteorite disintegrate into a shower of meteors and fire. Although Emperor Jumang had fled without a fight, he still feared Emperor Yi's authority and immediately transmitted the image of the falling meteorite to Emperor Yi's mind. Not good. Emperor Yi, sensing something was amiss, immediately sounded the holy horn once more. Woo! Immediately afterwards, dark clouds rolled violently, countless meteors tearing through the thick cloud layer, transforming into a dense, cascading rain of fire that pelted the earth. Following the rain of fire, a black iron meteorite, shrunken by nearly half its size and 40 miles in diameter, suddenly pierced through the clouds, carrying a shower of fire as it slammed directly into the Blood Sea altar. Seeing the towering figure atop the meteorite, Emperor Yi's pupils suddenly constricted, and an indescribable fierce gleam flashed across them. In an instant, Emperor Yi retreated, disappearing into the statue's interior. Simultaneously, the blood sea beneath the pyramid altar suddenly surged with a torrent of blood. Billions of blood spirits were swept up in the surging waves, instantly swallowing the pyramid altar and converging into an immense, bloody peak. Its outer layer was bulging with dense, massive tentacles of blood, resembling a hedgehog with its fur blasted from afar. Seeing the impending catastrophe, almost everyone, save for a few insiders, panicked, countless faces filled with despair. The meteorite is coming. Run, Great Elder, it's too late. Abandon ship and flee, heaven forbid. Heaven forbid, junior brother, quickly escape back to the space-time tunnel. That's our only chance, kill 1,000 enemies, lose 800 of your own. What a cruel tactic. I'm ashamed of myself. In a split second, a shower of meteors and fire enveloped the entire sky burial field. Nearly a third of the meteors crashed to the earth, but the remaining two-thirds, as if with eyes, smashed down upon the Ghost God fleet. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, an incalculable amount of dazzling light clouds erupted. The entire world suddenly fell silent, then was drowned by a series of rumbling explosions. An unimaginably powerful storm quickly gathered and formed. The sky trembled, countless massive mushroom clouds rose from the earth, billions of tons of dust were launched into the sky, and the sky was completely covered by a rolling dust cloud. But a fierce hurricane swept everything away in an instant. However, this was just the appetizer, the real drama lay in the 40-mile diameter meteorite. Zhao Sheng's mind burst forth with all his might, using the power of the formation to control the descent of the unruly ferocious beast beneath his feet, preventing it from losing control and running wild. In a split second, the meteorite, carrying an unimaginable pressure, crashed into the blood-red peak. In the instant before the collision, Zhao Sheng vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, He was already at the edge of the atmosphere, 1,300 miles high. However, this distance was not safe, and Zhao Sheng repeatedly moved, hiding thousands of miles away from the boundary. At this moment, a cosmic impact 100 times greater than the previous one suddenly erupted. In an instant, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire central continent tectonic plate first shook, then cracked and collapsed. The southeastern region of Zhongzhou, encompassing tens of thousands of miles centered on the sky burial ground, was a scene of apocalypse. The Golden Wall, the fog carrying billions of corpses, demons, all the disc-shaped ships, and even the vast majority of the cultivators from the two realms, everything was destroyed as easily as toys. A massive, dark red mushroom cloud rose visibly from the southeastern land of Zhongzhou. The mushroom cloud continued to expand, rupturing the 9 layers of the heavenly gang atmosphere and the boundary membranes along the way, spreading recklessly into the outer void, hurling billions of tons of earth and rock, countless corpses, and a vast amount of man-made debris. At that moment, Zhao Sheng seemed to sense that the vast world before him, known as the Heavenly Pillar Realm, was trembling and wailing, yet also seemed to rejoice. Gazing at the mushroom cloud rapidly expanding in the planet's atmosphere, Zhao Sheng suddenly felt a pang of dread. He couldn't imagine how many lives in his own world would perish in this meteorite disaster, the one he had personally created. Haha, it's done. Finally. All my 7 or 8 years of hard work weren't in vain. The Pig Emperor's excited voice suddenly interrupted Zhao Sheng's sentimentality. At that moment, Fairy Xiangzhu flew within 1,000 miles and sent a similar message. Fellow Taoist Zhao, the plan has been successfully implemented. We should proceed to the next step. We must not let Di, Q, and the other worldly gods escape back to the netherworld alive. Zhao Sheng nodded. Senior Xiangzhu is absolutely right. Then I will go ahead. Zhao, you intercept them first. Xiangzhu and I will follow. The Pig Emperor had barely finished speaking when Zhao Sheng had already teleported away. The sky and earth were vast, hurricanes raged, and the extreme heat transformed the sky burial battlefield into hellish inferno. The massive meteorite crater transformed into a sea of magma nearly 1,000 miles across. The blazing flames caused the surrounding void to faintly distort. Whoosh! Thousands of miles west of the meteorite crater, the smoke and dust that filled the sky and earth were suddenly sucked into a dozen massive vortexes, instantly clearing the surroundings. At this moment, ghostly figures emerged from the ground and soared into the air. These ghost ancestor clones merged together, ultimately transforming into a tall, thin old man in a black robe. With a gloomy expression, the ghost ancestor waved his hand violently, sending thousands of dark arcs of light shooting into the void ahead. These arcs of light seemed imbued with a strange magical power, creating a distortion that could tear the very air apart wherever they passed. Amitabha. Ghost ancestor of all spirits, do you really think the Xianzhu realm is a place you can come and go as you please? A mad monk materialized from thin air, his resounding Buddhist chant reaching the ghost ancestor's ears, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. As the chant faded, a clear, golden light expanded, instantly extinguishing the incoming dark red arcs of light. Immediately, behind the mad monk, over 20 nascent soul ancestors, clad in the robes of various sects, transformed into over 20 dazzling rainbows, rapidly flying in all directions, searching for any surviving enemies and slaying them all. Mad monk, if you will give me a way out, I swear I will never again set foot on your Xianzhu realm. The ghost ancestor of all spirits' face grimaced, but he dared not intervene, for the damned old monk across from him had already locked him in place with his aura. If he dared to act rashly, he would surely be met with a thundering blow. Amitabha, if I had known this would come to pass, I would not have done it in the first place. The Buddha's light illuminates all living things. If you don't convert to Buddhism now, then when will you? Damned old bald donkey, I will have you die 1,800 times over. From the depths of the fog, bursts of thundering noises soon erupted, and countless streams of light and strange rays of light pierced the gloom. At this moment, the sounds of killing rose in all directions, and the slaughter resumed. At that moment, a sudden, resounding rumble echoed from the distant earth. Smoke and haze within 1,000 miles suddenly subsided, followed by countless wisps of azure light piercing the surface and erupting. Immediately afterwards, 2 humanoid spheres of light shattered the earth's strata, engaging in a relentless mid-air battle, one chasing the other. The pursuer was Ji Yun, the true lord of the earth's storehouse, while the one fleeing ahead was none other than Emperor Zhu Mang. The 2 true lords vanished in an instant, leaving only two powerful auras emanating from the sky. A moment later, an invisible, overwhelming pressure suddenly spread from the direction of the crater. In an instant, a hurricane arose, sweeping in all directions, obscuring all vision. Simultaneously, numerous divine transformation true lords from both realms had already appeared on the chaotic battlefield, each engaging their opponent in a fierce battle. 300 miles east of the meteorite crater, an old man in black hemp clothing stepped into the air and waved his long sleeves. Instantly, a 1,000-foot-tall bronze tree appeared before him, crashing down upon the Dragon King across from him. The hemp-clad elder was none other than a blood god puppet at the divine transformation realm. The bronze tree seemed brimming with boundless vitality, its branches and leaves radiating a dazzling, clear light. The Dragon King let out a furious laugh, sending the tree careening away with a single punch. He charged forward before the hemp-clad elder, then suddenly opened his mouth and unleashed a thick beam of white light, instantly engulfing his enemy. The mad monk's 10 fingers flicked incessantly, and in an instant, dozens of Buddhist mantras flashed forth, condensing into the Ming Wang demon subduing seal. The next moment, a loud humming sound erupted. The Ming Wang demon subduing seal, rising in the wind, transformed into a massive mountain, emanating streams of Buddhist light, a dense mass of strange Sanskrit characters shimmering within the light. When the Ming Wang rages, all demons descend. The mad monk clasped his hands together and shouted. Buddha's light trapped the myriad spirit ghost ancestor, and the massive demon subduing seal thundered down to suppress him. Unfazed, the myriad spirit ghost ancestor laughed strangely, his entire body radiating a soaring black light. Countless dark ghosts, along with the black light, pounced upon the demon subduing seal, unexpectedly beginning to erode it in the opposite direction. Go, Zijunan shouted softly, and a jade-like page soared into the sky. The next second, it erupted in a dazzling brilliance. Instantly, 8 massive wind curtains, 1,000 feet high, materialized from thin air, trapping the 3 disparate-looking otherworldly nascent souls in their center, blocking their escape route. The next second, invisible wind chains arrived, instantly binding the 3. Zijunan, not even glancing at the 3 pitiful creatures, gazed toward the meteorite crater, a rare hint of hesitation crossing his expression. Ji-Yun, the true lord of the earth, pointed his fingers repeatedly at the massive vines that were strangling him. Vast swathes of sand and rock instantly formed into streaks of sand, roaring and sweeping towards the vines. The rolling sand, imbued with pure petrifying power, effortlessly reduced the vines to dust as they devoured them. With a swish, Ji-Yun pulled out a dusty cloth bag, holding it open with both hands. The 5 elements of spiritual sand immediately poured out like a torrent, instantly forming a celestial river of sand that rolled over the fleeing Emperor Jumang. Emperor Jumang, intent on escaping, had no desire to engage Ji-Yun. Furthermore, the opponent's magical powers were subtly restraining him, further diminishing his desire for a fight. He fled towards the rift in time and space, flinging forth handfuls of dark dragon vine seeds. Fueled by magical power, these seeds rapidly germinated and grew, maturing in the blink of an eye, transforming into 1,000-foot-long vines, their tenacity rivaling that of ordinary magical weapons. However, despite their exceptional ferocity, these dragon vines were reduced to ash at a visible rate by the erosion of the 5 elements, spiritual sand. At this moment, within a 10,000-mile radius centered on the meteorite crater, numerous divine transformation true lords emerged and engaged in a fierce battle. Even some nascent soul ancestors formed teams of 2 or 3, engaging in desperate battles of 2 against 1, or even 3 against 2, against the nascent soul high priests of the netherworld. Various bizarre magical weapons and countless powerful magical arts simultaneously appeared across the ravaged land. As the divine transformation true lords of the 2 realms clashed over the space-time tunnel, the entire environment became utterly chaotic, and space itself seemed to be subtly distorting. You know, a single divine transformation master could demolish mountains and reverse the flow of rivers with a single wave of his hand, let alone a dozen or more divine transformations fighting simultaneously. At that moment, a breathtaking aura of destruction suddenly emanated from the sky above the meteorite crater, instantly sending shivers down the spines of all the divine transformation masters nearby. Chapter 532 The Blood God is Coming? Rewind a bit. Just after the meteorite slammed into the continental plate, creating an unprecedented explosion, a blur of space appeared in the void over 10 miles above the crater. Zhao Sheng suddenly appeared out of thin air. The environment here was incredibly harsh. The scorching heat could melt gold and iron in an instant. The smoke and dust were mingled with corpse poison, evil poison, fire poison, and other strange toxins that could easily kill cultivators below the Giant realm. The space-time corridors roiled endlessly, emanating a storm that wreaked havoc within 1,000 miles. Space cracks that appeared in the void were so sharp that even a nascent soul ancestor would be ripped to pieces if caught unintentionally. Seeing the harsh environment, Zhao Sheng frowned and waved his sleeve. A vast golden flame appeared, instantly dispersing the thick smog below. The haze cleared, revealing the true form of the magma sea below. This sea of magma stretched 1,000 miles across, its edges rising high, like a massive, circular mountain range. However, Zhao Sheng's frown deepened upon seeing the scene below, rather than relaxing. This was because, at the eastern edge of the crater, a massive statue, several thousand feet tall, loomed large. Though riddled with cracks, the statue remained intact. Not even a single one of its 1,000 arms was broken, each firmly clinging to the space-time rift. It appeared that the space-time portal was still functioning normally. I was clearly heading for the statue, but I ended up missing it. Zhao Sheng's mind raced, his heart filled with shock. At that moment, a massive sword light suddenly shot up from behind the statue, shrouding a pale old man with a youthful face and white hair. Zhao Sheng's eyes narrowed, his expression impassive. In the blink of an eye, the sword light dissipated, and the newcomer stopped in midair, his body level with Zhao Sheng. Taoist Q looked at his evil disciple who was 7 or 8 miles away, and could not help but snorted coldly, shouting, "Evil creature, I took pity on your miserable life experience and saw that you had excellent talent. That's why I accepted you as my disciple and passed on the sword tradition of my lineage. I didn't expect that you would be so cruel and deliberately betray your faith and join the enemy. Now you have become even worse and committed endless sins of killing. I hate you so much that I wish I had torn you into pieces when I accepted you as my disciple." Zhao Sheng knew that the other party was deliberately delaying time, but he had the same idea. So he simply pretended to be ignorant and said indifferently, "I am a descendant of the Zhao family. It is natural for me to recognize my ancestors and return to my roots. How can I surrender to the enemy? Apostasy is even more nonsense. I am a human being. I should uphold the righteousness of heaven and earth, act on behalf of heaven, and kill the blood god. On the other hand, your Shyandao sect regards demons as gods. For tens of thousands of years, it has been helping the tyrants and slaughtering billions of lives. The blood god usurped the authority of the heavenly Dao, secretly enslaved all living things, regarded all living beings as animals, and fed on all living beings. Q, you are a true lord of the human race, but you still don't repent. Will you regret it when you become food in the mouth of the blood god? Haha. A rebellious person dares to claim to act on behalf of heaven. You still come to talk to me about righteousness at this moment, isn't it a big joke? Taoist Q sneered, suddenly pinched his sword finger, and a brilliant sea of stars suddenly appeared behind him. It was dotted with hundreds of stars, shining unsteadily, and the sword intent flowed endlessly. Starry Sea Sword Intent? The Zhao Shen Star Sword Formation. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, a hint of surprise in his heart, for he had mastered some of this inherited starry sword intent. Hey, with a wild laugh, a strange, blood-tinged figure flew out from the depths of the haze, shouting murderously, "Arrogant wretch! Don't you wish to sacrifice a god to heaven and save all life? Then get past me first." Zhao Sheng glanced around and saw a pale, gloomy face. It turned out to be an old acquaintance, one he had encountered once before on the Ascension platform. According to the intelligence gathered, this blood god child had repeatedly attacked the Ascension platform without success and had once claimed to be the sage ancestor. Zhao Sheng's analysis later revealed that this blood god child was most likely the founder of this Hiran sect, a peerless hero who had claimed to be the founder of the entire continent 8,000 years ago. However, 7,000 years ago, he mysteriously disappeared, and his whereabouts have been unknown since. It now appears that this person must have been reduced to a puppet of the blood god 7,000 years ago. After 7,000 years, his body and soul have long been completely assimilated by the blood god. It's likely that he won't even maintain clear consciousness for much longer. Haha, a half-human, half-ghost thing. How dare you bark in my face? Zhao Sheng suddenly sneered. As he finished his words, 2 streams of light pierced the haze and suddenly descended from the sky. Simultaneously, a gruff and arrogant voice boomed across the air, "Haha, you're right. The Emperor is here." At that moment, a blanket of ice and snow fell from the sky, instantly dropping the temperature significantly. Fairy Xianzhu's white dress fluttered, a chilling light lingering around her, but a hint of disgust crossed her beautiful face. It was obvious that the high temperature here was not conducive to her health. Beside her, the Pig King wore a defiant expression. His imposing figure, over 3 feet tall, resembled the incarnation of a giant spirit god, emanating a domineering, arrogant aura, worthy of being a demon king. 2 great incarnations, one on each side, protected Zhao Sheng in the middle as they faced Yu and Blood God Sun head-on, eager to strike at any moment. "Zhao, let's get started. Delays can lead to disaster," the Pig King suggested impatiently upon his appearance. "Senior, you're absolutely right. It's a shame we're a step too late." As Zhao Sheng finished speaking, unusual events unfolded simultaneously from the west and south. From the depths of the western void, a sudden, earth-shattering roar erupted, filled with anxiety and rage. Then, a 7-colored mountain suddenly burst through the haze, swirling with a swirling sandstorm, roaring towards them. Through the sandstorm, a majestic, imposing stone figure stood atop the 7-colored spiritual peak. It was the hastily returned Thick Earth Emperor. At the southern edge of the land, a tall, thin figure was faintly visible through the haze, approaching at a speed exceeding 10,000 feet. A closer look revealed an aged face and a cunning expression. With a simple, casual wave of his hand, countless mysterious auras suddenly emerged, surrounding him and carrying him forward with lightning speed. This person was none other than the long-unseen Master Chizhe. "Emperor Hao too, that old scoundrel Chizhe," Fairy Tianju, hovering in midair, said, her expression slightly changed at the sight. As she spoke, she extended her hand, and a brilliant, clear rainbow appeared from thin air, wrapping around her waist like a silk ribbon. It was her life-giving magical weapon, the Ice Soul Divine Light. Hao Tu and Chizhe arrived at the scene in an instant, soon standing shoulder to shoulder with the 2 Lords Q. The 4 incarnations stood before the headless statue, clearly unwilling to allow Zhao Sheng and his companions to destroy it. Seeing this, the Pig King complained loudly, "Damn it, it's 3 against 4 again. Where are all the others hiding? Why haven't they arrived yet?" He wasn't afraid of being outmatched, but rather complaining about the slow action of his fellow cultivators. For example, the 9 Qi Demon Lord, Zijunan, and so on. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered as he looked around, opening his mouth but saying nothing. Just as the situation was becoming increasingly clear and developing in a direction unfavorable to the Xianzhu realm, misfortunes arose. The headless statue below suddenly flashed with specks of blood, and from the dense cracks, a large amount of blood fat, as thick as jade, suddenly overflowed. The bloody light emitted by the blood fat flickered, appearing unstable, yet its brilliance was extremely clear, exuding a majestic and sacred aura, without a trace of evil. But in less than 2 breaths, blood fat gushed forth continuously, quickly enveloping the statue completely, resembling a colossal blood jade statue. The bloodlight emanating from it grew increasingly dazzling, like 1,000 feet of divine light and 1,000 auspicious rays, the aura growing ever more magnificent and majestic. Seeing this, the Pig Emperor's expression changed slightly, and he immediately sent a secret message to Zhao Sheng, "Hurry, or it will be too late. Don't hide your backup plan. Bring it out." Meanwhile, Fairy Xianzhu silently clutched the Onely sound transmission conch in her sleeve, transmitting the scene to her fellow divine transformers. Zhao Sheng sent a message back, "Pig Emperor, be at ease. Everything is as I expected. We can observe from the sidelines, and when the battle begins, we'll strive to capture these thieves in one fell swoop." As they secretly communicated, the blood jade statue underwent another strange transformation. Blood snakes with human faces emerged from beneath the blood fat, twisting their bloody bodies and swimming frantically upwards. These human-faced blood snakes ranged in size, some exceeding 10,000 feet, while the smallest measured over 10 feet. They not only scrambled to swim upwards, but also devoured each other frantically. In an instant, the tens of thousands of human-faced blood snakes rapidly dwindled. Amidst this horrifying spectacle, mountain-sized human-faced blood pythons converged on the statue's head and unexpectedly merged with one another. In a flash, a blurry, 10,000-foot-long head took shape before everyone's eyes. At this moment, a terrifyingly powerful energy emanated faintly from the statue's interior. The Pig King and Fairy Xianzhu, who were watching from midair, both paled. No time to wait. This statue must be destroyed immediately. Fairy Xianzhu frowned, transmitting a message to the 2 nearby. "If we sit back and do nothing, we might be doomed. Don't wait for the others. Let's take action." the Pig King declared resentfully. Speaking of which, the Xianzhu realm had a total of 11 divine transformation warriors. How could it be that at this crucial moment, only 3 of them showed up, with not even a trace of the others? No wonder the Pig King was filled with resentment. Zhao Sheng advised, fellow Daoists, don't be impulsive. Don't you know that the main culprit, Emperor Yi, hasn't appeared yet? His absence suggests a conspiracy. If we act rashly, the consequences will be disastrous, not good. The statue's aura is rising too rapidly. It's already surpassed the middle stage of divine transformation and is rapidly ascending to the late stage. If we don't act now, we might not even have the courage to do it later. The Pig King took a glance, alarmed. At that moment, a booming sound echoed from the sky. The next moment, 9 balls of black light, carrying a 1,000-foot-high demonic flame, shot down in unison, aiming directly at the blood jade divine statue. Rumble. The demonic flames and black light swirled together, forming an immense black vortex that enveloped most of the statue. After a roar like muffled thunder, a blood-drenched giant hand tore through the vortex of demonic flames, extended its 5 fingers, and grasped inward. Within the palm's 5 fingers, a massive banner, blazing with demonic light, struggled like a living creature, but could not break free. Open, with a thunderous roar, a black blade 100 feet long streaked through the giant hand like lightning, severing all 5 fingers wherever it passed. The Chi demon banner struggled free, instantly following its master and disappearing in an instant. Simultaneously, 8 banner shadows soared skyward from the depths of the demonic flames, then shrank into 8 wisps of precious light, falling into the hands of the 9 Chi demon lord, who appeared out of nowhere and vanished in a flash. Just as the 9 Chi demon lord lost his grip, a terrifying aura of destruction descended from below. A brilliant blood-red light dyed the sky crimson, and a massive, blood-red head, with features as handsome as a god, emerged fully formed, lifelike and remarkably identical to Emperor Yi's. Zhao Sheng's heart sank as he sensed a vast, terrifying aura descending from below. Horrifying, beyond imagination. Even the Pig Emperor, Tianzhu, and other divine transformation true lords were like fireflies compared to the sun, dwarfed and insignificant. The Pope? No, it's the Divine Lord descending. Taoist Q's face drastically changed, and he blurted out. At these words, everyone's expressions dropped. Though the legendary blood god had long since fallen, some of his consciousness still lingered. Even if his strength was less than 1/10 of what it had been in life, he was no match for a mere divine transformation. With 2 thunderous swishes, the eyelids of the Emperor Yi had began to twitch, as if trying to open its eyes. However, each movement seemed to be under incredible pressure, as if the heavens had forbidden it from waking. This scene boosted the morale of the Pig Emperor and the other 2, who had been at a slight disadvantage. Elsewhere, Q, Hao Tu, and the other 4 true lords of the Nether Gods wore strange expressions of fear. They clearly wanted to flee, but dared not, their expressions utterly grim. However, at this moment, the blood god Sun, transformed from the supreme sage ancestor, suddenly lost his expression, his aura becoming indifferent. The next second, instead of retreating, it advanced, descending with a flash of light, immersing itself within the skull of Emperor Yi, becoming one with it. Instantly, the divine statue's aura surged, its destructive aura growing ever more powerful. The eyelids of Emperor Yi's head fluttered even more violently, as if ready to open at any moment. We must not allow the blood god to awaken successfully. Otherwise, we will all become his food. Fellow Taoist Zhao, quickly unleash the purple heavenly divine thunder. At this moment, Zhao Sheng's expression shifted, and the anxious voice of Master Chizha suddenly reached his ears. If fellow Taoist Chizha can show sincerity, Zhao will be able to. 2 breaths later, Zhao Sheng suddenly shouted, "Attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, Fairy Xianzhu, the Pig Emperor, and the 9 Chi Demon Lord all transformed into light and pounced upon their respective opponents. Elsewhere, True Man Chizha waved his hands, sending countless invisible blades of energy shooting out. Mid-flight, they converged into 2,000-foot-long vortices, one on the left and one on the right, directly enveloping the space around Hao Tu and Qiu. Taoist Qiu and Emperor Hao Tu were caught off guard and instantly trapped in the vortexes, unable to break free. However, at that moment, Fairy Xianzhu and the other 2 erupted with a 1,000-foot-long divine light, which instantly pierced the heavens, forming 3 massive pillars of light. Instantly, the 3 heavenly pillars ascended into the heavens at incredible speed, disappearing from view. This sudden change occurred so swiftly. By the time true man Chizha realized what was happening, it was too late. With his mind shaken, Master Chizha's body instinctively spun around and suddenly turned into a strand of crystal thread that shot towards the space-time channel. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533, New Space-Time Branch, Blood God's Dream Broken. As Chizha barely escaped the space-time tunnel, Zhao Sheng's figure suddenly faded and vanished. A fist-sized, shimmering purple sphere suddenly fell from its spot, plummeting into the void. The next moment, as the two great transformation masters, Gu and Hao Tu, watched in horror, the violet sphere rapidly expanded. Like a destructive monster freed from its bonds, it erupted in an incredible, dazzling burst of lightning. Boom! In an instant, the violet lightning expanded infinitely in all directions, piercing the space-time barrier between the mortal and the ethereal realms, devouring all matter in its path. The divine statue, Q, Hao Tu, the earth, and the void were all consumed by the lightning. Rumble. Space shattered, countless pitch-black rifts in space and time emerged from thin air, merging into an immense, chaotic black hole. An unimaginable amount of void realm abyssal ki poured forth from the black hole. The contact of this abyssal ki with the purple sky lightning was like adding fuel to a fire, instantly increasing the power of the divine thunder. In a split second, a colossal purple thundercloud emerged from the azure sky. Its radiant light, 1,000 times brighter than sunlight, shone brightly across most of the Xianzhou realm. The next instant, the purple thundercloud collapsed, transforming into a vast, earth-shattering thunder sea vortex. Immediately, an unimaginable, boundless suction force emerged from nowhere, sucking dust, smog, sand, debris, and even billions of spaceship fragments from a radius of 10,000 miles into the thunder sea vortex, utterly annihilating them. A moment later, the thunder sea vortex vanished, and the void black hole was repaired by the power of the present world. The dust and smog that permeated the heavens and earth were dramatically reduced compared to before. At that moment, a figure flashed in the sky, and Zhao Sheng appeared out of thin air, looking down at the earth with a scrutinizing gaze. A massive, perfectly semicircular pit had suddenly appeared in the earth below him, its walls smooth as if cut by a knife, its diameter a staggering 500 miles. At that moment, everything that had previously existed was wiped from the world by the purple sky divine thunder, vanishing completely. No, that's not right. As Zhao Sheng's gaze swept across the sky, his gaze fixed, a look of horror on his face. A crescent moon hung in the sky, albeit nearly 70% shorter than it had been a moment ago. But what shocked him even more was that, about 10 feet below the space-time rift, a strange, enormous humanoid skeleton hovered suspended in the air. The skeleton stood over 2 feet tall, seemingly composed of 2 different bones. The skeleton's entire left arm, the upper half of its right arm, most of its ribs, its neck, and the first 8 vertebrae were all crystal clear and shimmering, as if crafted from the finest crystal jade. The rest of the skeleton, such as the skull, tibia, pelvis, and other large bones, also exhibited jade-like qualities, remaining pristinely white. However, compared to the crystal jade spirit bone above, it was like unpolished jade compared to stone, the difference as vast as heaven and earth. The only similarity between the two was the dense cracks, though the cracks in the crystal bone were ancient, not fresh. The cracks in the other bones were numerous and deep, with numerous breaks and missing parts. The moment Zhao Sheng laid eyes on this strange skeleton, it seemed to awaken from its deathly stillness, suddenly alive. A dazzling burst of blood erupted from the massive skeleton. The blood surged and expanded, wisps of it coiling around every bone like a living being, emanating a vast amount of jade fat essence. Visibly, a dense network of blood vessels began to sprout from the skeleton surface. Then, countless granulation cells sprouted from the bloody aura. These granulation cells grew rapidly, intertwining and merging, enveloping the skeleton in a flash. Layer upon layer, they multiplied and accumulated, eventually growing into flawless muscles. Simultaneously, a thick, sticky blood filled the bone cavity. Internal organs like the heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys sprouted forth like balloons, reaching maturity in the blink of an eye before being covered in layers of flesh and blood, shielding them from Zhao Sheng's prying eyes. The skeleton's flesh and blood grew at an alarming rate, countless times faster than Zhao Sheng's own body could regenerate. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton had grown over half its flesh, and a terrifying aura of destruction emanated from it. Zhao Sheng's expression changed dramatically, and he suddenly shouted, "Fellow Taoist Xianjian, attack!" Before he had even finished his words, a dazzling sword light as bright as the moon pierced through the barrier of time and space, piercing the flesh monster's head with incredible speed. Just as the sword flashed towards him, the Heavenly Sword Emperor was about to strike. But in the nick of time, a bloody finger suddenly appeared, seemingly teleporting, blocking the sword's path. Zhao Sheng vaguely saw the finger flick, and a ball of bloody light appeared, as if an unimaginable force struck the Heavenly Sword itself. Boom! The silver-white Heavenly Sword was catapulted skyward, its aura flickering, a sharp, humming sound echoing through its body. Fortunately, the Heavenly Sword Emperor's sword was sturdy, and he quickly stabilized it. However, he was also filled with terror and immediately returned to the Void Realm, daring only to wander in the gloomy sky, not daring to reveal himself. Zhao Sheng's expression shifted, and he instinctively tried to activate his last purple heaven Divine Thunder. However, the next second, he suppressed the impulse within him. With a single thought, the 3 magical weapons, the 10,000 fire cauldron, the 3 yang blazing flag, and the 9 nether tower, all flew out from his danshan. The 10,000 fire cauldron spun and flashed, disappearing into the newly emerged Great Sun Dharma image. The 3 yang blazing flag fluttered in Zhao Sheng's left hand, its crimson, purple, and black suns stirring and radiating a hazy glow. The 9 netherworld pagoda soared into the air, hovering high above Zhao Sheng's head, shedding a vast expanse of black light that enveloped its owner and the surrounding space for miles. At that moment, an eagle's cry suddenly resounded through the heavens. The next moment, a giant eagle with black wings and a white head descended from the sky, soaring above Zhao Sheng in the blink of an eye. Its speed was lightning fast, barely slower than teleportation. The eagle was over 100 feet tall, its blood-red eyes piercing and gleaming with a brilliant wisdom. Its presence emanated a majestic aura no less powerful than that of a transformed divine master. The giant eagle flapped its wings and rolled through the air, suddenly transforming into a white-haired, hook-nosed, yin vulture-like elder. A pair of feathered wings sprouted from his back, each feather gleaming with a metallic, cold gleam. Zhao Sheng's heart trembled, recognizing the eagle demon as another blood god son, a true spirit comparable to God. Just as the giant eagle transformed into human form, a shimmering light emerged from its direction, instantly crossing most of the sky and landing beside Zhao Sheng. The light faded, revealing a thin, goat-bearded elder wielding a dragon-headed cane. It was the long-unseen dragonfish airman Zhou. Before Zhou could even greet Zhao Sheng, he spotted Emperor Yi, who was about to return to normal, and exclaimed in horror, "What kind of monster is this? Even the purple sky divine thunder can't kill it." In truth, the dragonfish airman hadn't seen the strange skeleton beneath the flesh and blood, otherwise he wouldn't have been so surprised. After all, no one could have imagined that parts of the blood god's remains could be spliced into Emperor Yi's body. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say that the blood god used Emperor Yi as a fetus, hoping to be reborn within him. Due to the suppression of the heavenly Dao within the nether god realm, the blood god was unable to achieve rebirth within the nether god realm and was forced to migrate to the Xianzhu realm. To this end, Emperor Yi mobilized the entire Xian Dao cult and rallied a host of local religious factions, launching a war between the two realms that lasted nearly 500 years. Invading the Xianzhu realm was merely one objective. The most important goal was to plunder the flesh and blood and souls of countless beings, gradually reforging his golden flesh and jade bones. In a time and space without Zhao Sheng, the blood god's plan finally came to fruition. After shedding most of his chaotic consciousness, the remaining lucidity revived within Emperor Yi's body, and with unparalleled strength, he easily devoured all of the Xianzhu realm's true gods. After ruling the Xianzhu realm for centuries, the blood god successfully ascended to the return to void, thus leaving the Xianzhu realm and embarking once again on his journey to ascension. However, the fate of the Xianzhu realm has now undergone a drastic change. With Zhao Sheng's return, the river of time and space has spawned a new branch. Within this new river of time and space, the blood god's unpredictable act was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Sheng's purple heavenly divine thunder. Of course, Zhao Sheng was completely unaware of this situation at this point. He also had no idea the incredible power possessed by a life demon of the Daluo Golden Immortal realm. As the purple heavenly divine thunder's power waned and finally vanished, Almost simultaneously, the other true lords of the two realms who were engaged in a fierce battle ceased their fighting and flew towards the rift in space and time. Within a moment of Dragonfish Airman Zhou Yu's appearance, the Mad Monk and the Dragon Emperor arrived, while the myriad spirits Ghost Ancestor and the old man in hemp clothes also appeared, flying to the vicinity of the Yin Vulture Elder. The difference was that the myriad spirits Ghost Ancestor was closer to the rift in space and time, maintaining some distance from the two blood godsons, as if ready to flee. In the blink of an eye, majestic beams of light descended from all directions, transforming into powerful and majestic transformation divine masters. A careful count revealed that besides Zhao Sheng, there were 5 other transformation divine masters: the Mad Monk, the Dragon Angler, the Dragon Emperor, Ji Yun, the Earth Treasure Master, and the Heavenly Sword Emperor. On the other side stood Emperor Yi, Emperor Jumang, the Ghost Ancestor of all spirits, and the two blood godsons, all 5 of whom were also at the transformation divine realm. 6 versus 5. The situation looked favorable for the Xianzhu realm. But in the world of immortal cultivation, where supreme power resides in the individual, victory or defeat in battle is not determined by numbers, but by the strongest being invincible. Looking at Emperor Yi, whose eyes remained closed and motionless, yet his aura continued to rise, seemingly without end, Zhao Sheng and the others all wore grim expressions, their hearts filled with unease. At that moment, 3 points of light suddenly appeared at the edge of the sky. Immediately, the light transformed into 3 streaks of light that descended from the sky. In a flash, they appeared within 1,000 feet of Zhao Sheng and his companions. Instantly, they transformed into 3 divine transformation masters: Fairy Xianzhu, Pig Emperor, and 9 Qi Demon Lord. With the arrival of these 3 new recruits, Dialong So, Jialong Emperor, Ji Yun, and the others felt reassured and emboldened. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Sword Emperor also emerged from the ethereal realm and reappeared in the mortal realm. It circled above Zhao Sheng's head, instantly emanating countless sword beams, the main body of the flying sword hidden within them. Suddenly, another strange transformation occurred. A vast scroll, hundreds of feet in size, appeared out of thin air before the rift in space-time. The scroll depicted peaks clustering, lush greenery rising from the sky, and a winding river, its surface surging with roaring water. It was a vivid, imaginative painting of a vast landscape. As the painting appeared, it descended toward the rift in space-time, instantly covering it entirely. Auras surged into the sky, and the clouds shifted. A moment later, the vast landscape vanished, along with the rift in space and time. At the same time, a slender, elegant young scholar suddenly emerged from midair. It was none other than Zijunan, the eternal Bojun. With a graceful demeanor, Zijunan slowly descended from the sky, his expression composed and composed. "Damn you stinking scholar! How dare you!" Seeing his retreat blocked, the myriad spirit Ghost Ancestor, furious, erupted in curses. Zijunan, not even glancing at the myriad spirit Ghost Ancestor, gazed gravely at Emperor Yi, whose aura was steadily rising. A closer look revealed an even more awful expression on his face. Emperor Yi's aura was now terrifying, far exceeding his expectations. He had already surpassed the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm and was rapidly approaching the limit of the spiritual transformation realm. A moment later, Zijunan, Dialong Zhao, and other heavenly pillar spiritual transformation realms all breathed a sigh of relief. A silver lining. Emperor Yi's aura wasn't indefinitely rising, it suddenly stopped after reaching a certain limit. Although Emperor Yi's power now far exceeded initial expectations, it ultimately did not exceed the limits of perception at the spiritual transformation realm, nor did it transcend the comprehension of the crowd. Emperor Yi's cultivation realm was likely stuck at the spiritual transformation realm, having not truly broken through to the return to void realm. It's reasonable to assume that if he truly could break through to the return to void realm, he would have single-handedly swept across the Xianzhu realm, and there would have been no need for the centuries-long war between the two realms. Of course, Zijunan, the 9 Qi Demon Lord, and the others couldn't see things from the same perspective as the Blood God, and naturally couldn't understand his grand vision. This led to such a contradictory mindset. Fellow Daoists, today's battle will determine the fate of this realm. I implore you not to conserve your strength, but to fight with all your might. We must slay all 5 enemy chieftains before us, leaving no one behind. On behalf of all beings in this realm, I beg you all." Even as he spoke, Zijunan secretly telepathically assigned his opponents to the other Daoists. "Attack, As soon as the word attack was uttered, the 10 Shiansu realm transformation true lords launched their attack in unison. Instantly, clouds stirred in all directions, and the primordial spirits emerged. To the east, 9 Chimo banners soared into the sky, and boundless black demonic flames billowed into the void, already engulfing the ghost ancestor of all spirits. Simultaneously, the mad monk chanted the Buddha's name loudly and stepped into the black demonic flames. In an instant, brilliant Buddhist light pierced the darkness, suppressing the void. To the west, the fairy Xianju pointed, and the ice soul divine light transformed into a dazzling aurora, enveloping the old man Yinju. The divine light enveloped him, and the surrounding void transformed into black ice. At the same time, the Dragon King rolled in the air, transforming into a giant with a dragon head 100 feet tall, its scales bulging. Its arms, bulging with sinew, grasped the air. In a flash of golden light, a sharp dragon claw, 100 feet long and immeasurably powerful, emerged and fiercely clawed at the old man Yinju. Wherever the claws flashed, everything, visible and invisible, was reduced to dust. To the north, 5 colored spiritual sands transformed into a vast sandstorm, sweeping towards Emperor Zhu Mang. A faint glint of sword light appeared from the depths of the vast storm. To the south, the dragon fisherman raised his dragon-headed staff and gently pointed it at the old man in hemp clothes. With a resounding roar, the phantom of a boundless ocean suddenly descended upon the human world, instantly sucking the old man in hemp clothes into the ocean illusion. The dragon fisherman stepped into the water and instantly sank beneath. The next moment, the sea surged with surging waves, and a faint glow of blood shone from beneath the surface. The four-way melee was intense from the outset. Each player engaged with all their might, displaying their most renowned magical powers and weapons. However, the crucial battle wasn't theirs. Instead, it was the Pig King, Zijunan, and Zhao Sheng who joined forces to simultaneously confront the godlike Emperor Yi. Chapter 534, Fierce Battle. Hey! With a resounding cry like a bolt from the blue, the Pig King suddenly unleashed a mighty power like the ocean. Its body then expanded dramatically, and with the force of a mountain, it crashed into Emperor Yi, more than 10 miles away. A resounding roar accompanied by thunder and wind. A burst of yellow light instantly dissipated the haze in the sky. A massive, unparalleled wild boar, its shoulders taller than a mountain, stomped on billowing yellow clouds and slammed headfirst into the giant figure in midair. Boom! The atmosphere shook, the void trembled faintly. The Pig King, surging with a shimmering yellow cloud, rushed over 100 miles before finally coming to a stop. However, this earth-shattering collision struck nothing. At this moment, Zhao Sheng and Zijunan, attacking from either side, also struck nothing. The two watched helplessly as the Pig Emperor's true form charged forward. Emperor Yi vanished into thin air, undetectable to the naked eye and even psychic intuition. It was as if he had vanished from the heavens and earth. Oh no! Everyone, be careful! Zhao Sheng suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility, his face changing drastically. He instinctively sent a warning message to his fellow comrades. At the same time, Zijunan's expression also changed drastically. He instantly transformed into light and fled, splitting into 32 identical figures that fled in all directions. However, Zhao Sheng's warning was ultimately too late. Suddenly, a scream rang out from the depths of the 5-colored sandstorm to the north. The screams abruptly ceased, and the sandstorm dissipated, roaring and plummeting. At that moment, a blinding sword flash pierced the sandstorm like lightning, reaching Zhao Sheng's head in a flash. Then, the panicked voice of the Heavenly Sword Emperor echoed, "Be careful. That monster possesses the ability to teleport." Ji Yun has already died at his hands. Zhao Sheng, Zijunan, Diao Longsao, and the other 9 celestial pillar transformation gods were all horrified and filled with fear. This was because teleportation was the most significant sign of a return to void semi-immortal. To most cultivators, it was no different from teleportation. Zhao Sheng's phase shift talent was essentially a castrated version of teleportation. Emperor Yi, after all, was the blood god's predetermined backup, possessing some of the special abilities of the return to void realm even at the peak of his transformation god stage. While everyone in the celestial pillar realm was wary of their own safety, Zhu Meng, Ghost Ancestor, and the other 4 were overjoyed and, in turn, entangled their opponents, denying them a chance to escape. At that moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere behind the Dragon Emperor. Swift as lightning, he extended his jade-like right hand and casually pressed it against the Dragon Queen's back. Emperor Yi's face was impassive, his expression impassive. His 5 fingers, seemingly grasping lightly, suddenly pierced deeply into the Dragon Emperor's body. The Dragon Emperor's scales, indestructible through millennia of refinement and invulnerable to water and fire, comparable to the finest defensive magical weapon, were shattered with a single thrust. Ah, spare my life, the Dragon Emperor, as if his vitals were being pinched, paled and shrank, his boundless strength vanishing. Emperor Yi's expression remained impassive, ignoring the other's pleas for mercy. His right arm suddenly thickened and swelled, emitting a dazzling bloody light. "Stop," Zhao Sheng roared, and a white light erupted before him, transforming into a small silver bow. The bowstring suddenly flexed into a full moon, and 9 silver-white arrows shot out simultaneously. Then, a bow rang out, and 9 arrows flashed away. The next moment, the void above Emperor Yi blurred as 9 arrows descended from thin air, charging towards the 6 Yang leader. However, Emperor Yi's figure flashed and vanished once more. There, the heavenly sword rang with a trembling sound, and with a ghostly flash of light, it appeared behind Zhao Sheng, fiercely slashing a massive hand reaching out from the ethereal realm. Snap! Blood splattered in all directions, and with a tremendous force, the heavenly sword itself was hurled back, but it had managed to inflict a 3-inch deep wound on Emperor Yi's right hand. In the blink of an eye, the wound healed as quickly as before. Seeing this scene, Zijunan and the others felt a wave of despair. Against such a powerful and almost immortal monster, even numbers were useless. In the telepathic perception of the transformation gods, Emperor Yi appeared and disappeared like a ghost, his presence and absence invisible. Its form shifted erratically, appearing both graceful and eerie. At this moment, the true lords watched in horror as the Dragon Emperor's massive body rapidly shrank, quickly becoming a mummified corpse. Then, its corpse transformed into streams of pure essence, merging into Emperor Yi's body. This horrifying sight sent chills down the spines of all who witnessed it, filled with utter terror. No one would wish to experience such a horrific death. Dia Alongso, Zijunan, Xianzhu Fairy, and the others, all possessing exceptional intelligence, instantly realized that even if they fled, they would only be defeated. Therefore, no one needed to warn them. Just as the Dragon Emperor and Ji Yun were successively absorbed by Emperor Yi, the remaining heavenly pillars of transformation simultaneously withdrew, rapidly gathering together. The Pig Emperor rolled into the air, instantly transforming back into human form. He retreated to Zhao Sheng's side, back to back. Having spent over a year together, the Pig Emperor was well aware of Zhao Sheng's formidable abilities. Coupled with his millennial friendship with Zhao Zunjing, he proactively approached. At the same time, the other transformation gods also formed into formations in 2s and 3s, jointly resisting the formidable enemy. Indistinctly, the 8 heavenly pillar transformation gods all tacitly occupied a single position, their auras connected, forming a faint unity. At this moment, the Pig Emperor transmitted a slightly dejected message. "Young friend Zhao, I'm afraid we're in great danger now. Since ancient times, there has always been a way out. Although Emperor Yi possesses incredible powers, they cannot last forever. Otherwise, he alone would have swept across this world centuries ago. Why wait until today?" Zhao's expression was stern, his right arm rapidly growing to a massive 50 feet. His gaze darted around as he offered solace. The Pig Emperor, catching a glimpse of Zhao Sheng's enlarged right arm, felt a sense of relief. He had no idea what the big and small Rui immortal techniques were, but he was well aware of the terrifying nature of this enormous, transformed arm. It could even be said that this man, with just this enormous right arm, could hold his own against any late-stage transformation god great true lord. Zhao Sheng had barely finished speaking when the heavenly sword emperor suddenly blared a warning. Up there, Zhao Sheng's face darkened, and a blurry image flashed through his mind, a massive, slender figure emerging from the endless shadows. Without hesitation, Zhao Sheng raised his enormous right arm and delivered a powerful punch overhead. Light surged forth like a tidal wave, distorting the very void. Simultaneously, the Pig King roared heavenward, and a ball of solid, golden yellow light suddenly shot out from its mouth, like a cannonball, blasting towards the now revealed Emperor Yi. Elsewhere, a rusted, bronze bell suspended in front of Zijunan suddenly shone with dazzling light, ringing without a breeze. Clang! A long, melodious chime instantly echoed across thousands of miles. Zhao Sheng and the others felt a sudden sense of peace and tranquility upon hearing it, but when Emperor Yi heard it, he frowned slightly and faltered. At that moment, the heavenly sword transformed into a rainbow and pierced Emperor Yi's forehead. The tip of the sword penetrated 3 inches into the flesh, tearing the flesh apart and threatening to pierce through his forehead. In the nick of time, a jade-like hand grasped the heavenly sword's hilt with lightning speed. With a single thrust, the sword retreated inch by inch. No matter how the sword's radiance roared like a raging dragon, it was like a struggling loach, being pulled out of the body inch by inch. Simultaneously, a vast golden mace light materialized from thin air, easily destroying the fist's light and the yellow ball of light. Zhao Sheng felt a sharp pain in his right hand, followed by an overwhelming force that sent him flying over 3 meters. The other great incarnations also took action. Fairy Xianju, the Mad Monk, and Dialongso formed the 3 talents formation, temporarily holding off the attacks of the 4 great incarnations, including the ghost ancestor of 10,000 spirits and Zhu Mang. The 9 Qi Demon Lord, standing close to Zijunan, the 9 Qi Demon banners on his back fluttered in the wind, emitting a vast black flame. The black light converged inward, instantly manifesting a 3-eyed giant, 100 feet tall, majestic as a mountain, and as ugly as a demon. The 3-eyed Qijian roared furiously, swirling a billowing mass of demonic flames as it lunged towards Emperor Yi. At that moment, the ethereal bell rang again. Ling. Emperor Yi's form, on the verge of fading into nothingness, was instantly repelled and pounced upon. Amidst the raging demonic flames, the 3-eyed giant suddenly transformed into a strange demonic shadow, invading Emperor Yi's flesh. Then, through some unknown means, it absorbed Emperor Yi's essence, blood, and vital energy. Instantly, as if adding fuel to the fire, the 9 Qi demon banner surged with divine light, a dazzling radiance that momentarily illuminated most of the sky. Hit! Zhao Sheng's eyes shone fiercely. He raised his enormous right hand and pointed it at Emperor Yi. In an instant, a massive gray sword slashed through the air, slicing through Emperor Yi's left hand. The next moment, the flesh on the 5 fingers of Emperor Yi's left hand silently vanished, leaving only 5 crystal-clear phalanges. Furthermore, the bones had become much darker than before, their surfaces slightly scuffed. Zhao Sheng's sharp eyes caught a sudden flicker of confusion, and he also caught a strange, subtle sign of struggle on his face. At that moment, the heavenly sword felt the pressure on its blade greatly reduced. Unable to resist, it roared with excitement, unleashing an unprecedented radiance. It suddenly broke free from its restraints and soared into the gloomy sky. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng's mind flashed with inspiration, and he shouted in astonishment, "No! He's not Emperor Yi, but the Blood God. It's the Blood God's consciousness that's controlling this body. As the saying goes, a wise man sees things at a glance." Zijunan, Dialongso, and the others were all incredibly intelligent. Hearing these words, they were instantly enlightened and sparked with hope. Whether Emperor Yi's body was under his own control or being manipulated by the Blood God was a crucial question. Even ants struggle to survive, let alone Emperor Yi, a supreme being in his realm. Emperor Yi didn't want to die, but he was powerless to counter the Blood God's consciousness. Therefore, unless forced into a desperate situation, he would never actively awaken the Blood God's consciousness within him. This was one of the key reasons the war between the 2 realms had continued to this day. "Attack his left arm, ribs, and spine," Zhao Sheng shouted urgently, transmitting a memory image to his fellow cultivators. Upon catching a clear glimpse of the strange skeleton, Zijunan and the others suddenly realized what was happening and immediately changed their attack direction. Puff! At that moment, the 9 Qi Demon Lord's face contorted as he suddenly gushed out a large mouthful of blood. Blood splattered into the air, instantly transforming into a billowing, foul-smelling glow. Blood-red vines as thick as buckets sprouted from the bloody light, morphing into hundreds in the blink of an eye. They frantically entwined the 9 Qi Demon Lord. Simultaneously, arm-thick blood vines tore through flesh and emerged from the 9 Qi Demon Lord's body, emitting a thick, bloody glow. The 9 Qi Demon Lord wailed, his body emaciating at a visible rate. Seeing himself on the verge of death from the blood vines, the 9 Qi Demon Lord truly lived up to his reputation as a peerless hero of the demonic path. His face darkened, and he slapped his forehead. Instantly, a foot-tall little man flew out from overhead, swiftly disappearing into a Qi Demon banner. In the next instant, the 9 Qi Demon banners erupted in demonic flames, engulfing their owners. The demonic fire ignited, instantly annihilating the 9 Qi Demon Lord's body, along with the countless blood vines. Elsewhere, Emperor Yi's expression faded once more. After escaping the siege, he suddenly vanished into thin air. Zhao Sheng and the others paled at the sight, spontaneously moving towards the center, denying the enemy a chance to attack. With a swish, the heavenly sword reappeared, instantly soaring above Zhao Sheng's head, where it circled endlessly. Zhao Sheng was utterly surprised. The situation was so dire, yet the heavenly sword emperor hadn't taken the opportunity to flee. The situation wasn't right, and Zhao Sheng wouldn't even ask such a foolish question as why the heavenly sword hadn't fled. For a moment, then another, everyone stood on guard, but Emperor Yi never made a move. At that moment, the southern sky was a rolling green wave, filled with a vast, smoke-like mist. Deep within the obscuring mist, a gigantic, monstrous tree with thousands of twisted branches and jagged green leaves loomed. The Jumang Emperor, who had once resembled a child, now resembled a burly, ugly man, his upper body leaning out from the tree trunk, his clear eyes emitting a faint green light. Under the constant onslaught of the green mist, the three-colored barrier jointly erected by the mad monk and his three companions gradually shrank in size. As the green mist steadily dissipated, Jumang Emperor gradually aged, transforming into a frail old man in a blink of an eye. The hemp-clothed old man and the two blood god puppets, the divine eagle demon, also worked diligently, one commanding the ancient bronze tree, the other revealing their true form, bombarding the three-colored barrier with all their might, attempting to quickly defeat the three-person alliance. The most bizarre behavior was, in fact, the myriad spirit ghost ancestor. Instead of joining the attack, it spun countless ghostly clones, each charging into the space-time rift. As wave after wave of ghosts were trapped in the illusion, the myriad spirit ghost ancestor nearly lost his temper. He had long seen the signs of trouble. Even Emperor Yi's unrivaled power couldn't change the situation. This battle left the netherworld realm utterly defeated, a situation far beyond the reach of a single individual. Furthermore, Emperor Yi's condition was clearly abnormal, clearly possessed by a spirit. The ghost ancestor of all spirits did not want to leave his great cause unfulfilled, only to become a mere snack for the blood god. After a brief stalemate, the heavenly sword suddenly and anxiously warned, left. Zhao Sheng, unthinkingly, slashed to the left with his right hand. Instantly, a shimmering gray light of annihilation permeated, and simultaneously, his massive palm struck the tip of a massive golden mace with unimaginable force. At the end of the mace lay a jade-colored hand with distinct joints. Chapter 535, The Skills End Here. With a loud bang, Zhao Sheng's entire body shook violently, leaving him dizzy and dazed. In a flash, a strange, invisible vibration surged from the intersection of his palm and mace into the purple palace soul sea, sending a raging wave through the soul sea. His spirit and body were so dizzy that they nearly ripped him from his body. The next moment, Zhao Sheng was sent flying backward, falling back into the defensive circle of Zijunan and the Pig Emperor. The Pig Emperor's expression changed. He immediately shielded Zhao Sheng behind him, simultaneously raising his serrated fang knife with both hands and slashing fiercely forward. Two arcs of blade light pierced the void, extending thousands of feet. A faint crackling sound echoed through the air as they passed. Bang! Emperor Yi released his divine mace, his body flashing slightly as he dodged the blade's light. In an instant, he appeared above the Pig Emperor's head, his left hand curled into a tiger claw, and he grabbed the Pig Emperor's forehead from a distance. Before the claw wind arrived, 5 razor-sharp, blood-red rays of cold light enveloped the Pig King's 7 orifices, sending a chill through his body and sending his demonic spirit surging. Simultaneously, the god-slaying mace soared into the air. With a slight flicker of its tip, hundreds of massive mace beams shot forth, shattering the blade's radiance in a single blow. Undamaged, the mace beams enveloped the void for hundreds of miles like a torrential rainstorm, thundering down upon all but the Pig King's heavenly pillars, including the 9 Chi Demon Lord, whose only remaining spirit form remained. The true form of the god-slaying mace, the heavenly Deus Ex's most precious treasure, was cloaked within the countless beams, their illusions and illusions indistinguishable. Elsewhere, just as the Pig King's forehead was about to be pierced, a simple sword flash appeared, instantly slicing through Emperor Yi's left hand. Though the sword's light penetrated only an inch, the immense impact slowed the tiger claw's downward strike by a fraction of a second. Zhao Zhenjin, standing nearby, reacted with remarkable swiftness. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a powerful, invisible force, instantly pushing the Pig King forward, narrowly escaping danger. However, whether intentional or not, his act of saving the Pig King exposed Zhao Sheng behind him. Emperor Yi's claw missed, but his expression remained unmoved. His left hand shifted from claw to palm, slashing out. Instantly, a faint, eerie, and blood-red palm shadow, without a trace of fireworks, slashed towards Zhao Sheng's head. A fatal blow would have shattered Zhao Sheng's head, even with his extraordinary powers. In the nick of time, a flaming meteor suddenly shot up from Zhao Sheng's chest, while a 9-story, half-black, half-white pagoda descended from above. The 10,000 fire cauldron spun like lightning, instantly releasing dozens of different kinds of celestial and celestial true fires. These fires intertwined and merged along unique paths, weaving together in the blink of an eye to form magnificent, 9-colored rivers of fire, protecting their master. The 9 Netherworld Pagoda unleashed a vast, invisible, and overwhelming force of suppression, crushing the incoming blood-red palm shadow. After centuries of Zhao Sheng's tireless nurturing and refinement, the 10,000 fire cauldron and the 9 Netherworld Pagoda had successfully reached a crucial stage, their spirituality emerging and possessing the instinct to proactively protect their master. At this moment, Zhao Sheng barely managed to calm the trembling in his soul sea and abruptly opened his eyes, a look of horror in his eyes. Everyone, be careful. That golden mace is the heavenly Deus Ex's most precious divine mace, a top-tier spiritual treasure. Be careful not to get hit, or your soul will be knocked out of your body. Regaining consciousness, Zhao Sheng immediately sent a message to his fellow Daoists. Simultaneously, he swung his right fist, a surge of mana surging into the tip of his fist, amplified tenfold. With one blow, he unleashed a torrent of radiant flames, a torrent of light that flooded the void for 100 miles, temporarily forcing Emperor Yi back. Zhao Sheng's warning was ultimately too late. Suddenly, a scream echoed from over 70 miles away. At that moment, one of the Qi demon banners, blazing with demonic flames, was struck by the god-slaying mace. The 9 Qi demon lord's spirit, clutching its head and screaming in agony, escaped the magical weapon's protection and fell into the void. With a swish, the massive golden mace blurred and suddenly appeared above the 9 Qi demon lord's head, smashing down with lightning speed. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the 9 Qi demon lord's spirit was blasted into countless points of light by the god-slaying mace, which then absorbed it completely. Having absorbed the soul's body, the god-slaying mace seemed to have taken a tonic. Its golden glow shone brightly, almost blindingly. With a long, excited hum, the treasure spun around, striking out again with a myriad mace lights. Simultaneously, it transformed into a stream of golden light, blending into the light and disappearing. Within the 3 talents formation, the dragon angler's goat's beard danced wildly. Suddenly, he cried out, "Oops!" He flung his dragon-headed staff and shouted, "Ocean-covering staff, go!" With a roar that shook heaven and earth, the sea-covering staff radiated divine light, swelling in the wind. In an instant, it transformed into a 5-clawed dragon, its scales and claws flying, its head shaking and its tail wagging. Simultaneously, above the dragon angler, the mad monk, and the fairy Xianju, a vast, almost illusory azure sea suddenly appeared. The 5-clawed dragon, 1,000 feet tall, coiled and swirled within the illusory sea, stirring the wind and waves, and soaring through the clouds. Upon seeing this, fairy Xianju fixed her gaze, opened her mouth, and spat out a fist-sized, crystal-white pearl, radiating a hazy glow. "Cold female pearl, go!" With a gentle shout, the cold female pearl spun, sweeping up a vast expanse of frigid, murderous light. It soared high into the sky, merging with a 5-clawed true dragon. Ice and water are inherently one and the same. At this moment, the cold female pearl, harnessing the power of the sea-covering staff, instantly increased its power several-fold. In the blink of an eye, countless palm-sized ice crystals rained down from the sky within a radius of 800 miles, each capable of freezing the surrounding area for several feet. At this moment, the vast mace lights in the sky froze. The once ethereal, formless mace lights rapidly formed a thick layer of frost, then slowed down, finally plummeting to the ground like a solid object. At that moment, a mace light over 100 feet behind Zhao Sheng exploded with a bang, and the massive golden mace reappeared. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and his right arm suddenly ignited with a chaotic gray light. The gray light then converged into 3-foot-long gray sword beams, sweeping across the void to the right. Just then, Emperor Yi materialized from the void to the right, met with the annihilating sword beams. Emperor Yi's expression was impassive. With a wave of his left hand, Countless blood-red shadows materialized, neutralizing the annihilating sword beams one by one. Simultaneously, the myriad fire cauldron spun, flying behind its master, colliding head-on with the incoming divine slaying mace. Boom! The atmosphere shook for 100 miles as both treasures were sent flying backwards. The myriad fire cauldrons glowed slightly, clearly lacking the power of the divine slaying mace. Seeing his strike miss, Zhao Sheng frowned. After several rounds of fighting, he had finally realized that Emperor Yi was pursuing him alone. Zhao Sheng reflected and immediately realized that he had done too many good deeds in this life, which had maximized his ability to taunt. Now, retribution had arrived, and the blood god wished to crush him to dust 100 times. At this moment, Zijunan also noticed something was going on. With a thought, he immediately sent a telepathic message to Zhao Sheng. A second later, Zhao Sheng's expression shifted slightly, and he suddenly retreated over 10 feet, putting distance between him and the Pig King, but closing in on Zijunan within 10 feet. Zijunan's eyes flickered, and his right hand, tucked under his sleeve, flickered, revealing a shimmering azure jade talisman. 10 feet, responding to the heavenly sword's warning, Zhao Sheng unhesitatingly thrust his right fist downward, colliding squarely with a jade palm. Crack! A sharp pain shot through his right wrist. Zhao Sheng was sent flying back over 3 feet, but instead of being surprised, he felt joy. With each exchange, the Heavenly Sword Emperor's coordination with the others grew increasingly seamless. Most importantly, the Heavenly Sword Emperor possessed the magical power of sword vision, allowing him to see Emperor Yi's movements in the virtual world. Otherwise, with his teleportation ability alone, Emperor Yi would have easily annihilated all the heavenly pillars transformed gods. Supreme Being, great virtue and blessings. Disciple Junin prays for the return of all the ancestors. 6 stings and 6 giants, obey my command. Resolve. In a split second, Zijunan silently chanted the divine incantation, and the azure jade talisman in his hand suddenly vanished into thin air. The next moment, within a 1,000-mile radius, 6 invisible, intangible humanoid figures simultaneously appeared in the 6 directions: front, back, left, right, up, and down. These 6 figures simultaneously emanated an invisible and indescribable vibration that instantly spread throughout the 1,000-mile radius of space and time, causing subtle changes in that area. This talisman, known as the 6 Stings and 6 Giants Talisman, was originally nurtured and refined over 10,000 years by successive generations of Supreme Induction Sect transformed gods to create this high-level Taoist talisman. This talisman, possessing the temporary power to command heaven and earth, altering the order of heaven and earth, was originally stored in a secret vault of the Supreme Induction Sect, serving as the sect's foundation and rarely brought out. However, just before the battle, Zijunan, out of caution, retrieved this talisman from the vault, along with several other treasures that protect the sect beyond all else. In terms of wealth and heritage, the Supreme Induction Sect is undoubtedly the foremost in the Xianzhu realm. Emperor Yi was the first to sense the abnormality, immediately realizing that the surrounding space and time had become much more solidified than before, making the task of piercing the space-time barrier infinitely more difficult. Because of this, Emperor Yi's movement slowed, giving Zhao Sheng, Zijunan, and the Pig Emperor an opportunity to seize the opportunity. Clang clang clang. Zijunan reached out and repeatedly struck the Zuling bell, causing it to emit a series of long, melodious tones. The invisible vibrations caused Emperor Yi's body to tremble, greatly slowing his reaction time. The Pig Emperor swiftly swung the serrated fang knife in his right hand. The blade transformed into a razor-sharp rainbow, piercing Emperor Yi's left arm. This knife, formed from 2 fangs near the Pig Emperor's mouth, had been nurtured over millennia, its power far greater than that of ordinary ancient artifacts. Simultaneously, the Heavenly Sword Emperor transformed into a simple flash of sword light and slashed at Emperor Yi's left arm. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng immediately swung the 3-yang blazing flag in his left hand, pouring pure mana into it like a torrent. Instantly, the flag soared, flames filled the air, and 3 great suns, red, purple, and black, rose from the flames, illuminating the heavens and the underworld. The 3 suns overlapped, instantly transforming into an immensely deep black hole. With its intense heat, the black hole crashed into Emperor Yi's arms, instantly engulfing him. At the same time, flashes of swords and sabers slashed through Emperor Yi's left arm, instantly melting away the flesh and revealing the crystal jade bones beneath. Further scars of varying depths were left on the surface of the bones. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng felt elated, yet a sense of something was amiss. It was true that Emperor Yi had been elusive, having killed 3 fellow divine transformation cultivators in quick succession. However, the strength Emperor Yi had displayed during their encounter, while terrifying, was not as formidable as one might imagine. One could even argue that a monster possessing the ultimate divine transformation level shouldn't be limited to this. Furthermore, the unfathomable blood god was now controlling Emperor Yi's body. Unless Emperor Yi was deliberately hindering him, or perhaps the blood god himself was experiencing some serious problem, Zhao Sheng's heart leaped, then he erupted in ecstasy. Boom! A resounding explosion suddenly echoed throughout the area. At that moment, the black hole was shattered by a single punch, and a massive figure emerged from the scattered flames. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he retreated rapidly, joining the Pig King and Zijunan. Hundreds of miles above, the sea-covering staff transformed into a 5-clawed true dragon and tangled with a god-slaying mace, the 2 treasures chasing and clashing across the sky. The cold female pearl accompanied it, repeatedly emitting vast blasts of cold light that froze the void, significantly slowing the god-slaying mace's flight. Elsewhere, the myriad spirit ghost ancestor had vanished without a trace. Perhaps Zijunan, feeling overwhelmed by the enemy, deliberately let it escape. Emperor Yi's eyes flashed with a fierce bloodshot. The burns on his body quickly vanished, and the flesh on his left arm healed in the blink of an eye. Boom! Zhao Sheng's eyes met Emperor Yi's, and he felt a sudden, invisible divine light pierce his eyes. His vision instantly went black, as if a knife had been plunged into his brain, and a sharp pain coursed through his mind. Not good, fellow Taoist, retreat, the heavenly sword sounded a warning. Zhao Sheng instinctively activated phase shift, but the surrounding space-time increased dramatically, and the attack failed. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the Pig King unleashed a torrent of magical power from his left hand, sending him flying. Simultaneously, the Pig King hurled his jagged fang blade, his twin blades transforming into rainbows, blocking Emperor Yi's path. But Emperor Yi, with one punch after another, sent both blades flying. Boom! The 10,000 fire cauldron soared towards Emperor Yi, like a massive sun, crashing down upon him. A blood-red lotus suddenly materialized behind Emperor Yi's head, emanating countless blood-red threads that instantly entangled the 10,000 fire cauldron and slowly pulled it towards the lotus. The heavenly sword slashed down, but was stopped mid-air by a pink handkerchief. The handkerchief emanated a mysterious pink light, which landed on the heavenly sword, causing it to stagger and dance erratically, as if drunk. Ziju was horrified by the sight. He snapped his fingers, sending streams of light shooting out. The light soared into the air and dispersed, transforming into an ancient stone tablet, a pair of yin-yang blades, and a massive demon corpse brimming with ferocious rage. The ancient stone tablet expanded 1,000-fold, like a towering mountain, crashing down upon Emperor Yi. The yin-yang blades transformed into 2 black and white wheels of light that pursued each other with incredible speed, severing the blood vessels and shattering the lotus platform. They still had enough force to strike at the back of Emperor Yi's head. At that moment, a massive arm suddenly sprouted from Emperor Yi's back, and with a single punch, it sent the yin-yang blades flying. Roar! The remaining divine transformation level demon corpses howled to the heavens, swirling with a tidal wave of corpse energy as they charged down, attempting to intercept and embrace Emperor Yi. However, before the demon corpses could reach them, a pitch-black, iron-like, hideous humanoid monster materialized from thin air in front of Emperor Yi. It was none other than the three-eyed great Qi Jian, who had been dead for countless years. In an instant, the 2 great corpse kings of the divine transformation level suddenly collided with each other, and soon they engaged in a fierce battle, neither of them being stronger. Chapter 536, Zhao Xuanjing arrives, Emperor Yi is seriously injured. As the divine transformation masters of the Xianzhuan Yaoshan realms engaged in their ultimate showdown, the skies above the heavenly burial plane felt like a cataclysmic event. The aftermath of the true masters' clash spread across a radius of thousands of miles. For a moment, the nascent soul ancestors of both realms, even those lucky enough to have survived, fled desperately fleeing the central battlefield. Meanwhile, Fixin City, retreating thousands of miles away, slowly rose into the air, braving the hurricane and dust clouds, speeding towards the heavenly burial plane, poised to join the fray. Thousands of silver-white sword flashes, like floating duckweed, swept across 100 miles. Suddenly, a crackling sound resounded like firecrackers. Countless jet-black eagle feather swords were shattered, then rained down from the sky. Maka is boundless, the holy heart is boundless. Behold my Mocha demon subduing seal, the mad monk chanted aloud, his hands forming a lotus-like incantation, then struck the blood-eyed giant eagle over 10 miles away. The incantation flew forth, instantly expanding countless times, transforming into a mountain-sized swastika-shaped golden seal. Carrying boundless Buddha light, it instantly crossed over 10 miles of space and struck the blood-eyed giant eagle, frozen in thick ice. Boom! A golden light exploded, filling the void for 100 miles. The blood-eyed giant eagle, engulfed in the Buddha light, exploded into a blinding golden glow. The demon wailed and struggled, but stumbled and fell to the ground. The next moment, a massive Buddha, transformed by the mad monk, descended from the sky, crashing into the cavern where the giant eagle had fallen, instantly pinning the blood god puppet down. Not good. When Zhao Sheng regained consciousness, he saw Diyi's unparalleled ferocity, single-handedly overpowering the Pig King, Zijunan, and Bianjian, 3 figures of his own level. He immediately felt the situation was extremely daunting. Even more astonishing was the blood god's consciousness, which seemed to gradually suppress Diyi's resistance. Not only was he becoming increasingly accustomed to this body, but he was also gradually unleashing his ultimate divine transformation power. The best evidence of this was that Diyi was now like the Taoist Duabao, effortlessly producing treasures one after another and manipulating them against his enemies with increasing ease. In terms of profound heritage, the Xiandao sect, also a long-established dominant power, rivaled the Taishanganiying sect in no way, possessing a mountain of treasures beyond count. As the head of the Xiandao sect, Diyi likely possessed only the utmost in treasures, a quantity unknown to anyone but himself. However, Zhao Sheng knew one thing: this ultimate battle could not be delayed any longer. After all, at this rate, the longer the battle dragged on, the lower their chances of victory. At this thought, Zhao Sheng's gaze hardened, his spirit and energy instantly reaching their limit. He suddenly raised his right arm high, and it suddenly ignited with a blazing bloody glow. A layer of pure, watery, willful light emerged from the flesh. This radiance of will, like adding fuel to fire, erupted from Zhao Sheng's right arm and right hand, a dazzling, almost blinding, blood-red flame. Enshrouded by the blood-red flame, the flesh and blood of this enormous right arm rapidly melted away, merging into the dense bones. 70 miles away, True Lord Zijunan, aided by Emperor Xianjian, was wielding 7 or 8 ancient treasures to counter Emperor Yi's aggressive attacks, but he was already losing ground. The Pig King's tenacity in maintaining his undefeated position was due to 60% of the effort. Despite his thick skin and flesh, the Pig King displayed remarkable fortitude, charging headfirst and engaging Emperor Yi in close combat. However, Emperor Yi's divine left hand was too powerful, draining him of vital energy and blood with every contact. Since the beginning of the battle, the Pig King's once rotund frame had become emaciated, his bones protruding from his bones, a terrifying sight. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he suddenly transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring towards the battle group 70 miles away. 70 miles passed in a flash. However, before he could strike, Emperor Yi had freed himself from the Pig King's grasp and, in a flash, soared overhead. His left hand, a tiger claw, erupted with a foot-long blood-red light from his fingertips, piercing Zhao Sheng's forehead. Before the blood-red light could reach him, a terrifying, overwhelming pressure, like an abyss, enveloped him. Simultaneously, an unimaginable mental shock surged into Zhao Sheng's purple palace, manifesting as a blood-red face of the heavenly Dao, threatening to devour his soul. As the saying goes, every failure teaches wisdom. Zhao Sheng had already suffered a setback, and now, with all his might, he had already constructed layers of soul defenses above the soul sea. Therefore, despite the blood-red face's formidable power, a single strike couldn't completely destroy all of his soul defenses. Zhao Sheng's heart trembled. While summoning the 9 Netherworld Pagoda to block Emperor Yi's tiger claws, he unleashed the forbidden technique of the bone-slaying god sword with all his might, striking Emperor Yi in the chest. With a crack, Zhao Sheng's right arm was severed at the shoulder, instantly transforming into a 3-meter-long, pale bone sword, its blade ablaze with a bloody flame of an extremely restrained will. The next moment, a pale sword light pierced the void and penetrated Emperor Yi's chest with incredible speed. All the defensive measures and protective armor he had deployed were like paper, vulnerable to the bone-slaying god sword, which had been refined for centuries and had its power increased tenfold. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Zhao Sheng vaguely sensed a hint of struggle in the other party's cold and ruthless gaze as the bone-slaying god sword lashed out. Boom! As the bone-slaying god sword pierced Emperor Yi's chest, a massive ball of light erupted, 1,000 times brighter and more dazzling than sunlight. Immediately thereafter, a colossal explosion, unprecedented in history, erupted above the sky burial plane. Instantly, a dazzling sun, 100 miles in diameter, emerged from the clouds. Its radiant light pierced the dust cloud that permeated the heavens and earth, dispelling the darkness and clearing the dust and haze within a 10,000-mile radius. 300 miles away, a golden beam of light descended from the sky. The light faded, and Zhao Sheng stood on the ground, the 10,000 fire cauldrons surrounding him, the 3 yang blazing flag dangling behind him, radiating boundless light and heat. Looking up at the expanding ball of light above, Zhao Sheng's expression was solemn, his broken arm completely forgotten. As he observed the movements in the sky, he pulled out 7 or 8 elixirs, then poured out a handful of elixirs, pouring them all into his mouth without even looking. Visibly, dense buds sprouted rapidly from the shoulder-level fracture. At this moment, Zhao Sheng's expression suddenly changed. The 10,000 fire cauldrons suddenly radiated divine light, erupting with vast blasts of true fire and spiritual flames, which then intertwined into 9 colored rivers of fire. Deep within the rivers of fire, faint gray sword lights mingled. With a resounding sound, countless human-faced blood pythons shattered the void, instantly transforming into a vast blood-red net that swept towards Zhao Sheng like lightning. Before the 9-colored sea of fire and the annihilating sword light could even take shape, the blood-red net had already closed within 3 feet of Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng was startled, his mind flashing as the 3 yang fiery flag fluttered and swirled, instantly enveloping its owner, creating a defensive barrier. The blood-red net collided with the 3 yang fiery flag and abruptly stopped. Then, the combined forces of the 3 yang fiery fire, the 9-colored sea of fire, and the annihilating sword light shattered it, dissolving into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The blood-red net missed its strike, and even larger, human-faced blood pythons shot out from the surrounding void. With Zhao Sheng at its center, they intertwined into a massive, immensely solid blood-red palm, 100 feet across. With lightning speed, it clutched Zhao Sheng. However, this was merely a facade. Under the protection of the blood-red palm, a crystal-clear finger bone quietly pierced the barrier of time and space, appearing in a flash, nearly piercing the back of Zhao Sheng's head. The moment the bone emerged, Zhao Sheng's expression suddenly changed. His primordial spirit body raised a hand and thrust, only to see an invisible sort of divine thought shoot out from the back of his head, striking the tip of the finger bone, only to be blocked. At that moment, a massive, battered skeleton materialized above him, casting a massive shadow that oppressed his limbs. At that critical moment, the ground beneath Zhao Sheng's feet suddenly erupted with a vast, dark yellow earth energy. A dark yellow earth energy surged into the sky, instantly solidifying and transforming into layers of jade yellow stone shells, enveloping Zhao Sheng. Simultaneously, a dark golden behemoth blasted through the earth, crashing headfirst into the newly emerged Emperor Yi with the might of a mountain-shattering force. With a resounding boom, Emperor Yi was hurled skyward by the unimaginably powerful force, breaking countless bones along the way. From a distance, the crystal bones of Emperor Yi's skeleton had dimmed. 3 of his jade vertebrae were broken, and the crystal bones of his left arm were riddled with cracks, with a large section missing from the upper half. The most severe damage was to his jade ribs, at least half of which were broken, and 2 had vanished completely. Bones elsewhere were broken and missing, seemingly shattered. Even more gratifying was that Emperor Yi's physical recovery had slowed considerably, perhaps reaching a level comparable to Zhao Sheng's rebirth from a broken body. After knocking Emperor Yi flying, the dark golden behemoth plummeted, disappearing into the earth in an instant. This startling event instantly alarmed all the divine transformation masters. Though it was only a fleeting glimpse, the 6 celestial pillar divine transformations, Zijunan, Pig Emperor, Crazy Monk, and others, were all deeply inspired, realizing that the world's greatest power had finally arrived. My apology. I'm almost late. Kaiyongshan, how are you? Zhao Sheng was overjoyed at the familiar, deep voice. Before he could speak, he saw the stone shell shatter with a crackling sound, sending a shower of stone dust cascading to the ground. Zhao Sheng spotted his ancestor, Zhao Zunjing, standing 30 or 40 feet away. He was clad in dark yellow armor, his left hand clutching a crude stone axe, his right a 3-foot-long, pitted stone shield. He exuded an indestructible, invincible fighting spirit. Zhao Sheng was in a trance, feeling vaguely that his ancestor had become one with the earth. Simply standing there, he resembled a towering peak, exuding a sense of unwavering composure. My grandson's injuries are fine. My ancestor has arrived just in time. Emperor Yi's body was taken by the blood god, and he's now gravely injured. Zhao Sheng transmitted his thoughts, rapidly relaying all the details from the start of the war to his ancestor. Within a moment, Zhao Zunjing had a firm grasp of the current situation. At that moment, beams of light descended from the sky, landing near Zhao Sheng and his grandson, manifesting the figures of Zijunan, the Pig Emperor, and Fairy Xianzhu. Emperor Xianjian also returned in a flash of light, hovering above Zhao Sheng's head. At this crucial moment, the timely arrival of Zhao Zhenjin, the world's most powerful being, whose cultivation had apparently reached the peak of the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm, undoubtedly provided a powerful boost to everyone's spirits. The situation was dire, and everyone, without time for pleasantries, immediately communicated through telepathy. In just a breath or two, a flood of information flowed through everyone's minds, and a subsequent battle plan was quickly formulated. However, just before action was taken, Zijunan suddenly raised an objection. Fellow Daoists, rather than risking our lives fighting Yi and other demons, why not open the space-time portal and allow them to escape? With this remark, the other true lords, with the exception of Zhao Sheng and his grandson, were immediately moved. Seeing this was not a good situation, Zhao Sheng immediately sent a voice message. Let's not even consider whether Yi will escape. I simply ask, do you not wish to continue your Dao path? Do you wish to be trapped in this Xianzhu realm for eternity? I understand that there is a functioning inter-realm teleportation array in the Nether God realm. I happen to know its location and possess the key to activate it. Really? Dragonfish Airman Zhou Yu's eyes lit up, and he demanded eagerly. I swear this oath before my eyes, Zhao Sheng declared confidently. At this crucial moment, Zhao Zunjing also said, how dare I, the great true lord subduing dragons and demons never lied in his life, so his credibility was unquestionable. Therefore, once he made this statement, the others no longer doubted its truthfulness. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng immediately advised, the blood god is a ferocious tiger standing in our way. If we don't eliminate it, we won't be able to successfully smuggle ourselves through, let alone ascend to the spiritual realm. Furthermore, the spiritual energy of this realm is becoming increasingly scarce, and after this war between the two realms, the spiritual environment has deteriorated significantly, making it extremely difficult for new true lords to emerge in the future. If you don't think about yourselves, you must also plan ahead for the inheritance of our sect. While we still have a fighting chance, we must all do our utmost to eliminate the blood god and find a new fertile ground for cultivation for future generations of disciples. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. Despite the intense conversation, in reality, only a tenth of a second had passed. At this moment, Zhao Sheng casually glanced at the old ancestor. Zhao Zunjing understood and immediately soared into the air, transforming once again into a streak of yellow light and charging directly at Emperor Yi. Zhao Sheng followed closely behind, controlling his escaping light while silently practicing the magical power of the big and small Rui Immortal techniques. His left arm expanded like a balloon, instantly reaching a massive 5 feet. Though only just beginning to master this supreme divine power, it already revealed its immense power. The arm size increased tenfold, and its strength likewise increased tenfold. Zhao Sheng felt his left arm brimming with boundless divine power. The strength of this arm alone surpassed the 7th level of the primordial spirit, and was faintly approaching the 8th level. Upon witnessing the two Zhao clan true lords' actions, the heavenly sword Emperor's sword flashed into rainbow, following suit. At this moment, the Mad Monk and the Pig King exchanged a glance and simultaneously soared into the sky. Seeing this, the dragonfish airman Zhou Yu chuckled and suddenly transformed into a pool of clear water, his true form vanishing into thin air. Zijunan's expression darkened slightly. After secretly sending a message to Fairy Xianzhu, he quickly soared up and rejoined the battle. Fairy Xianzhu frowned slightly, and with a flash of her figure, she vanished from her original position. The true lords of the two realms clashed once again, and the situation on the scene shifted dramatically. Buddhist techniques were most effective against all demons and monsters. Previously, the mad monk had subdued a blood godchild. Now, the mad monk, with his own strength, temporarily restrained the hemp-robed old man, preventing him from interfering with other battles. The Pig Emperor, the Dragon Dia Oso, and Fairy Xianja united to attack Emperor Jumang. Within 2 rounds, he was being beaten back, rapidly suffering heavy injuries. The most crucial battle, however, was between the 4 great divine transformations of the Xianzhu realm and Emperor Yi. Emperor Xianjian roamed the void, waiting for an opportunity to secretly unleash his cold sword, but his most important function was to spy on Emperor Yi's teleportation trajectory. At this moment, the power of the 6th and 6th Jia talismans had almost disappeared, and the order of heaven and earth had been restored. Naturally, it could no longer stop Emperor Yi from traveling through the virtual world. Chapter 537 Emperor Yi speaks. The sky hung low, dark clouds looming overhead. 100 miles above, a faint flicker of light flashed somewhere in the void, and Zhao Sheng appeared out of thin air 100 feet behind Yi. He thrust a finger at him, and beams of annihilating sword light materialized from thin air, aiming at Yi's entire body and shooting out. Simultaneously, the half-black, half-white 9 netherworld tower soared into the air, casting a vast expanse of grayish light that enveloped him within 1,000 feet. A dark, oppressive force permeated the void, and Yi felt his entire body sink. The air around him suddenly became incredibly thick, making every movement feel like plunging into a quagmire. Boom! Annihilating sword light flashed through the void, but most of it was blocked by a blood-red barrier that appeared out of nowhere. Only a few pierced the barrier, slicing through a few scraps of Yi's flesh. Zhao Sheng was overjoyed, for Yi's reaction speed had slowed dramatically, no longer as suffocatingly powerful as at the beginning. Meanwhile, Zhao Zunjing, axe and shield in hand, stepped on a yellow cloud. In an instant, he soared high into the sky. With a determined look, he raised his stone axe and slashed down at Emperor Yi, 3 or 4 miles away. For a moment, it was unknown how many axe strikes he unleashed. Only a mountain of axolite descended, a mighty force, hurling itself at Emperor Yi's head and limbs. The descent seemed slow, yet swift, reaching Emperor Yi in the blink of an eye. Emperor Yi was about to teleport away when the surrounding void suddenly solidified like steel. A pressure 1,000 times heavier than before suddenly enveloped him, momentarily immobilizing him. Boom boom boom. In an instant, Emperor Yi was swallowed by the axolite. Zhu Junan, who had arrived later, witnessed this scene and was overjoyed. However, Zhao Zunjing showed no sign of sadness or joy, showing no trace of the excitement of a successful attack. Sure enough, the next second, a massive figure suddenly emerged from the void dozens of miles below. It was Emperor Yi, who had escaped. By this time, Emperor Yi had sustained several wounds, the left side of his body being the most severely injured. Crystalline bones were visible beneath the ripped flesh. Zhao Zunjing's eyes flashed, and he raised his left stone shield, fiercely blocking it overhead. With a thud, the divine slaying mace appeared out of nowhere and slammed into the stone shield, only to be instantly deflected. Following this blow, Zhao Zunjing's body plummeted over 3 feet before coming to rest. Otherwise, he remained completely alert and alert. Zhu Junan flew close, waving his hands. The yin-yang ring blade shot out, transforming into a black and white halo that swirled endlessly through the surrounding void. Simultaneously, a lightning ball, radiating a 5-colored glow, shot out from his palm. It caught the wind and transformed into a 5-colored lightning dragon, as thick as a man's arms, swooping down with rage. At that moment, a radiant golden pill burst forth from behind Emperor Yi's head. It transformed into a golden sword rainbow, soaring into the sky. With a resounding roar, a 5-colored lightning dragon slammed into the golden sword rainbow, exploding into a sea of 5-colored lightning 100 feet across. In the blink of an eye, the golden sword rainbow was consumed by the lightning and rapidly faded. It then reappeared as a sword pill before being suppressed beneath a sea of 5-element lightning. The sea of 5-element lightning shrank by nearly half, but after suppressing the sword pill, it continued its downward arc towards Emperor Yi. While the transformation seemed prolonged, it actually took only the blink of an eye. 5-element divine thunder? Zhao Sheng exclaimed in astonishment. He had never imagined that Zhu Junan possessed such legendary thunder magic. According to the texts within the Sumeru ring, the 5-element divine thunder and the purple sky divine thunder were of the same caliber, both common types of tribulation lightning used during the return to void thunder tribulation. Zhao Sheng's astonishment deepened his fear of the supreme induction sect. Seeing the five-colored sea of lightning descend, Emperor Yi had no time to think. He resisted the overwhelming pressure, his figure blurring into blur as he was about to teleport away. Clang. At the critical moment, a melodious bell rang through the heavens, reaching Emperor Yi's ears. His body faltered, and he immediately fell out of the barrier of time and space. However, this person was truly unfathomable. In a moment of haste, two sturdy arms suddenly extended from his shoulders, each clad in a wrist-wide emerald green armband. As the five-colored sea of lightning swallowed Emperor Yi, the armbands erupted in a dazzling emerald light, transforming into a cyan glow that enveloped Emperor Yi. The next moment, a sea of five-colored lightning exploded, transforming into a sky filled with five-colored lightning bolts. It landed on the azure glow surrounding Emperor Yi's body, spreading rapidly. A few bolts of lightning even pierced through the glow's defenses and struck Emperor Yi, causing him to tremble all over. A hint of pain crossed his previously expressionless face. At that moment, the void above him flashed, and the heavenly sword Emperor emerged ghostly. Buzz! At that moment, the silver-white flying sword became dazzling, emanating an unparalleled and powerful sword intent. The next moment, the void was ripped apart by a flash of sword light. Emperor Yi seemed to sense something was amiss and was about to take action. At that moment, the pressure permeating the surrounding void suddenly increased countless times. Simultaneously, the ethereal bell rang again. Clang. As the bell echoed in all directions, Emperor Yi's body froze, and at that moment, the heavenly sword slashed down from above his head, carving a deep, straight gash from the back of his head to his waist. The flesh on his back ripped apart, his internal organs clearly visible. A massive sword wound, over an inch deep, pierced the red and white spine. It looked as if Emperor Yi had been nearly cleaved in two by the sword. Rumble. In an instant, Emperor Yi was completely engulfed by the five-colored divine thunder. In a flash of yellow light, Zhao Sheng appeared 100 feet away from the sea of thunder. The muscles in his right arm flexed, and his entire arm, along with a stone axe in his hand, was enveloped in a profound yellow divine light. With a roar, he hurled the stone axe with all his might. A thunderclap exploded in the air, and the great desolate stone axe, fueled by the gravity field, flew out at nearly the speed of light, disappearing into the sea of thunder in an instant. It was too late for Emperor Yi to react after the repeated blows. Crack! The azure glow summoned by Emperor Yi had long since been eroded by the five-colored divine thunder. Then, a surprise attack from the heavenly sword succeeded. Now, before the great desolate stone axe, seemingly unable to react, he was suddenly cut in two. The lower half of his body was instantly crushed into pulp by the 10,000-fold gravity. But in that instant, the pulp suddenly transformed into dazzling bloody light, instantly enveloping the upper half. Then, with incredible speed, it broke through the five-element lightning, carrying Emperor Yi's upper body through the void and disappearing in a flash. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng, Zhao Sheng, and Zijunan's faces all changed. They immediately huddled together to avoid being individually struck. At that moment, the heavenly sword flew back overhead, issuing a timely warning, "Be careful. He's retreated to the dark sky." Ah! At that moment, a desperate scream suddenly echoed from over 100 miles away. A 1,000-foot-tall iceberg hovered in the sky, sealed within a monstrous tree with gnarled branches and a jagged trunk. Enshrouded in a vast expanse of the myriad weak water, its branches and trunk withered. Vast streams of dark red vapor rose from the tree's core, causing the elderly figure perched on its side to scream in pain and struggle with all his remaining strength. However, the tree's various spiritual orifices were pierced with long, black-haired blades, rendering it impossible to break free. Meanwhile, a mad monk, with a single move of the Buddha's demon-subduing seal, struck a hemp-clad elder, his entire body aglow with light, forcing him to retreat. Just then, a dim, crystal-clear bone hand emerged from thin air and, without a trace of ethereal force, pressed down upon the hemp-clad elder's head. The next moment, a horrifying scene unfolded. The old man in hemp clothes said nothing as his entire body suddenly transformed into a ball of thick blood light, attaching itself to the crystal bone hand and being absorbed into it with ease. Seeing this, the mad monk raised his Buddha-like eyebrows, suddenly clasped his palms together, and glazed Buddha fires ignited in his palms. He then rushed forward and slowly pushed them forward. Instantly, glazed Buddha fires drifted in, igniting the blood light as they touched it, adding fuel to the fire and transforming into a raging flame. At this moment, a pitch-black nail, over a foot long, appeared out of nowhere behind the Mad Monk. Unprepared, the Mad Monk was struck by the soul-destroying nail. His face flushed, then turned pale, and his body plummeted to the ground like a boulder. As the Mad Monk was attacked, the two corpse kings, locked in a desperate battle, had already unnoticed and landed on the ground. The aftermath of the battle shook and cracked the earth, churning up the soil and leaving behind vast holes and deep pits in their wake. Suddenly, a dark golden behemoth emerged from the surface, releasing a torrent of dark yellow earth energy that permeated an area of 100 miles. With a resounding roar, the earth suddenly split open, creating a bottomless abyss. The two corpse kings, caught off guard, were crushed by a 10,000-fold force of gravity, plummeting into the abyss. In an instant, the abyss closed again, driven by some force, but the two corpse kings vanished. As the Mad Monk neared the ground, his body was suddenly lifted by a mass of dark yellow earth energy. And he slowly descended to the ground. Towering earth and hills rapidly rose around him, and within the surrounding strata, a massive creature seemed to be stalking the earth. After 8 breaths, Emperor Yi could no longer withstand the pressure of the Void Realm and was forced to return to reality. Although he possessed some of the miraculous abilities of the Return to Void Realm, the spiritual transformation realm was not the Return to Void Realm, and he could not remain in the dark heaven for long. At the edge of the boundary membrane, Emperor Yi appeared out of thin air, panting slightly. Half his body was gone, replaced by a thick, long, blood-red python from the waist down. By this point, he was severely injured, his realm plummeting from the peak of the spiritual transformation realm to between the 7th and 8th levels. However, after absorbing a blood godchild, his cultivation level continued to rise. Just as Emperor Yi tried to stall for time, a figure suddenly materialized from a distance of dozens of miles across from him. Destroy, under a bright moon, Zhao Sheng formed a sword gesture with his left hand, and his enormous arm suddenly ignited with golden and black true fire. The clouds blocking the two men suddenly shattered, revealing streams of gray sword light that surged towards them like a torrent. Simultaneously, a brilliant meteor, engulfed in blazing flames, slammed down towards Emperor Yi's head. The sea of clouds below suddenly parted, and an X-like flash, like a rising sun, carried the power of heaven and earth, struck Emperor Yi from below, seemingly splitting him apart once more. Emperor Yi's eyes, previously calm, suddenly revealed a look of inexplicable horror. At that moment, his left index finger suddenly snapped and vanished. When it reappeared, it was poised between Zhao Sheng's eyebrows, poised to pierce him. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he vanished into thin air. Emperor Yi flung out a golden shield, narrowly blocking the incoming axe. But the shield, too, shattered in an instant. In a mere blink, Zi Junan, controlling the Void Bell, and Great True Lord Zhao Xuanjing both soared forward. With a flash of sword light, the Heavenly Sword Emperor emerged alongside Zhao Sheng, appearing near his ancestor, Zhao Xuanjing. Before Emperor Yi could react, the void of heaven and earth shifted, and the familiar, overwhelming pressure fell upon him once again, severely impacting his every movement. Zhao Sheng and the others were about to attack when Yi stumbled. "Wait! Let me go! Or we'll die together." This was the first time Yi had spoken since the battle began, and for the first time, his face showed a human expression. Zhao Sheng was inexplicably surprised and signaled for everyone to stop. He wasn't sure Yi possessed the ability to achieve mutual destruction. But as the patriarch of the heavenly Dao and the incarnation of the blood god, Yi's words were highly credible. On some level, Yi clearly didn't want to die, and he absolutely refused to become the blood god's vessel. This indirectly confirmed why his opponent had been so incompetent before. But then, Zi Junan suddenly shouted, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He's stalling for time. Die, demon." Before he could finish his words, a flash of black light shot out from his palm, hurtling towards Yi in the distance. Within the black light, a series of small ebony swords were visible. Upon seeing this, Zhao Xuanjing's expression changed slightly. He immediately summoned his magical power, and 2 streaks of yellow light shot up into the sky. 36 yellow thousand mountain pearls flew out, spinning and converging in mid-air before transforming into 36 vast mountains. With a rumbling sound in the sky, the 36 mountains quickly merged into one, transforming into the towering, endless shadow of Mount Xiansu. Its imposing presence was breathtaking. "Excellent, Zi Junan," not surprised but delighted at the appearance of the 1,000 mountain pearls. This person's sudden attack instantly destroyed the last glimmer of hope for peace talks between the two sides. Although Zhao Sheng had no intention of letting Di go, Zijunan's action still disgusted him. This was a clear distrust of his own integrity. As the projection of Mount Xianzhu appeared, the void within 1,000 miles suddenly solidified like stone, preventing Di from ever using his teleportation ability again. Puff puff puff. A sea of blood surged into the air, swallowing all the ebony swords in a single blow. Then, a torrent of blood surged, threatening to devour the 36,000 mountain pearls surrounding them. You force me to die, Emperor Yi stuttered, his face expressionless on one side, while the other half betrayed rage and despair. As he spoke, a vast expanse of bloody light appeared behind Emperor Yi's head. From the depths of the bloody light, an apricot yellow scroll emerged and unfolded. Instantly, balls of divine light flew out from the scroll, transforming into majestic figures of varying forms, humans, demons, and even a few otherworldly creatures. Though their forms varied greatly, they shared one thing in common: in their lifetime, they were all divine transformation-level beings, standing at the pinnacle of their realms. The list of the gods, Zijunan exclaimed, his eyes blazing with greed. Chapter 538, Thunder destroys the demon, the war ends. All of you, die. The remnants of past emperors, listen to my command, explode. Explode, Emperor Yi roared furiously, yet the human spirit in his eyes quickly dimmed, the left side of his face rapidly becoming indifferent. As soon as the command rang out, the remnants of the emperors transformed into streaks of light, hurling themselves at Zhao Sheng, Zhao Xuanjing, and Zijunan with lightning speed. Zijunan's face drastically changed, and without a second's thought, he transformed into a mysterious light and plummeted. The void behind him was filled with a blinding cloud of light. Boom, boom, boom. The remnants of the emperors exploded one after another, and within 100 miles, a vast, rapidly expanding cloud of brilliant light suddenly appeared. The surging, endless light was imbued with a destructive aura, shrouded in the undulations of various laws, such as yin and yang and the 5 elements. For a moment, the chaotic and shifting fluctuations of laws disrupted the order of heaven and earth. Within 100 miles, space became extremely unstable, and countless spatial cracks appeared out of thin air, disappearing in an instant. At this moment, a mysterious yellow stone sphere, over 3 meters in diameter, suddenly broke through the cloud of self-destructing light and plummeted toward the earth below. Around the sphere, 36 shooting stars swirled and whirled, constantly releasing vast swathes of yellow light. Crack! After falling hundreds of miles, the mysterious yellow stone sphere suddenly exploded, scattering into a cloud of stone dust that filled the surrounding void. Bang! With a flash of yellow light, Zhao Xuanjing froze in midair, waving his hand to mobilize the surrounding stone dust while slowly lowering the great desolate stone shield held overhead. At that moment, a man in a sword appeared from thin air not far away. It was Zhao Sheng and the Heavenly Sword Emperor. Zhao Sheng quickly reunited with Zhao Xuanjing, and they both raised their heads to gaze at the brilliant cloud of light raging and expanding hundreds of miles above. Each of them unleashed their divine consciousness, instantly enveloping it. Soon, Zhao Sheng said solemnly, "Emperor Yi has vanished." The Heavenly Sword immediately hummed, "This emperor hasn't found any trace of him either. He probably didn't hide in the dark sky." Zhao Xuanjing frowned upon hearing this. "I haven't found him either. Could he have escaped?" "That's possible," the Heavenly Sword Emperor said seriously, the light from the tip of his sword flickering as he spoke, as if he were deeply excited. At that moment, Zhao Sheng and Zhao Xuanjing's faces suddenly changed. They both looked down at the sea of clouds below. At that moment, a streak of cyan light swiftly vanished into the dark clouds. The one piloting it was none other than Zijunan, who had escaped. "Let's go!" Zhao Xuanjing acted decisively, shouting loudly as he plummeted down, chasing Zijunan. Zhao Sheng's face lit up with joy as he suddenly vanished from the air. The Heavenly Sword Emperor's sword swirled, like a swimming fish, darting into the dark sky, following Zhao Sheng. In the center of the sky burial field, within a meteorite crater nearly 1,000 miles in diameter, the sea of scorching magma began to cool gradually. The toxic smoke rising from it gradually merged with the dust and haze that filled the sky, darkening the world to night-like gloom. Directly above the crater, the Pig Emperor, Fairy Shangju, and Dialongso, 3 celestial pillars of transformation, stood suspended in midair, each gazing anxiously at the vast expanse of mountains and rivers 7 or 8 miles away. By this moment, much of the vast landscape had materialized. A fatal, bloody light suddenly appeared between the mountains and rivers, and half of the mountains and seas had already turned blood red. It appeared that this foul, bloody light was rapidly contaminating the landscape. What should we do? The Pig Emperor's hair stood on end, his eyes widening. Fellow Taoist Z has learned the news and is returning as quickly as possible. We will just wait patiently, Fairy Xianju said with remarkable calmness. Upon hearing this, Dragonfish Airman Zhou sighed. If we let this great demon escape this time, it will surely return and bring countless disasters upon all beings in this world. Alice, its poison will spread, and its legacy will be endless. As he finished speaking, a man in a sword suddenly materialized, appearing near the three of them. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Zhou. We will definitely defeat them all this time. Now that the demon has fallen into our trap, we will not let him escape. Zhao Sheng flew closer and confidently addressed his three fellow Taoists. Indeed, indeed. The demon Emperor Yi will undoubtedly die this time. Fellow Taoist Zhao, a large part of the credit for our realm's resounding victory is due to you. If it weren't for your sacrifice, Alice, that's wrong. I, Zhao, would never dare to take credit for anything. I've only recently returned, and while I've made a small contribution, how can it compare to the centuries of dedicated efforts you fellow Taoists have made against the mighty enemy of the netherworld? Zhao Sheng said humbly. Just as he finished speaking, Zijunan descended from the sky, controlled by a beam of light. Zhao Xuanjing was a step behind, but he also arrived just as quickly. From Zhao Sheng's appearance to Zhao Xuanjing's arrival, it seemed like an eternity, but in reality, only 2 or 3 seconds had passed. Zijunan returned, not even having time to greet his fellow practitioners. He immediately muttered something, formed hand seals, and sent a stream of spiritual light into the vast illusion of mountains and rivers. At the same time, jade formation bases the size of a head shot out from his sleeves, disappearing into the illusion like lightning, then vanishing in a flash. Soon, the illusion of mountains and rivers became much more stable than before, its mountains and rivers becoming clearer and more vivid, causing the foul blood-stained light to drastically slow down. Zijunan, his expression agitated, suddenly declared, the war has raged for 500 years, today is the day to annihilate the enemy and slay the demons. Fellow Taoists, please enter the painting. Zhao Xuanjing, Fairy Xianju, the Pig Emperor, and the dragon-fishing old man, the 4 great divines, exchanged a glance, then smiled and nodded. They all transformed into streams of light and plunged into the illusory world of vast mountains and rivers. Once the 4 true lords had taken their positions in the formation, the illusory world suddenly surged in power, making it difficult for Emperor Yi, trapped within the illusion, to move. Zhao Xuanjing and the Pig Emperor presided over the earth formation, causing the mountains to tower majestically, their imposing mass. Fairy Xianju and the dragon-fishing old man steered the water formation, causing the rivers to flow deep and long, their waves crashing against the shore. At this moment, the mountains and rivers seemed even more vibrant and natural, incredibly real, each shimmering with an inexplicable spiritual aura of the Tao. Undoubtedly, this illusory world of vast mountains and rivers was a meticulously crafted death trap by the divines of the Xiansu realm. Sealing the space-time passage was a deception, as was releasing the ghost ancestor of all spirits. The most important goal was to lure Emperor Yi into the formation. And now, Emperor Yi had indeed fallen for the trick and entered the fold. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng, observing Zijunan from the sidelines, coldly watched as he displayed his skills. Zijunan shed his Confucian robes and donned a purple-gold Taoist robe adorned with a yin-yang bagua pattern. He instantly resembled an immortal, a transcendent Taoist. He then pulled an object from his sleeve and tossed it into the air. The object swelled in the wind, transforming into an antique Taoist altar. Upon it, the altar held a statue, tablets, offerings, incense burners, and talisman banners, all clearly prepared. Zijunan flew up to the altar, landing before the statue. He sat cross-legged, a rainbow-colored halo appearing behind his head. He then crushed the talisman in his hand and began chanting an incantation, recite the great Thunder Lord of the Supreme Immortal Heaven. Heaven and earth obey, thunder and lightning gather in all directions, summoning thousands of thunderbolts, demons and monsters vanish. Those who refuse to surrender will be struck by thousands of thunderbolts and slain in the cycle of reincarnation. Disciple Zijunan, following the title of the Supreme Taoist Ancestor, commands the divine thunderbolts and fire to rush forth as if commanded. Zhao Sheng tried his best to listen, but he couldn't understand a word of the content of the spell. He only felt that the rhythm of the spell was strict, and the rhythm vaguely matched some unknown mysterious fluctuations. As the spell sounded throughout the world, Zhao Sheng's face changed slightly, and he actually saw above the sky, one after another dark calamity clouds emerged out of thin air, and then the depths of the calamity clouds began to accumulate more and more majestic destructive aura. A quarter of an hour later, dense swarms of electric snakes and thunder pythons swam and flashed in the depths of the calamity clouds, followed by a loud bang. Zhao Sheng saw a 5-colored thunder dragon as thick as a bucket flying down from the calamity cloud, rushing into the illusion of mountains and rivers with its fangs and claws bared, and slammed directly into the filthy bloodlight in the formation, and instantly exploded into a large piece of 5-colored lightning, shining brightly at the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Next, one after another, the 5 elements of thunder dragons flew out of the calamity cloud and fell into the illusion formation, hitting the fleeing filthy bloodlight with incomparable precision. Facing the endless thunderbolts, even though Emperor Yu was extremely powerful and had the blood god crystal skeleton to protect him, he was trapped by the mountain and river formation and had nowhere to escape. He could only slowly perish under the bombardment of thunderbolts. Half an hour later, the thunderbolt clouds in the sky quickly dissipated and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The sky returned to silence. Zhi Junan stood up with a tired face, waved his sleeves, and put the altar into his sleeves. Then he suddenly laughed. It's done, it's done. Before the laughter died down, ripples suddenly appeared in the illusion of mountains and rivers in front, and then 4 figures emerged from it. Although Zhao Xuanjing, the 4 gods of the Pig King, were also exhausted, they also flew over with smiles on their faces, and congratulated Zhi Junan for killing the enemy in one fell swoop, which was a great merit. Zhi Junan hurriedly expressed his humility and then stepped forward to put away the map of mountains and rivers. Pa. As the mountains and rivers gradually faded away, several treasures suddenly fell from the sky. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he saw that one of them was an apricot yellow scroll. What else could it be but the list of investiture of the gods? In addition to the list of investiture of the gods, the Xiandao sect's most precious treasure, the god-slaying maze, was also in sight. In addition to these two, there was also a fist-sized bone ball that looked like crystal, and a black ring that looked like iron. Seeing the treasures come out, Zhi Junan's eyes moved, and he smiled at Zhao Xuanjing first and said, "Friend Zhao, if we can win this battle, your Nanshan Zhao family should be the main contributor. How about you take charge of these treasures? We will distribute them later." Zhao Xuanjing was not polite either. "Okay, then I will take them first." Halfway through his words, Fairy Xianju suddenly interrupted. "Wait." Seeing this, Zhi Junan smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xianju, do you have any other ideas?" "Yes. I suggest that fellow Taoist Zhi take over these treasures temporarily," Fairy Xianju said bluntly. After hearing this, the Pig King also shouted, "Old Pig also agrees with Fairy Xianju's proposal. In this case, let's just divide the treasures on the spot. And then we can talk about other things." Dragon fishing old man Zhou Yu said so. Zhao Sheng's mind flashed, and he exchanged a look with the ancestor. They all realized that the Nanshan Zhao family is too powerful now. The 3 gods in one family have caused everyone to be deeply afraid. So Zhi Junan gave it a little hint, and the Pig King and others immediately understood and gathered together for warmth. At this time, the Emperor of Heavenly Sword suddenly said, "I will give my share to the Nanshan Zhao family." After speaking, he said, "This emperor took action this time only to repay the favor. Now that the enemy has been eliminated, the grudges are gone. Fellow Taoist Zhao, are you satisfied?" Senior Xianjian can clearly distinguish between good and evil, and he will repay a favor. "I admire you. As you said, the cause and effect of the past are now written off." Zhao Sheng's face became solemn, and he took out a black scabbard from the Zumi ring and threw it into the air. "Good. This emperor will go to rest." The sword chant shocked the sky, and the Emperor of Heavenly Sword rolled up the scabbard, and suddenly turned into a sword rainbow, and flew into the crack of time and space and disappeared. Seeing this, Zhi Junan and others secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the pressure was greatly reduced. At this moment, the crazy monk sat cross-legged in a ball of Buddha light, and slowly flew up from below. The crazy monk's face was as pale as snow, and a black hair lingered between his brows. It was obvious that his injuries were not light. "I have met all my fellow Taoists." The crazy monk put his palms together, and after saluting everyone one by one, he said in a deep voice, "Now the remnants of the ghost gods are fleeing everywhere, and the remaining poison is far-reaching. We are chattering about some external things, wouldn't we lose the identity of the true Lord? If you can trust me, let me collect these treasures. I am seriously injured and am about to go to the Ascension platform to rest for a while. You can find me on the Ascension platform in the future. Zhao Sheng nodded immediately, expressing his agreement. Master, we are convinced of your character. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Zhao Sheng also nodded in agreement upon seeing this. The Pig King and Fairy Xianzhu thought for a moment and also felt that this was the best choice, so they nodded. Zijunan saw that the situation was hopeless, so he gritted his teeth and nodded with a smile. So, the crazy monk quickly put all the treasures into his sleeves, and then closed his eyes and meditated, ignoring external affairs. On the other side, Zhao Sheng, Zijunan and others also quickly discussed the follow-up matters. Zijunan once again sacrificed the Wunli mountain and river map to temporarily seal the space-time rift, and then waited for the subsequent large troops to arrive before officially setting up the sealing formation. Zhao Sheng stepped forward to collect the remains and relics of the three fallen gods, and was responsible for returning the relics. The Pig King and others also had their own division of labor. As for the counterattack on the Nether God realm, as long as the Blood God is not dead, this great plan will always be just a concept. With the ancestor stepping in, Zhao Sheng doesn't have to argue and calculate with a bunch of old guys, and he can have a leisurely time. Afterward, he simply patrolled the surroundings, leisurely searching for and killing any surviving nascent soul ancestors from the Nether God realm. Soon, the Xianzhu fleet, which had retreated to the Yunhuang Mountains, launched its attack, arriving at the Xianzhang battlefield half a day later. Suddenly, the sky was dotted with a cloud-bolt fortress, and legions of Taoist soldiers descended on the battlefield, clearing the battlefield and collecting the spoils. Meanwhile, the most elite immortal cultivation teams began the task of hunting down the remaining Nether Gods. This task lasted for many years, and while many Nether God cultivators were slain for their stubborn resistance, many more voluntarily surrendered, offering their respective sects inheritances. Meanwhile, the Central Continent Alliance began holding numerous meetings, deliberating on how to properly handle casualties, how to determine merit and demerit, and other chaotic and noisy matters. A full 6 months passed before the Divine Transformation True Lords finally freed themselves and gathered on the Ascension platform to discuss the division of the treasures. After 10 days and nights of intense deliberation, they finally came up with a generally satisfactory plan. Zijunan was willing to sacrifice a portion of his war profits to secure a spot on the conferred god list, and his wish was fulfilled. Zhao Sheng and Zhao Sheng each received the god-slaying mace, the ancient bronze tree, the blood god bone bead, the red dust handkerchief, and a host of other valuable treasures. It was also noteworthy that the dark iron ring was actually a Sumeru ring, filled with a mountain of immortal cultivation resources and a wealth of rare and precious treasures, including magical instruments, ancient elixirs, high-level elixirs, and advanced techniques. It could be said that the majority of the Ghost God's logistical resources were contained within this seemingly ordinary iron ring. While the other treasures were relatively easy to find, this one-of-a-kind Sumeru ring alone incited the envy of nearly every true Lord of Transformation. After a fierce struggle, it ultimately fell into the hands of Fairy Xianzhu, who relinquished nearly half of her spoils. Zhao Sheng was a wealthy man, and the treasures within the Sumeru ring were so plentiful that ordinary treasures held no sway. Therefore, he only selected a few treasures, such as the blood god bone bead and the wood species left behind by Emperor Jumang after his death. All other items were sent to the family treasury to serve as a family heritage. After this incident, the gods left one after another. Zhao Sheng did not leave, but instead sought out the Taoist ancestor and raised a matter of great importance. "No, I absolutely will not agree to this," Zhao Sheng roared in anger. Chapter 539, Observing the Heavens and Enlightenment, Mission Sequence. Grandfather, 500 years ago, my grandson made a pact with the Star God to help him achieve enlightenment. This time, I'm sneaking into the Nether God realm. I have the Star God's protection, so I won't have to worry about my life, Zhao Sheng patiently persuaded. What happened? Zhao Sheng remained unmoved, shaking his head and saying, "Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Star gods and blood gods, both are aliens who regard mortals as ants. Their intentions are unpredictable and far beyond our ability to guess." "What if?" Zhao Sheng decisively interrupted. "There are no what-ifs. Grandfather, you don't need to persuade me. My grandson has made up his mind. This matter concerns my future path, and the pact with the star god must be fulfilled. Zhao Xuanjing saw this and said with a look of disappointment, "You should know that if you can cultivate peacefully in this realm for 1,000 years, then cultivating to the late stage of the spiritualization realm will be as easy as taking something from a bag, and even ascension will be just around the corner. But you chose to take such a life-threatening action. Alice, it makes me so angry. Grandfather, please don't be angry. I'm on this journey, firstly for my own spiritual path, and secondly to seek a way out for our family. If the spiritual environment in this world continues to deteriorate, it will sooner or later become a mortal world devoid of spiritual energy. If that happens, my Nanshan Zhao family will likely fall apart, never to rise again. HMPH, descendants will have their own blessings. If that is truly the case, it's my Zhao family that deserves this disaster. You are in the prime of your life, with a promising path ahead, so why are you dwelling on those unworthy ones?" Despite this, Zhao Xuanjing's expression softened slightly. In reality, he knew his persuasion was futile. As men of steely resolve and unwavering perseverance, Zhao Xuanjing knew that once people like them made a decision, no one could change it. Seeing that the old ancestor's tone was a little relieved, Zhao Sheng immediately boasted, "Old ancestor, your grandson dares to make a boast. When we go to the netherworld realm, the blood god will definitely die. When the netherworld and the netherworld are cleared of turbidity and return to purity, it will be a God-given opportunity for my Nanshan Zhao family to advance into the two realms. Thousands of years later, my Nanshan Zhao family is destined to become a behemoth spanning the heavens." Huh? You think quite far ahead, but it's a pity that I can probably see that day with my own eyes, but you, kid, I'm afraid not. Zhao Sheng patted his chest and said, "Okay, why not? When that day comes, your grandson will definitely drink and talk with your old ancestor for 7 days and 7 nights. Haha, I'm waiting for that day to come soon." Always waiting. An hour later, Zhao Sheng handed the Sumeru ring to the old ancestor for safekeeping. It contained 90% of his fortune, including the last purple sky divine thunder. During the battle with Emperor Yi, he had refrained from using this artifact precisely to preserve a powerful trump card for his family. After recounting a few more details, Zhao Sheng calmly bid farewell to his ancestor, descended from the ascension platform, and headed directly for Mountain City. Zhao Sheng quickly arrived at Mountain City and met Zhao Yuru, Zhao Regia, and 8 other prominent descendants of the family, who had been waiting for him at the Bagua Guangming Tower in the west. Over the next 6 months, Zhao Sheng devoted considerable effort to training these family members, guiding their cultivation while secretly burying several treasures within the city and on Xianzhou Mountain for future generations to access. 6 months later, Zhao Sheng secretly passed on 8 ancient treasures, the 3 Yang fiery flag, the 9 netherworld pagoda, the falling immortal bow, and the 12 phoenix mysterious banners, to Zhao Yuru and the other 8, retaining only his natal magic weapon, the 10,000 fire cauldron. The next day, he quietly departed Mountain City. A few years later, the Zhao clan of Nanshan announced that their ancestor, Kaiyongshan, had stumbled upon divine secrets and, consequently, needed to retreat and attain enlightenment, thus secluded from the world. Over 200 years later, a master from the spiritual realm, upon hearing these news, descended upon the Xianzhou realm and summoned the true Lord of Transformation to an audience. It wasn't until that day that Zijunan, Fairy Xianzhou, and the others learned that the stunningly beautiful demon star Taoist had long been missing. But that's a story for another time, so let's not discuss it for now. If you were to ask how long it would take a true Lord of Transformation to fly from Xianzhou Mountain to the Shattered Star Sea, the answer would be less than a day. When Zhao Sheng reached the inner waters of the Shattered Star Sea at lightning speed, the sky was just beginning to darken, a faint hue still lingering from the fiery clouds to the west. Looking down at the sea, endless star algae filled the entire view. Everywhere one looked, the surface shone with a multicolored, faint starlight, flickering brightly and dimly, as if an unimaginable behemoth were slowly breathing beneath the surface. Zhao Sheng's gaze drifted, and suddenly, a flash of light descended, landing on the sea. His feet touched the vibrant, colorful star algae, which felt soft yet vibrant. Looking around, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and a dazzling divine light suddenly shone from his brows. He unleashed the powerful divine consciousness of the second stage of transformation, instantly enveloping a 1,600-mile radius of the sea. Immediately, his divine consciousness began to transmit specific messages to the sky and sea at a unique frequency. As time slowly passed, The star algae colonies in the inner waters of the shattered star sea began to rapidly divide and multiply, growing and maturing at an extraordinary rate, only to wither and die, and the cycle repeat itself. As the moon reached its zenith, Zhao Sheng suddenly sensed the sea below coming alive. An indescribably vast consciousness awakened from its deepest slumber and connected with his soul. Whoosh! Zhao Sheng felt his body lighten, his soul spinning. The next second, he appeared above the boundless, tranquil ocean. The sun hung high in the sky, its rays blazing. The sea was carpeted with multicolored star algae, stretching like a carpet to the horizon, with no end in sight. At that moment, Zhao Sheng's vision blurred, and out of nowhere, he saw a handsome young man, about 11 or 12, with rosy lips and white teeth, appeared before him. Junior Zhao Qiangshan, greetings, Your Highness. Zhao Sheng, surprised but not wanting to be rude, immediately clasped his fists and said loudly. The star god said bluntly, I have waited for you for 500 years. Are you here today to fulfill your promise? Zhao Sheng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed the star god could no longer read his thoughts. Could it be his ascension to the divine transformation stage? Or was there something else going on? Zhao Sheng's thoughts raced, but the star god's expression remained unchanged, his gaze clear, as if he truly couldn't read his thoughts. Your Highness is right. I have come here to fulfill your promise, Zhao Sheng said, his mind racing. He nodded decisively. Okay, I'll just open the space-time vortex and send you to the other side. The star god was naturally straightforward and honest, never saying a word, and he immediately got to work. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng quickly intervened. Wait a minute, Your Highness. Oh, are you going to change your mind? Your Highness, you misunderstood. You know that killing the blood god is an extremely dangerous undertaking, a sure death. So before this, I'd like to ask Your Highness for a small reward. Reward? You tell me, the star god replied simply. Zhao Sheng had dealt with the star god many times and knew his character well, so he spoke directly. I wish to borrow Your Highness's power to observe the heavens and comprehend the Dao, to comprehend the principles of the great Dao as best I can. Yes. But it will cost you a great deal of your lifespan. Are you willing? Zhao Sheng nodded with a determined look. I am willing. As the sages say, to hear the Dao in the morning, I would be content to die in the evening, even if it costs me the vast majority of my lifespan. I am willing. Okay, I will only grant your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, vast and magnificent balls of consciousness suddenly rose from the sea. These balls of consciousness quickly merged together, forming a brilliant nebula that obscured the sky and the sun. In an instant, Zhao Sheng's vision continued to rise, and the sky and ocean before him, along with the endless star algae, vanished. The original star god world suddenly turned into a chaotic haze, and a bizarre, indescribable world appeared before Zhao Sheng. This world was dazzling and radiant, filled with endless light. Under the influence of the star god consciousness, Zhao Sheng's mind became more active than ever before, his logical thinking heightened countless times. Countless flashes of inspiration exploded within his mind. He clearly saw that the world before him was composed of an incalculable number of strings. With his human emotion suppressed by the star god consciousness, Zhao Sheng's mind was dominated by absolute rationality. Almost instantly, his expression became expressionless and apathetic. He was completely distracted, observing this world of laws while constantly being inundated with astronomical amounts of unknown information. Simultaneously, he leveraged the consciousnesses of the star gods to simultaneously create thousands of tasks. Mission Sequence 0, Creation of the Heaven and Earth. Mission Sequences 1 to 20, Observe the Laws of Fire and Deduce the Exercises of the Great Sun Burning Heaven Sutra. Mission Sequences 21 to 82, Analyze the Big and Small Rui Immortal Techniques. Mission Sequences 83 to 109, Based on the Dao Zhenwen of Firm, Fortification, Light, Heavy, and Burning. Observe and deduce new Dao Zhenwen, with the initial goals of destruction, disaster, and empty. Mission Sequences 114 to 154, Based on the Zhenaiquan, Deduce a New Will Martial Art. Deducing the third model of the unity of essence, energy, and spirit. Mission Sequences 155 to 200, Deducing the Dao of Destruction from the Phenomenon of the Power of Annihilation. Mission Sequences 286, Deducing the Cultivation Path from the Spirit Transformation Realm to the Return to Void Realm. Mission Sequences 276 to 281, Analyzing a Preliminary Exploration of the Void Realm, Tracing the Origin of the Spirit Realm, and the Mystery of Heavenly Disaster. A series of ancient books and jade slips. Quests 307 to 344, using the 10,000 fire cauldron, 7 flame fan, heavenly sword emperor, and god-slaying mace as models, deduce methods for advancing true form spirit treasures. Quests 1201, 300, using the 648 5 elements immortal cultivation techniques as models, deduce the 5 elements primordial principle sutra, a text that leads directly to the return to the void. As Zhao Sheng busied himself with establishing over 1,000 quest sequences, the 100 Worlds book quietly emerged from the depths of his soul, its pages silently opening. Name, Zhao Qiangshan, Zhao Sheng, lifespan, 879, 2921, -1 and 1, realm, second level of divine transformation. Unimaginable strings of laws filled the entire field of vision. They possessed not only every color known to humanity, but even more colors beyond human cognition, a chaotic, unknown, and indescribable mass. The laws that constitute heaven and earth intertwined and fused, constantly forming intricate three-dimensional nodes. These constantly shifted according to specific patterns, sometimes appearing boundless, sometimes curled into a single point, and sometimes intertwined and coiled, weaving together endless knots and three-dimensional structures. Since beginning to observe this world of laws, Zhao Sheng had been constantly inundated with astronomical amounts of information. Even with his accomplished soul, he soon felt his consciousness rapidly expanding, as if threatened to burst under the onslaught of information. Yet, Zhao Sheng remained undaunted, his greed only intensifying, his lifespan consuming him furiously. Time passed, yet it seemed like a fleeting moment. The Silk world before him suddenly vanished, Zhao Sheng, repelled by an irresistible surge of vast consciousness, instantly detached from his state of supernatural thought and absolute rationality. His consciousness returned to normal, and he was instantly overcome by a splitting headache, as if his head were filled with matter. Beyond the excruciating pain, Zhao Sheng felt a strange, profound sense of loss. Name, Zhao Qiangshan, Zhao Sheng, lifespan, 879/888 realm, second level of transformation. The Book of 100 Worlds slowly sank into the depths of the soul sea, its attribute panel gradually fading from his mind. Opening his eyes, he was confronted by the star god's world of consciousness, where the sun was high in the sky and the sea of star algae blanketed the sea. Zhao Sheng, swallowing the pain, bowed to the star god and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, your highness, for your favor," the star god said. "I have only granted your wish. Now it is your turn to fulfill your promise. I will never forget." "Your highness, please open the space-time vortex," Zhao Sheng said with a resolute gaze. Late at night, dark clouds obscured the moon. In the southwest of the inner waters of the shattered star sea, the sky suddenly shifted, dispersing the swirling clouds to reveal a clear, luminous starry sky. As the sea surged, a vast, surging wave of space and time silently emerged from the sky, a vortex nearly 100 miles in diameter. At that moment, a streak of golden light shot up into the sky, flashing into the vortex of time and space, then vanished in an instant. A moment later, the vortex automatically collapsed, vanishing into thin air. However, its appearance had already alarmed the cultivators of the broken star sea within a radius of 10,000 miles. Cloudboat treasure ships swarmed towards the area, and several giant and true immortals quickly flew to the scene, but alas, they found nothing. That day, the star algae that had been ravaging the Wishao Sea suddenly triggered a new round of red tides. At noon, a violent wind suddenly blew up, the sea surged, and a gray vortex nearly 100 miles in diameter materialized in midair, drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 1,000 miles of the surrounding area. Although the vortex appeared and disappeared in a fraction of a second, it still alerted the major sects secretly monitoring the Wishao Sea. Suddenly, the 5 dominant factions guarding the 5 great sea eyes, the Xiandao sect, the Heishan sect, the Wendao sect, the Xianjin sect, and the Chizha sect, all dispatched their nascent soul ancestors to investigate the area. However, fearing the star god, the ancestors dared not show their faces. They waited until the star god's consciousness had returned to dormancy, then they infiltrated the area stealthily. However, by then, Zhao Sheng had long since vanished, leaving the group empty-handed and ultimately leaving, bewildered and puzzled. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540, The Blood God Falls, The End of a Life. Time flies, the years pass by like a shuttle. It's midsummer, the sun blazing brightly. It's the peak season for the endless star algae in the Wazhou Sea. As far as the eye can see, the boundless expanse of the ocean is covered in vibrant swarms of star algae. From afar, it resembles an endless, vibrant meadow of vibrant colors, faintly emitting a ferocious and savage vitality. Crash! At noon that day, the surface of the remote part of the sea suddenly churned, and a slender, well-proportioned figure slowly rose from the depths. Zhao Sheng glanced around, then looked up at the high sun. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but rub his brows. After nearly 6 months of recuperation, he had managed to transfer the immeasurable cloud of law information entropy into the 100 Worlds book, while also restoring his energy and spirit to peak condition. He was running out of time, but while he had some free time before the decisive battle, he decided to visit the 5 great seas and save some money for his next life. With this thought, Zhao Sheng suddenly transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky before disappearing in an instant into the depths of the vast sea of clouds. The sun was slanting, and northeast of the Wazhou Sea, a vast, imposing vortex, thousands of miles in diameter, loomed in the center of the ocean, rumbling with clamor. Hundreds of miles above the sea's eye, hundreds of floating spirit islands drifted in the sea of clouds, cloud boats crisscrossing them. From time to time, streaks of light could be seen emanating from the islands and heading straight for the sea's eye. Not long after, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air above the floating islands. It was Zhao Sheng, his expression impassive. Zhao Sheng gazed down at the spirit islands below, a brilliant divine light suddenly emanating from his brows. His vast divine consciousness expanded in all directions like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire floating spirit island group. Just as Zhao Sheng unabashedly announced his presence, deep within a cavern rich in spiritual energy, at the center of the largest floating spiritual island, the Black Heaven sect's left envoy, Bu He, suddenly opened his eyes, instantly awakened by the overwhelming surge of divine consciousness. Shocked and enraged, Bu He shouted, "Who is this? Ugh! This. But mid-sentence, the man's face suddenly flushed, then paled to pale white, his expression aghast. Whoosh! The next second, Bu He soared into the air, darting out of the cavern, then bursting into a blaze of light, hurtling towards his target. Instantly, he ascended into the heavens, gazing at the strange True Lord towering in the distance, his aura immeasurable. With a look of awe, he bowed his head in obeisance. Zhu Bu He, left envoy of the Black Heaven sect, pays homage to the great True Lord. Zhao Sheng ignored him, simply gazing quietly at the scenery. At that moment, 3 beams of light almost simultaneously emanated from each of the spirit islands. They instantly approached, revealing the figures of 3 nascent soul ancestors. The 3, quick to sense the situation, immediately recognized the presence of the True Lord of Transformation and paid their respects with deep respect, fearing the slightest impoliteness. Zhao Sheng let them sit for a moment, allowing them to sweat profusely and look terrified before speaking. "I haven't appeared in person for centuries. It seems no one recognizes me." Zhu Bu He, struck by an idea, cautiously chimed in, "Junior, I'd be so bold as to ask for your clarification. Well, have you ever heard of the True Lord of Slaying Gods?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Bu He and the other 3's faces paled drastically, their horrifying memories of him suddenly flooding their minds. "You're right. The old monster, Dead Jua, died at my hands. My surname is Zhao, and I come from the Xianzhu realm." Upon hearing this, Zhu Bu He and the other 3 trembled, each filled with despair, yet they dared not flee. They all believed that disaster was imminent, a calamity that would soon arrive. Zhao Sheng suddenly changed the subject and secretly sent a divine thought to the 4. In an instant, Zhu Bu He and the other 3 were filled with ecstasy, having suddenly escaped death, each secretly thanking their luck. "Sir, please wait a moment. We, the 4 juniors, will do whatever you're asked for." "Yes, I will only wait 3 hours. If you do not satisfy me, all of you will die." Yes, we will not hold back." Zhu Bu He and the other 3 nodded in agreement. After performing their solemn ceremony, they dared not hesitate and fled back to the island at top speed. Soon, the entire floating spiritual island group descended into chaos. Countless Black Sky cult monks received urgent decrees from the 4 great patriarchs, followed by a series of special envoys who arrived at their homes and demanded the surrender of most of their properties. Meanwhile, the Sutra library, treasury, and other important structures on the floating islands were looted, to the point where the 4 nascent soul patriarchs had to personally pack the bags. 3 hours passed in a flash, and Zubuhe and his 4 companions, each carrying a large stack of Nakung seals, soared into the sky and presented them to Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng didn't even glance at them. With a flick of his sleeve, he collected all the Nakung seals and nodded with apparent satisfaction. Since you've shown good sense, I won't be so ruthless. Well, I'll spare your lives this time. Return. Thank you, sir, for your mercy. I'll be leaving now. Overjoyed, Zubuhe and his 4 paid their respects before scuttling away in a dejected flash of light. It's no wonder the 4 of them were so docile. After all, a solitary, uninhibited, otherworldly divine transformation master is the most terrifying. Not only them, but even the most powerful sects with true masters in charge wouldn't dare provoke him. Zhao Sheng watched the 4 fly back to the island. With a faint smile, he vanished in a flash. Half an hour later, Zhao Sheng reappeared at a new CI, a whirlpool within the Chizha sect's sphere of influence. Zhao Sheng repeated his tactics, once again successfully plundering a vast treasure trove of artifacts and texts before moving on to the next CI. Over the course of 2 days, he visited all 5 CIs, finding a docile and harmonious atmosphere everywhere he went. Few dared to defy the will of a divine transformation master. The sun set, the moon rose, and the sky was filled with stars. After plundering the 5 CIs, Zhao Sheng's anger subsided, and he returned to his secret cave, carrying his mountain of Nakung seals. With the Star God's protection, as long as he stayed within the Wazhao Sea, the preoccupied blood god would remain unaware of his presence. This was one of the main reasons for his unbridled impunity. Zhao Sheng's evasion light soared thousands of miles when a long, ethereal song suddenly reached his ears. The sea of suffering is boundless, I seek to cross it in a small boat. The wind is high and the waves are fierce, I seek to balance with a single oar. The way is like the sea, the most difficult of all. Forgetting coming and going, Zhao Sheng suppressed his evasion light and gazed into the distance, just in time to see a small boat approaching on a cloud. The figure aboard was ethereal and detached, with an aura of transcendence. In a moment, the boat approached, stopping a few miles away. The occupant, with disheveled hair and a pale complexion, was a vigorous old man in a straw raincoat. Zhao Sheng smoothed his slightly frown, and suddenly he smiled and nodded, saying, "It turns out it's an old friend. Congratulations to the founder of the sect for his success in cultivation and promotion to the rank of true lord. I don't deserve the title of founder. I'm useless, just a guard dog. How can I compare with the true lord god killer who is famous in the 3 realms?" The gatekeeper bowed from a distance and said in a serious tone. Zhao Sheng's smile faded, and he said calmly, "Chizha, Xianjun, Sanhuang, and the others dared not reveal themselves, yet they chose you to do so. It seems the future of the Xiandao sect is bleak." The sect's founder spoke sternly. "Our sect's current success is entirely thanks to you. However, I haven't come here to argue with you about right and wrong. I simply wish to ask you a few questions." "Haha, you're asking about why I risked my life sneaking into the netherworld, what my purpose is here, why the Star God has undergone such a transformation, and other such trivial questions. I'll be frank with you, and I'll also tell Chizha, Xianjun, and the others. I'm here for one sole purpose, to slay the gods for heaven, even at the cost of my life." The old gatekeeper's expression cracked at these words, a look of disbelief and shock crossing his face. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't imagine how a deity from another realm could be so foolish, no, so stubborn. He had thousands of years of leisurely time to spare, yet he still dreamed of challenging the almighty blood god. What kind of persistence was this? The only word to describe him is fearless. The old gatekeeper looked around repeatedly, but only saw a calm and composed face. But when he made eye contact with the other person, he instantly saw a firm belief in it. Somehow, the old gatekeeper chose to believe, and soon believed it without a doubt. You must know that the blood god has been entrenched in the 2 realms of the netherworld for tens of thousands of years, and all the generations of true gods of transformation have been devoured by him. For tens of thousands of years, peerless geniuses in the 2 realms have risen up to resist, but the end result has always been failure. The old gatekeeper was once one of them, but he eventually retreated in fear. The old gatekeeper's expression relaxed, and he solemnly bowed to Zhao Sheng, not getting up for a long time. Zhao Sheng accepted this great courtesy with great dignity, then waved his hand to send out an undercurrent, helping the other person to his feet. When you return, please inform Chizha, Xianjun, Sanhuang, and other fellow Daoists. There are over 27 star Ruai in total. But they are all in the hands of the Nanshan Zhao clan. If you wish to use the interboundary teleportation array, you may contact the Nanshan Zhao clan in the future. This is my sincere advice, and you may believe it or not, the old gatekeeper's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the oar. Zhao Sheng ignored the other subtle movements and continued, in a month or two, the Wuzhousi will surely experience a celestial catastrophe. At that time, the cause and effect between me and the blood god will be resolved. As for who will live and who will die, heaven will bear witness. The old gatekeeper was in a state of panic and was about to ask what was going on. Zhao Sheng didn't even give him a chance to ask. He flashed and vanished from his sight. A few days later, a top-secret message spread throughout the highest echelons of the Nether God cultivation community. Few knew the details except for the true Lord Huishin himself and his most valued disciples and juniors. Anyone who knew the inside story was stunned and questioned whether the story was real. After all, the whole thing was extremely strange and absurd, even outrageous. Yes. Aside from the old gatekeeper, only a few true lords of the Nether God, such as Chizhas Henren, Diao Zushi, Xianjun Zushi, and Sanhuang Liuxin, who had previously interacted with Zhao Sheng, were vaguely skeptical. Everyone else was sneerful and unconvinced. On the contrary, most believed that true Lord Shishin's visit to the Nether God must be a conspiracy, and they must be extremely vigilant. Suddenly, the 5 major sects, the Xiandao sect, the Heishan sect, the Xianjun sect, the Wendao sect, and the Chizha sect, all made major moves, withdrawing their personnel guarding the CI from Wuzhousi in droves. At the same time, all the mountain gate formations were activated to prevent true Lord Shishin from venturing out. The 5 major sects' apparent threat quickly triggered a chain reaction. The top powers from every continent in the netherworld immediately dispatched special envoys to visit the 5 sects and simultaneously activated their ambushes, seeking to uncover the truth behind the incident. However, their efforts proved futile, as they could not uncover the true story. Half a month later, the true lords of transformation, including Chizhas Henren, Diao Zushi, and Xianjun Zushi, secretly met to discuss the logic behind the absurd actions of the true Lord Shishin. However, no matter how much they discussed and speculated, they could not comprehend Zhao Sheng's reasoning, as they had no idea such a heaven-defying treasure as the 100 Worlds book existed. Zhao Sheng's secret cave was located in the deepest canyon of the Wuzhousi, a region known for its abundant and flourishing star algae and the strongest star god consciousness. Returning to the cave, he dumped the looted Nakung seal into its deepest recesses, leaving it there despite a mountain of accumulation. Zhao Sheng walked directly into the quiet room, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes in deep meditation. His mind instantly connected with the star god's consciousness. After asking His Highness to look after this cave, hoping that future generations would come to retrieve the treasure, Zhao Sheng released his mind and began attempting to merge with the star god's consciousness. Over 40 days passed as the two consciousnesses continuously practiced their fusion. After this period of respite, a blood god child, after devouring an insider, finally learned of this devastating event. Almost simultaneously, the blood god also learned that a fearless individual had arrived in its territory. Then, deep into the night of that day, the sky above the Wuzhousi suddenly became pitch black. Then, an endless blood cloud emerged from nowhere, instantly covering half the world. The next second, the blood cloud descended, and from its depths, a vast, indifferent face with thin brows and narrow eyes suddenly emerged. The blood face of the heavenly Dao was so vast that it stretched from south to north and west to east, completely obscuring the entire sky. At the moment the blood cloud emerged, the star algae of the entire Wuzhousi suddenly came alive, emanating a dazzling display of starlight across the surface of the ocean, stretching hundreds of thousands of miles in radius. Looking down, a dazzling nebula, hundreds of thousands of miles across, gradually ascended into the sky, a magnificent display of splendor, gradually unfolding with a most magnificent brilliance. As the bloody face of the heavenly Dao materialized, Zhao Sheng, deep within the underwater cave, suddenly opened his eyes. The entire ocean was reflected in his pupils. Thousands of vast nebulae of consciousness rose from the surface, rapidly merging into one in a flash. The next moment, Zhao Sheng felt a sense of lightness throughout his body, his perspective expanding infinitely. The world before him vanished and vanished. In its place was a boundless, radiant heavenly Dao world, filled with the boundless strings of law. In an instant, Zhao Sheng's mind and the star god's consciousness merged seamlessly, becoming indistinguishable from one another. At this moment, his logical thinking surged, reaching an unimaginable peak. He suddenly felt omniscient and omnipotent. Fortunately, after over a month of adjustment, Zhao Sheng regained consciousness and realized this was all an illusion. He immediately drew upon the star god's perspective to discern the difference in the world before him. Nearly 30% of the silken strings in this vast world were shrouded in a faint bloody glow. At that moment, he vaguely discerned a massive blood man, filling his entire field of vision, perched atop an endless stream of blood-colored silken strings. Under its control, the blood-colored strings wove a series of seas of blood of laws, surging towards his space-time. Zhao Sheng was utterly stunned, clearly seeing an endless, sinister, blood-colored glow surge from the depths of the world. Simultaneously, as the blood sea passed, countless colors dimmed, and the endless silken strings of laws were stained with a faint bloody glow. The previously unpredictable, almost patternless interweaving and overlapping changes now gradually began to develop a certain pattern, as if yielding to an immensely powerful will. Zhao Sheng's space-time barely held out for a moment before it was overwhelmed and submerged by a sea of blood. His mind was suddenly shrouded in a thick bloody aura, his consciousness entangled in endless blood-colored strings, his soul unable to break free. He seemed unaware of the immense, sinister figure emerging from his soul sea. But the moment the blood god appeared, a flawless jade-white tome slowly rose from the depths of his soul sea. In the final years of the Xiandao calendar, the celestial phenomena in the Wazhao Sea shifted dramatically. That day, the sky was stained with blood, gods wept, ghosts howled, and a purple aura spread from the east for 1,000,000 miles, obscuring the heavens and the sun for 3 days. That night, all living beings dreamed of a bloody shadow being wiped out of thin air, weeping with joy. Upon waking, they were unaware of the situation. Chapter 541 The Eighth Life, The Most Dangerous Beginning. Name, Zhao Qiangshan, Zhao Sheng, lifespan 880/888 realm, second level of the spiritual transformation occupation, Grand Master of Alchemy, Grand Master of Talismans, Grand Master of Formation, Constitution, dual spiritual roots of gold and fire, earth, rebirth after body severance, earth, talent, phase shift, earth, skills, kung fu, golden crow burning heaven art, unprecedented and unparalleled, big and small Ruai immortal arts, beginner's guide, star god thousand heart art, reaching the pinnacle of perfection, yin and yang Yao Sutra, perfect, day and divine calculation, perfect. Body refining, five-way accomplice god, unprecedented and unparalleled, martial arts Zanaquan, perfection, four phases of heaven and man, superb, arts, Taoism, talismans, alchemy, weapon refining, royal control, formation. The seventh life ends, settlement in progress. From the depths of chaos, a white jade book emerged, its pages turning, blooming with myriad brilliance. A young figure stepped out from the pages of a book, each step bringing with it countless memories, some hazy and distant, some deeply etched, that flashed through his mind, fading into the depths of the pages, frozen in time forever. After an unknown amount of time, a resounding, clear voice suddenly echoed through the chaos, calculation complete. The final evaluation of the seventh generation is, the voice faltered at this point, like a well-oiled machine suddenly encountering an unexpected glitch, causing its operation to halt. Zhao Sheng frowned, looking forward with surprise at the 100 Generations book. At that moment, the 100 Generations book suddenly shone with brilliance, emitting a vast divine light that instantly illuminated the chaotic space-time. The resounding, clear voice echoed again, unsealing conditions met. The second seal is being lifted. Zhao Sheng's brows relaxed, and curiosity welled up in him, while he secretly anticipated the changes to the 100 Generations book. After an unknown amount of time, the brilliance of the 100 Generations book gradually faded, but its material and form remained unchanged. It remained a white jade volume. Just when Zhao Sheng was wondering, a large amount of information suddenly flooded into his mind like a torrent, and in a blink of an eye, he had already understood the new changes of the Book of 100 Worlds. Before unsealing, the Book of 100 Worlds has two rewards, inheritance and random drawing, and two other functions, synthesis and promotion. After unsealing, inheritance and random drawing are merged into one, and 3 new functions are added: designation, blessing, and inheritance through generations. Hint 1. Designation: any item owned in the previous life can be designated to be inherited by the next life. Hint 2. Blessing: you can choose a specific descendant to bless, or you can bless the Zhao clan in a specific world. Blessing options: with a reincarnation of the book owner as the source, you can bestow the 5 virtues and 5 lucks, or you can bestow physique, talent, skills, etc. Hint 3. Inheritance through generations: all special physiques, talents and skills possessed in previous reincarnations can be designated to be inherited in the next reincarnation. At the same time, the evaluation system and data panel have also undergone new changes. Settlement completed. The final evaluation of the 7th life is Legendary Evaluation Reward. 1 Wilderness Level Reward, can be randomly drawn or inherited, can be split. Before Zhao Sheng could make a choice, he heard the clear sound of a bell, and then the sound rose again. Calamity rises and falls, a lifetime ends. Who can be compared in 1,000 years? Congratulations to the author for achieving the following life achievements. First, kill the god of transformation, 8/9, Earth. Second, walk out of the cradle, sow seeds in the heavens, 11/9, Earth level. Third, break through the god of transformation realm, heaven level. Fourth, the world's destiny trajectory shifts by 58%, 62%, 51%, heaven, heaven, heaven. Fifth, go against the heavens, pseudo-heavenly Dao, wild. Sixth, face the golden immortal of Dalua, 3/3, wild. Achievement rewards: wilderness level 2, heaven level 4, earth level 2. Just as the voice fell, the voice rang out again: extract the 3 rewards of 1 earth and 2 mysteries that you kept in the previous life. Can they be merged into the reward list of the 7th life? Zhao Sheng replied, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard, the summary is complete. In the 7th life, a total of 12 rewards are obtained: 3 desolate, 4 heavens, 3 earths and 2 mysterious. Zhao Sheng excitedly ordered, keep the authority rewards of 1 desolate and 2 mysterious for use in the next life, already synthesized, already reserved. The only rewards that can be used now are 2 desolate, 4 heavens and 3 earths, a total of 9 authority rewards. You can choose to inherit and randomly draw from physique, talent, skill, and profession. You can also choose any one of them to bless your descendants. Please choose. Zhao Sheng thought for a moment and said, consume 2 earth-level authorities, choose to inherit the phase shift talent, and choose to inherit the body rebirth physique. Inherited, choose to consume 1 heaven-level authority reward, and choose to upgrade the phase shift talent. Congratulations on the promotion of phase shift to teleportation talent in the talent promotion, Zhao Sheng thought to himself after hearing this, and immediately gave a firm order: consume 1 desolate level authority reward, and choose to upgrade the teleportation talent. Congratulations on the promotion of teleportation to time and space teleportation talent in the talent promotion. Hint: time and space teleportation. Wherever your heart goes, you will arrive in an instant. Note: time and space teleportation consumes mental energy, and the teleportation limit is equal to the total mental energy limit. After 7 reincarnations, Zhao Sheng has met 3 great Dalao Jinxin level masters, and the mere time and space teleportation can no longer move him. He was delighted for a moment, then quickly calmed down and continued issuing orders: consume 1 heaven level authority reward and choose to advance to the body regeneration physique. Congratulations on your advancement from the body regeneration physique to the flesh and blood regeneration physique. Consume 1 earth level authority reward. Choose to bless Zhao Xuanjing and grant him the luck of his 7th life. Congratulations on transferring 50% of the bookmaster's luck to Zhao Xuanjing during the blessing activation. 50%? Barely enough. Zhao Sheng nodded in satisfaction and asked, excluding the reserved authority rewards, how many do I have left, bookmaster? You still have 3 high-level authorities, 1 for each of the wasteland in 2 days. Excellent. Choose to consume 1 heaven-level authority and randomly draw from the physique. Congratulations on drawing the Thunder Spirit Root physique from the random draw. Zhao Sheng was quite surprised when he drew the Thunder Spirit Root, as it was so rare. He had reincarnated 7 times, and had never seen more than a dozen nascent soul ancestors with Thunder Spirit Roots, let alone a single transformation god true lord. This demonstrates the rarity of immortal cultivators with Thunder Spiritual Roots, and the immense difficulty of their cultivation. With a physique in place, their talent is even more incredible. Seeing that he still had 2 high-level permissions remaining, one for each wasteland level, he felt an irresistible urge. Use one of the wasteland level permissions rewarded to randomly draw skill. Congratulations on receiving the skill Universal Immortal Heaven Projection, Beginner. From the skill draw, a flood of information suddenly flooded Zhao Sheng's mind, and a method for arranging a special formation ritual emerged. The ritual was both simple and complex. It required finding a treasure imbued with the power of time and space, placing it in the center of the formation, and then chanting an eerie incantation. Ultimately, a projection from somewhere in the Universal Immortal Heaven would manifest into the mortal world. But where was the Universal Immortal Heaven? What incredible power did one of its projections possess? The only true name for an immortal heaven Zhao Sheng had ever heard of was the Supreme Immortal Heaven. But the Supreme Immortal Heaven was the dojo of the Supreme Taoist Ancestor of Fortune. Could it be that Yuquang Zianshan is actually the dojo of a Taoist master named Yuquang Daozu? Zhao Sheng's heart trembled at the thought, and he fell into a long period of contemplation. After a long moment, a voice echoed from the chaos. Use 1 heavenly level permission reward to activate the designated function. Transfer the Zumi ring to your next incarnation. Designation successful. Next reincarnation begins. Reincarnation within reincarnation successful. Pain. Headache. So painful. As the deepest darkness quickly faded, Zhao Sheng, who had just regained consciousness, suddenly felt his head swell and burst, as if a red-hot knife was inserted into his brain, constantly stirring and churning. Ugh! He tried to open his eyes, to turn over, but his body refused to obey, as if he had completely lost control. After an unknown amount of time, the headache receded like a stream of water. Zhao Sheng remained motionless, but his eyes narrowed, quietly observing his surroundings. The room seemed small, its ceiling glistening and smooth. It was constructed entirely of a unique wood with distinct grain patterns, its surface intricately carved with intricate patterns. A faint green glow emanated from it. The air was filled with a tranquilizing fragrance. Zhao Sheng sniffed it and determined it originated from a rare and precious elixir of extremely high rank. Such high-grade elixirs were invaluable, comparable in value to a mid to high-grade magical weapon. He gently touched the ground with his hands, and the warm, smooth feel revealed it to be paved with some kind of jade. This should be a private training room, belonging to a highly skilled cultivator. After quickly making his judgment, Zhao Sheng hesitated to act rashly. Instead, he lay quietly there, waiting for a long moment. However, no one appeared. A sense of relief washed over Zhao Sheng, who slowly opened his eyes, sat up, and surveyed his surroundings. As expected, it was a medium-sized secret training chamber. The walls were constructed of the same wood, covered in the same array patterns and emitting the same faint green light. 2 feet in front of him, an ancient cauldron half a man's height, with 3 legs and 6 handles, stood on the ground. Wisps of green smoke rose from the handles. The smoke blended into the air, emitting a strong fragrance. It seemed to be the source of the strange aroma. Zhao Sheng turned his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. Behind him lay a mummy dressed in a cerulean robe. The mummy's face was dark blue, with a tuft of green beard drooping from its jaw. Its bloodshot eyes bulged out of their sockets, and its expression seemed to reveal a complex mix of resentment, regret, and remorse. Zhao Sheng's gaze focused, noticing a row of golden cloth bags hanging from the mummy's waist. A foot-long emerald wooden sword lay horizontally on the ground beside its left hand. The wooden sword emanated a brilliant glow, uncontrollably emitting waves of powerful sword energy. The moment Zhao Sheng laid eyes on the sword, his hair stood on end, and he felt a wave of dread, as if he were on the brink of an abyss. The next second, Zhao Sheng quickly averted his gaze from the sword, quickly assessing it. This flying sword was at least a top-grade magical weapon, perhaps even a top-tier ancient treasure. This thought immediately fueled even more doubts. Where is this place? What are the identities of the deceased? Oh no, recalling the memories of this body, he found nothing. Zhao Sheng suddenly developed a strong premonition, he might have been possessed. The attempt failed. The possessed soul disintegrated, and his body ultimately became a dried corpse. He had reincarnated 7 times, but no beginning had been more perilous than this one. If he mishandled the next one, he feared death on his very first reincarnation. As his mind raced, Zhao Sheng's heart arose, and he quickly summoned his personal data panel. Name, Zhao Zili, Zhao Sheng, lifespan 12/134 realm, key refining level 2, constitution, thunder spiritual root, heaven, flesh and blood rebirth, heaven, talent, time and space shift, wild, skill, cosmic immortal heavenly projection, wild level, entry level, laws, path of thunder, 0.1%, path of fire, 9%, path of metal, 3%, path of destruction, 5%, path of water, 4%, path of wood, 2%. Seeing the name on the panel, Zhao Sheng felt certain. Now he finally knew the original owner's name. However, another question arose. None of the Zhao family's generation names contained the character Zai, so where did the Zai in his name come from? After pondering for a while, he still couldn't come up with any clues. Zhao Sheng stood up, staggered over to the corpse, and reached out to remove a green cloth bag. Focusing his mind, he released a faint spiritual wave from his brow. The wave touched the cyan cloth bag and was instantly repelled by an irresistible force. Zhao Sheng's face paled, his soul inexplicably damaged. At this moment, the door to the training room suddenly opened from the outside. Zhao Sheng turned and saw a burly old man, over a foot tall, his hands reaching down to his knees, striding into the room. As he entered, his gaze fell on Zhao Sheng. After a moment's scrutiny, a look of suspicion suddenly crossed his face. "I'll ask you an answer. First question, what's your name?" The burly old man's expression changed, and he asked coldly. Zhao Sheng cried out inwardly, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. But the next moment, he discarded all his sophistry, his face trembling with confusion, but he couldn't utter a word. Seeing this, Patriarch Long Kui's face turned ashen. He clearly understood, fellow Taoist Bai Mu had failed in his attempt to possess someone else's body. Humph! Patriarch Long Kui snorted coldly and swept his sleeve. A vast red light emerged from thin air, whistling and sweeping up the mummy, the cauldron, the green cloth bag, and the emerald flying sword on the ground, all whizzing into Long Kui's sleeve. Then, the man stepped to Zhao Sheng's side, extended a palm as big as a palm leaf fan, and lifted Zhao Sheng up, striding out of the training room. Pitiful. 12-year-old Zhao Sheng stood 6 feet tall, but in this man's hands, he was like a doll, at his mercy. A moment later, Zhao Sheng was casually tossed into a cramped, sealed cabin. Bang! The cabin door slammed shut, and the darkness was instantly dispelled by a faint green light emanating from the walls. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged on the cold floor, his eyes clear, his mind racing. Judging from the multiple passages he had just passed and the surroundings, Zhao Sheng could conclude that he was now on a spaceship, most likely in the outer void. The cultivation level of that person just now was at least above the golden core stage, and there was even a slight chance that he was a Yuanying cultivator. As for the person who took over someone else's body, there was an 80% chance that it was a wood element Yuanying. Zhao Sheng was faced with such a dangerous situation right after reincarnation, but at this moment he felt a little fortunate. After all, after he was possessed once, outsiders would never be able to do it a second time. But how to get out of this predicament as soon as possible? Zhao Sheng thought about it, but couldn't come up with any good solution. After a moment, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, the Sumer ring. It came with a reincarnation. Where is it? Zhao Sheng searched his body but found nothing. Just when he thought the Sumer ring had been taken away by someone, he suddenly saw a faint ring-shaped mark on his index finger. This is the Sumer ring. Chapter 542. The young master is awake. Zhao Sheng, with a look of hope on his face, released a wave of spiritual energy, probing the mark. After struggling to penetrate an invisible barrier, he instantly sensed a vast expanse of space. However, oh my god! Where have all the treasures in there gone? Zhao Sheng felt like crying, tears failing him. The Sumeru space, vast enough to hold a mountain, was completely empty. The spirit stones and treasures that once piled high were completely gone. Well, Zhao Sheng's attempt to exploit a loophole had completely failed. How could he easily find a loophole in the Book of 100 Worlds? After a brief moment of frustration, Zhao Sheng quickly calmed down, regained his composure, and began to consider his future. First and foremost, he was certain that, possessing the gift of Thunder Spirit roots, his life was not in danger for the time being. After all, in terms of value, he was a rare commodity, priceless. Zhao Sheng firmly believed that as long as he survived, he would eventually rise to prominence. However, His only concern was that the force that had abducted him might be a thoroughly evil and treacherous sect. If a vicious restriction like the heart demon curse were implanted within him in the future, leaving him under the control of others, it would undoubtedly cause immense difficulty in his future cultivation. Thinking of this, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and strained his mind to recall the secret training room he had found upon first awakening. As the image of the secret room emerged, an inexplicable impulse suddenly surged through Zhao Sheng's mind, as if he could easily reach that place with just a thought. A split second later, Zhao Sheng forcibly suppressed the impulse, then breathed a sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. He sat there seemingly dazed, but his gaze calmly surveyed every corner of the room. The walls, roof, and floor were all constructed of the same wood, their surface grain remarkably similar. Furthermore, judging by the direction and arrangement of the grain, the entire cabin seemed like a single, expanded chamber, carved out of a single, massive log. Zhao Sheng was startled, and recalling everything he had seen in the secret room, he couldn't help but harbor a bolder idea. Could it be that the main body of this enormous spaceship is actually a massive tree? As Zhao Sheng's thoughts wandered, a secret meeting was taking place in a luxurious hall at the front of the spaceship. The outcome of this meeting would determine Zhao Sheng's fate. Inside, 7 people sat around a round Tai Chi table. Long Kui sat second to the left. At the head of the table sat a swirling fog, obscuring the figures within. Long Kui, so Bai Mu's attempt to possess another's body has completely failed. Indeed, I have examined his soul using mystical techniques, and there is no trace of any fragments of Bai Mu's spirit left. Bing Guang, how did you fare? Thanks to the captain's good fortune, 4 of the 6 succeeded. Of the remaining 2, 1 failed miserably. As for the last one, haha, 1,000 years of practice undone in a single day, only to serve as a wedding dress for someone else. These words shocked everyone in the room. But soon, the old demon Zuji, who was sitting in the first seat on the right, looked at the opposite side and shouted first, Bing Gong, what is the identity of the Son of Destiny? Where is he now? Don't argue with me, I will accept this disciple. Brother Zuji, you dare to boast about accepting a disciple without even asking what kind of spiritual roots this child has? If it is a spiritual root of water or wood, wouldn't it be a waste of the child's talent? As soon as the voice fell, the ancestor Bing Gong, who was sitting in the first seat on the left, said at the right time, Friend Liu is right. The child is a little girl, and she really has the spiritual root of water. If Zuji is allowed to teach her, it will undoubtedly be a waste of this uncut jade. When the old demon Zuji heard this, a layer of black air suddenly appeared on his face, and his body leaned back heavily on the chair and stopped talking. Haha, I just happen to be lacking a close friend, how about you hand the child over to me? It's just a mere 100 top-grade spirit stones, I'll pay for it. No. Captain, please say something fair. Poison Lady is not only cruel and vicious, but also famous for abusing those around her. The child is young and delicate, alright. Before he could finish his words, a magnetic and elegant voice suddenly came from the fog at the top, interrupting the other party. The ship owner continued, there is no need to argue, everyone. I have made up my mind. The period of 100 years of offerings is approaching. Our ship is still lacking an offering of sufficient weight, so we will use this child of luck as an offering to the sect. I have many true lords under the Three Lives Palace, and I will definitely find a good home for her. Okay, that's all for now. It's your turn, Lady Poison, ship owner. The 10-year trade fair held a few days ago was a great success. According to preliminary calculations, we made a profit of 160 high-grade spirit stones, 376 top-grade spirit stones, and 61 strands of celestial mysteries. The list of other treasures is all recorded and has now been put into the warehouse, Lady Poison reported in a serious tone. Great, next, hey, it's finally my turn. I've collected a ton of intel, but only 7 have reached priority. One of them is related to Senior Brother Long Kui. The Wuta Palace, a major force in the Black Sand realm, recently issued a wanted bounty, and the reward is for none other than Senior Brother Long Kui. The reward is the ownership of a large spirit stone mine. Wow, what a generous offer. Even I'm tempted, exclaimed Yi Fizi, who sat below Patriarch Long Kui. A sneer crossed his face, and he didn't even take the Wook Palace seriously. Compared to a behemoth like the Sansheng Palace, which roamed the heavens, the Wook Palace, entrenched in the Black Sand realm, was as weak as an ant, not worth mentioning at all. Time slipped by like flowing water. After the 6 chief officials finished their reports, the ship owner spoke again. Bing Guang and Long Kui have done a great job this time. They have obtained a total of 10 shares for the body possession, with 7 successful and only 2 unsuccessful. The most gratifying thing is that we have discovered a child of luck this time. It is truly a great achievement. As for the 2 children who failed, let's auction them off according to the old rules. The auction proceeds will be divided into 20% and 80%, and 20% will be recorded in the book. The remaining 80%, I will make the decision and leave it to Bing Guang and the others to deal with. Bing Guang and Long Kui were overjoyed and immediately stood up and saluted. Thank you, ship owner, for the reward. After speaking, the ancestor Long Kui remembered something and hurriedly said, Ship owner, my situation is a bit special. The child who failed to take over the body has the talent of a thunder spirit root. As thunder spirit roots are rare, I think it would be better to send them back to Sansheng Palace for training. No need, it's just a thunder spirit root, not a natural Taoist body, so there is no need to pay attention to it. Just follow the old rules, the highest bidder wins. Poison Lady, among the several Hangxi realms nearby, which world is most eager for thunder spirit roots? Captain, I've searched the nearly 1,000-year-old Eternal Sea, and only the Dachan realm values thunder spiritual roots the most. Haha, I remember now. The main materials of this Shuangling ship also come from the Dachan realm. No wonder they value thunder spiritual roots so much. Zuji, pass the order, change the route to the Dachan realm. I obey. In the darkest sky of the 9 netherworlds, a raging space-time storm raged constantly. At this moment, in the center of a slightly calm storm, a massive cigar-shaped spaceship suddenly turned, following the storm's currents, and hurtled towards a specific space-time beacon under tremendous thrust. Meanwhile, in a cabin at the stern of the Shuangling, Zhao Sheng walked along the edge of the wall, examining the array patterns on it. After repeated observation and comparison, he discovered many similar array patterns. These patterns shared many similarities with those on the cross-realm teleportation pillars, yet also had many subtle differences. However, it's certain that their styles are quite similar, possibly even deriving from the same origins as the immortal cultivation civilization. This indirectly suggests that he likely didn't wander into a strange foreign land, but rather reincarnated within the spheres of influence of the 2 spiritual realms, Taisu and Taiyi. About an hour later, Zhao Sheng returned to the center of the cabin, sat cross-legged, and slowly extended his right hand, palm facing upward. A thin wisp of spiritual energy surged from his danshan, slowly flowing along the Han-Taiyin lung meridian to his fingertips, where a faint flash of lightning emanated. Then, under Zhao Sheng's control, the lightning quickly converged, transforming into a 3-inch-long lightning sword. With another thought, the sword instantly transformed into a 9-petaled lotus, the petals blazing with lightning yet appearing lifelike. The next second, the lightning lotus suddenly split into 9, each transforming into a 5-clawed lightning dragon. However, the dragons only lasted a moment before collapsing and vanishing. Zhao Sheng unconcernedly continued channeling spiritual energy into his fingertips, using it to transform all living things, eventually even evolving into more complex forms like runes and dragon seals. Just as he was familiarizing himself with his spiritual energy in this way, the cabin door suddenly opened, and a pale red figure floated in. It was a woman in her 20s, with a charming face and a slender figure. She held a tray in her hands, but her expression was slightly stiff and lifeless, and her whole being lacked a touch of life. Zhao Sheng, a seasoned observer, could tell at a glance that she wasn't human, perhaps a puppet or a cyborg. As expected, the woman came over to Zhao Sheng, set down the tray, and stood silently by his side. Zhao Sheng, already ravenous, quickly grabbed the chicken leg from the tray and devoured it. A quarter of an hour later, the maid removed the dish, leaving behind a mess of cups and plates, and then slowly floated out of the cabin door, just as she had come, closing it. Time slipped by. Zhao Sheng felt as if he were cut off from the world. Aside from the maid who brought him food, he had never seen a single person. He had no idea how long he had been on the ship, but he clearly remembered eating a total of 168 meals. Calculating 2 meals a day, he must have spent a total of 84 days on the ship since waking up. Furthermore, Zhao Sheng had attempted cultivation numerous times, but alas, all had failed. This mysterious ship was clearly rigged with profound, unknown restrictions. While the cabin was filled with an unusually rich spiritual energy, not a trace of thunder spiritual energy was present. After another 36 meals, The long-absent elder Long Kui suddenly appeared before Zhao Sheng. Before Zhao Sheng could even exclaim in ecstasy, a streak of light flew towards him. The next moment, his vision went dark, and he passed out. Elder Long Kui gazed at the handsome young man before him and sighed again. This boy will surely become something great. For the past 3 months, Elder Long Kui had secretly observed him many times. An ordinary person locked in such a cramped room would have driven mad. Just like the other child, who had cried and raged, even resorting to self-harm over 2 months earlier, necessitating a prolonged hibernation in an ice coffin. This child, however, remained silent, neither crying nor fuming, neither speaking nor frightened nor angry. His patience and composure were truly astonishing. Had he not personally examined the child's spirit and confirmed with absolute certainty that Bai Mu's spirit had completely dissipated, he might have believed Bai Mu had truly been reborn within the child. Elder Long Kui even considered accepting him as a disciple, but the strict rules of the Sancheng Palace dictated extreme caution. Furthermore, Zhao Sheng's style of cultivation was profoundly incompatible with his thunder spirit root. This forced him to repeatedly dismiss the idea. With all these thoughts racing through his mind, Elder Long Kui reached out and seized Zhao Sheng's body, then turned and walked out of the chamber. An unknown amount of time passed. When Zhao Sheng awoke from his coma again and opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a gorgeous, transparent gauze curtain draped overhead. The bedposts supporting the curtain were carved with intricate patterns of branches and leaves. The soft, silky softness beneath him, a thin silk blanket draped across his chest, filled the air with a delicate fragrance. Zhao Sheng glanced around and saw a room steeped in ancient charm, elegant yet luxurious. In the center stood an incense burner, wisps of purple smoke rising from it. Awake. Young master, you're awake. Beside the bed, a stocky, ordinary-looking young man, upon seeing Zhao Sheng open his eyes, was overjoyed. He ran out of the room in a hoarse voice. A strange voice? A strange language? A strange place? Where on earth had I been? Confused, Zhao Sheng immediately used his right hand to prop himself up and sit up. He then lifted the curtain and gently jumped off the bed, landing on the ground. At that moment, a middle-aged man, 9 feet tall and handsome, walked into the room with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. He was dressed in a long golden robe, a jade-like pink iron crown on his head, a gold silk bag hanging from his waist, and a bright green ring on the middle finger of his right hand. Chen Dacheng walked in and his eyes fell on Zhao Sheng. Seeing that he was calm and composed, with no fear in his eyes, he couldn't help but nod secretly, thinking, this boy is extraordinary. It's worth a huge price our ancestors spent to buy him. My surname is Chen, and my name is Cheng. From now on, I will be your father. Chen Dacheng pointed to himself first, then nodded to Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng looked a little confused, completely confused about what he was saying. Chen Dacheng didn't care at all and casually clapped his hands. Pa! Applause erupted, and a procession of young men filed in from the doorway, the burly young man among them. They carried clothes, boots, hats, ribbons, jade pendants, and other accessories. A moment later, Zhao Sheng appeared completely transformed. In the eyes of the young men, young master had completely transformed. Simply standing there, he looked like a distinguished and elegant young man, untainted by the muck. Chapter 543, The Great Tree Takes 8,000 Years as Spring. However, in Chen Dacheng's view, this child seemed to possess a sense of transcendence from the moment he was born, a unique aura that was unforgettable. The more Chen Dacheng observed him, the more satisfied he became, and he couldn't help but feel even more grateful to his ancestors for entrusting this child to his care. Although the child was somewhat advanced in age, he was absolutely certain that he would develop a deep bond with him, and that he would remain loyal to the Chen family. In 100, 200 years, this child would forget his past and become an indispensable pillar of the Chen family. No. He would be one of the most legitimate descendants of the Chen family. Time is always on the Chen family's side. There's no need to rush, everything will unfold slowly according to plan. The most important thing now wasn't cultivation, but teaching this child writing and language. After observing him, Chen Dacheng resolutely decided not to rely on outsiders and personally teach his son to speak and write, while also cultivating their bond. Gurgle. Just then, Zhao Sheng's stomach suddenly rumbled, and he blushed slightly. Chen Dacheng smiled at this, waved, and said kindly, "Son, come with me." He then turned and walked out. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng hurriedly followed. After the two masters left the room, A group of young men followed suit. Beyond the room, a spacious, bright hall emerged. Chen Dacheng walked unstoppably through the hall and out the door. Zhao Sheng followed closely, and after passing through the door, the two men arrived at a courtyard overflowing with lush greenery. Zhao Sheng glanced around and saw a thin layer of mist enveloping the courtyard, over 100 steps wide. On either side, beneath the walls, rows of flowering trees, over 10 feet tall, flourished. Looking up, the sky was pale, the pervasive mist filling the air, nearly obscuring the sun. Zhao Sheng peered into the distance and vaguely discerned a vast shadow at the end of the mist, occasionally revealing hints of inky green where the mist thinned. Though the greenery flashed by, though it was only a fleeting glimpse, the sight was enough to move Zhao Sheng. A few breaths later, Zhao Sheng followed Chen Dacheng through 2 courtyards and into a 3-story wooden building of considerable size. The two quickly reached the second floor, where they were greeted by a vast, long, square table, carved with dragons and phoenixes, its lacquer mirror-like finish. The table was now laden with plates of delicious dishes, each one appearing to be a feast for the eyes, each one exuding a rich aroma. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered as he saw the other party extend a hand. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and sat down on a random stool. Then, picking up the jade chopsticks from the table, he attacked the table full of food. Watching Zhao Sheng devour his food without paying any attention, Chen Dacheng nodded silently. In truth, from the moment Zhao Sheng awoke until now, Chen Dacheng had been secretly observing his every move, constantly assessing his son's performance. After observing him so far, Chen Dacheng could conclude that his son had received a good upbringing. Despite his unruly eating habits, his every move was elegant, a testament to his distinguished background. Zhao Sheng was aware that he was being observed, but he paid no heed. After a few minutes, Zhao Sheng, sated and satisfied, sat down, awaiting his opponent's next move. However, he miscalculated. Chen Dacheng quickly led him up to the 3rd floor. This floor was furnished like a study, with a desk filled with brushes, inkstones, and paper, and over 100 thread-bound books scattered along the wall shelves. Zhao Sheng immediately grasped the opponent's intention, but a slight frown etched his brow, his hopes dashed. If they didn't even understand the art of mind transmission, it seemed the world's level of cultivation couldn't be much higher. In fact, Zhao Sheng had guessed wrong again. How could the Chen family, a prominent family of the second tribulation, not possess secret methods of transmission through mind transmission and divine power initiation? As the great-great-grandson of the ancestor and a golden elixir master, Chen Dacheng was particularly well versed in this Dao. Yet, he chose not to use this technique, instead employing crude methods to teach his son. His intentions were profound. Zhao Sheng, who knew nothing about the Chen family at this point, naturally couldn't guess the deeper meaning behind this move. Chen Dacheng gestured for Zhao Sheng to sit down, then pulled out an introductory book and placed it before him. Opening the first page, he read in clear, melodious tones, referring to the pictographic characters, "The Dao gave birth to one, the Dao gave birth to one." Zhao Sheng followed suit, his tone and rhythm flawlessly accurate. Chen Dacheng continued, "One gave birth to two, two gave birth to three, three gave birth to all things." Zhao Sheng repeated the words with remarkable skill. Seeing this, Chen Dacheng deliberately increased the difficulty, reciting the entire Dao Yi Sutra in one breath. It didn't stump Zhao Sheng at all. Zhao Sheng then recited the entire sutra with remarkable fluency. Then, he picked up his brush and spread out a sheet of white paper. With swift, flowing strokes, he inscribed thousands of words of scripture in a matter of moments. The handwriting was vigorous and powerful, each stroke imbued with the essence of Taoism, revealing the aura of a master. Chen Dacheng, observing the entire process, was deeply moved, his eyes glistening with wonder several times, secretly declaring he had found a treasure. Since his son possessed a photographic memory, Chen Dacheng naturally increased the difficulty. He quickly pulled out 10 volumes, including the Book of Law, Music Temperament, and the Book of 10,000 Symbols, and began teaching them one by one. Zhao Sheng, as expected, never disappointed, his progress was astonishing. Chen Dacheng only needed to read a passage once, and Zhao Sheng could memorize it and easily write down the entire text. Time slipped by unnoticed. Chen Dacheng glanced out the window, only to be startled by the late afternoon. He glanced at the towering pile of books again, a wave of astonishment filling his eyes. In just one day, the child had caught up to what an average person would learn in 10 years. I'd assumed 3 months would be enough to teach him the language and writing of our world. Who could have imagined that a truly gifted person could learn in less than a day? Chen Dacheng felt a surge of emotion as he gazed at the calm and distinguished young man at his desk. But when the words of praise reached his lips, he spoke calmly, "You're learning quickly, which is great." "Yeah, I know." Zhao Sheng, surprisingly, acted even more nonchalant. Chen Dacheng's expression froze for a moment. But he quickly recovered and continued, "From now on, you'll take my surname, Chen, and your name will be Zilei." Zhao Sheng interrupted him. Chen Dacheng paused, then nodded. As the saying goes, great sounds are silent, and great images are invisible. Thunder is the great sound of heaven and earth, and the word's eye is truly wonderful. At this point, he changed the subject. "However, my Chen family has always honored the names of generations with the 4 characters upright and bright, so the names Zai and Lei will no longer be used. So, let's just go with Lei Luxi. From now on, you'll be called Chen Zai. To outsiders, you can call yourself Chen Mingxi." Zhao Sheng thought for a moment, then nodded indifferently. Whether it was Zhao Zilei or Chen Mingxi, it was just a name. It was just a disguise. No matter how many reincarnations he went through, his surname was Zhao and his name was Sheng. Sheng, the one who cultivated and ascended from one life to the next. Seeing his man so submissive, Chen Dacheng was surprised, but he didn't dwell on it. By now, it was already late, so he led Zhao Sheng out of the study, out of the wooden building, and back to his original dormitory. When Zhao Sheng returned to the dormitory door, he saw the burly young man, accompanied by a group of servants of similar age, standing neatly in the hallway outside. Their clothes were damp with mist, and they seemed to have been standing there for a long time. Chen Dacheng quickly left. Before entering the room, Zhao Sheng glanced at the burly young man and was surprised to discover that he was also a cultivator. He had probably only recently begun his training, and the fluctuations of his spiritual energy were very weak. It was only because of his emotional fluctuations that he had noticed something was wrong. Zhao Sheng studied him for a few moments and saw that he seemed agitated and wanted to speak, but due to the strict rules of the family, he dared not speak without the young master's permission. Zhao Sheng nodded thoughtfully, then turned and walked into the room, closed the door, and went to bed. That first night, Zhao Sheng did not make any rash moves and slept soundly. The next day passed in a flash. Dawn was approaching, and Zhao Sheng woke early, dressed, and went outside. Upon exiting, he saw the burly young man standing respectfully in the hallway. A flicker of surprise flashed in Zhao Sheng's eyes, and he asked, "What's your name?" The burly young man was visibly startled, looking up at Zhao Sheng with a look of surprise and bewilderment. But since the young master had asked, Chen Shou didn't dare to neglect him. He quickly bowed and replied, "Young master, I am Chen Shou, your personal attendant. If you have any errands from now on, you can ask me to do it. Well, come with me for a walk around the courtyard, and I'll tell you about this world and the Chen family," Zhao Sheng said gently with a slight nod. Chen Shou nodded in agreement, and when he saw the young master move towards the front yard, he quickly followed. As they walked, he whispered, "Young master, this world is also known as the Dacheng world, famous throughout the worlds for the sacred Dacheng tree. Our Chen family has been established for over 10,000 years, making us a distinguished clan, ranking third among the 18 second tribulation families. We have 5 nascent soul cultivators, nearly 50 golden core true immortals, and over 500 foundation establishment cultivators. Furthermore, our family possesses 13 sacred Dacheng trees, 2 of which are over 10,000 years old." Zhao Sheng casually strolled through the courtyard, listening to Chen Shou boast about the Chen family's immense power, the numerous great cultivators within their ranks, the millions of members, and the vastness of their territory. After circling the courtyard wall for a good part of a circle, Zhao Sheng inadvertently looked up, paused, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. Over 100 feet away, amidst the shrouded clouds and mist, a towering, imposing mountain dominated the view. The mountain reached the sky, its tip extending far beyond the clouds, its height unknown. However, the surface of this mountain was uneven and riddled with tortoise-shell cracks. From its midpoint, a massive tree trunk, over 4 miles in diameter, suddenly emerged, resembling a bridge to the heavens, its trunk jutting into the mist. 7 or 8 slightly thinner branches sprouted from either side of the bridge, their edges dotted with enormous, dark green, oval leaves. Each leaf ranged in size from tens to hundreds of feet, its edges thick as a wall, emitting a faint green glow. The mountain before him was actually a tree trunk. Zhao Sheng was stunned. He continued his gaze upward until he saw a vast, inky shadow at the end of the mist. His heart suddenly jumped. It dawned on him, the shadow was the crown of the great Chun sacred tree. As this thought occurred to him, Zhao Sheng froze in thought. Suddenly, he realized that his courtyard, along with the surrounding courtyards, pavilions, and palaces, was built upon a single, immense branch. No wonder this place is constantly shrouded in clouds and mist, and the humidity is incredibly high. Zhao Sheng was briefly surprised upon learning this truth, but his composure quickly returned. After all, he had seen many more incredible things, and this little wonder was nothing. With Chen Shou's introduction, Zhao Sheng gradually gained a preliminary understanding of the Dacheng realm and the Chen family within it. The Dacheng realm is a world rich in resources and abundant in spiritual energy, with more continents than oceans. Thanks to the Dacheng sacred tree, the cultivation world in this realm maintains a generally peaceful and prosperous state, with large-scale wars rare. The cultivation forces in this realm are primarily family-based, with a small number of sects and schools, each of which is of modest power. It's worth noting that the Dacheng realm possesses a unique hierarchical system, also known as the Six Tribulations and Nine Ranks system. Speaking of the Six Tribulations and Nine Ranks system, we must first mention the Dacheng sacred tree. This tree is an ancient spiritual root, favoring the location of spiritual veins. It possesses the innate ability to gather spiritual energy. If it survives the tribulations, it will flourish forever. Therefore, since ancient times, the ancients have said, for a Dacheng tree, 8,000 years is spring, and 8,000 years is autumn. Spring goes and autumn comes, and it withers and flourishes through tribulations. When the Dacheng sacred tree reaches 8,000 years of growth, it undergoes its first heavenly tribulation. If it survives the tribulation, it will prosper for another 8,000 years. However, if it fails, most of the tree will be reduced to ash, with only a few pieces of lightning-struck wood remaining. At 16,000 years old, the Dacheng tree will undergo its second heavenly tribulation. If it survives, it will live for 8,000 years. If it fails, it will be reduced to ash. This is how the first, second, third, and even the legendary Six Tribulations came about. The Chen family, known as the Cunning Leopard, is known as a two-tribulation family because a Dacheng sacred tree within their family survived two tribulations and is now over 20,000 years old. According to Chen Shou, the most powerful family in the Dacheng world is the Silly family, who occupy the world's only five-tribulation sacred tree. Legend has it that as long as the master of the five-tribulation sacred tree does not leave its range, he is unquestionably invincible. Hearing this, Zhao Sheng suddenly understood why he had ended up in the Dacheng realm. Dawn passed, and an orange-red sun peeked out from behind the clouds. At this moment, a ray of green light flew in from a distance, and after landing in front of the two of them, Chen Dacheng's figure emerged. "Master, greetings," Chen Shou hurriedly bowed down upon seeing him. Chen Dacheng didn't even look at him. He only had eyes for Zhao Sheng. Seeing this, he said directly, "From today on, I will start teaching you the most basic cultivation knowledge." "Yes," Zhao Sheng nodded in response, seeming a little taciturn. Chen Dacheng didn't care, and without saying much, turned around and walked towards the wooden building. Zhao Sheng followed him silently. The sturdy young man Chen Shou's eyes rolled around, and after straightening his body, he followed behind the young master lightly. Chapter 544, Son-in-law Out of War. From dawn to noon, in just half a day, Chen Dacheng went from astonishment to shock, and finally, a state of numbness. It was only when he began teaching his son about cultivation that Chen Dacheng truly witnessed the true nature of a genius. His son, Chen Mingxi, possessed a caliber of aptitude and comprehension that was beyond description. Things like instant comprehension and knowing three things at a glance were child's play. What astonished Chen Dacheng most was the child's ability to multitask. Despite his increasingly rapid speech, the child remained unfazed, even actively pulling a pile of books from the shelf and rapidly flipping through them while listening to his lecture. Seeing this, Chen Dacheng repeatedly interrupted his lessons to repeatedly check if his son had truly memorized everything. The repeated results nearly drove him to self-isolation. Faced with reality, he had to admit that the gap between people could sometimes be even greater than that of the dog. If it weren't for the transaction, the ancestor had personally examined the child's soul and confirmed that he wasn't some old monster reborn from another body. Chen Dacheng even thought that this young body concealed an ancient monster, one who had lived for countless years. After a day of teaching, Chen Dacheng was both surprised and delighted, but the joy far outweighed the surprise. So far, he was the only one who knew the unfathomable potential of Chen Mingxi. Coupled with his extraordinary talent, if this child didn't die unexpectedly in the future, the Chen family would likely produce a thunder-walking nascent soul, and there was even a chance of cultivating to a higher level. After a day of continuous study, Zhao Sheng's face was tired. After all, this body was still immature, and its vitality wasn't as abundant as that of an adult. Dusk fell, and the moon rose above the treetops. On the second floor of Qianlong Pavilion, countless delicious dishes were served like flowing water. Chen Dacheng didn't leave, but personally accompanied his son for dinner. A hungry Zhao Sheng, while grunting and grumbling to him, ate heartily, quickly devouring the entire table. Chen Dacheng frowned at this and secretly decided to double his food allowance from now on. After dinner, the two returned to the study and talked for a while. Seeing that Zhao Sheng was drowsy and sleepy, Chen Dacheng let him go back to rest and then left. The next morning, Chen Dacheng returned and continued to teach his son the way of cultivation. From then on, Chen Dacheng came early and left late, putting aside all trivial matters and devoting himself wholeheartedly to teaching and answering questions. However, this situation only lasted for about a month before it could no longer be maintained. Because Chen Mingxi's learning speed was too terrifying, Chen Dacheng felt that there was nothing left to teach. He could only teach advanced knowledge from the foundation building stage to the golden elixir stage, but the method of forcing things to happen was not advisable. On the last day of class, Chen Dacheng produced a pristine white jade slip and personally handed it to Zhao Sheng, solemnly declaring, "Over the past month, I have carefully selected a suitable primary cultivation technique for you. This technique is called." Zhao Sheng paid no attention to his rambling. He took the slip and expertly placed it between his brows, his spiritual energy penetrating it. Instantly, a flood of information flooded his mind. After a moment, Zhao Sheng's face paled slightly as he slowly set it down. The contents of a high-level thunder-attributed technique, titled the 12 Heavenly Tribulations Sutra, emerged in his mind. The slip boasted that this technique could be cultivated to the spirit transformation realm, but it only covered the key refining and foundation establishment stages, leaving out the subsequent golden elixir, nascent soul, and spirit transformation stages. Furthermore, the slip contained numerous insights from previous practitioners, along with explanations and analyses of the various key points in cultivation. This was a pleasant surprise for Zhao Sheng. In truth, Zhao Sheng possessed no shortage of high-level thunder-attributed techniques. He had collected 7 or 8 high-level techniques, such as the Cleansing Thunder Sutra, the 5 Heavenly Thunder Techniques, the Thunder God's Escape Technique, the 7-Turn Thunder Body Technique, and the Thunderfall Technique, all said to lead directly to the state of divine transformation. However, while he was at the Chen family, he couldn't practice them, as he couldn't clearly identify their origins. Despite his current luxurious lifestyle and daily instruction from a giant and master, the Qianlong Pavilion where he resided was under the watchful eye of countless eyes. Consequently, Zhao Sheng had remained steadfast for the past month, never once performing a single time-space teleportation maneuver. Chen Dacheng had no idea what Zhao Sheng was thinking, so he just asked according to plan, "Zir, if you have any questions about this technique, feel free to ask. Your father will do his best to answer them for you." Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he deliberately asked, "Since there are 12 kinds of the 12 heavens, namely Rainbow Heaven, Cloud Heaven, Azure Heaven, Purple Heaven, Clear Heaven, and Jade Heaven, then why do the records of the predecessors mostly focus on the Rainbow Heaven, Cloud Heaven, and Azure Heaven as the main cultivation directions? The other 8 kinds of thunder power, such as Purple Heaven, Clear Heaven, Jade Heaven, and Divine Heaven, are not practiced by the predecessors." Chen Dacheng's expression froze, and then he said vaguely, "The thunder energy in this world is mostly composed of the Rainbow Cloud and Azure Heavens. The other thunder energies are rare, or even extinct, so very few people practice them." "Oh, I see," Zhao Sheng nodded thoughtfully, and then asked, "What does this passage in the key refining chapter mean? Spiritual energy goes against the sky pillar and re-enters the jade door of the heavy tower." Finally returning to a familiar topic, Chen Dacheng breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Shiansu is another name for the spine, and Chonglao Yu who is actually a special code word, originally referring to. The two of them exchanged questions, and the day slipped by unnoticed. After dinner that night, Chen Dacheng explained that he had important matters to attend to and would not be able to come every day for a while. He would, of course, visit occasionally to check on Zhao Sheng's progress and answer any questions. Zhao Sheng had been looking forward to this day, but he also tried to appear reluctant to leave. Chen Dacheng was indeed pleased with this and immediately handed Zhao Sheng 2 palm-sized cyan bags. These bags were called Kyankan bags, woven from silk spun by Kyankan silkworms. Kyankan bags were the most common type of storage bag in the Dacheng realm, with interior spaces ranging from 6 feet to several dozen feet. Legend has it that the finest Kyankan bags could hold a mountain. Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up, and he quickly took the Kyankan bag. He probed his mind into it, and a vision suddenly emerged of nearly 100 lightning-bright thunder spirit stones and a pile of carved lacquered wooden boxes. The next day, Chen Dacheng had indeed failed to arrive, but a taciturn, skinny old man had arrived at Qianlong Pavilion. He introduced himself as Chen Fu, claiming to have come to protect the young master on the master's orders. Zhao Sheng once again felt the Chen family's regard for him, even sending a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator to provide personal protection. Aside from Chen Fu, Qianlong Pavilion remained largely unchanged. After acquiring the cultivation technique, Zhao Sheng became a complete novice, completely absorbed in his practice, acting even more like a homebody. Such immense concentration in a teen-year-old boy was truly jaw-dropping. However, something even more astonishing soon followed. In just 2 months, Zhao Sheng's cultivation level had broken through from the 2nd to the 3rd level of key refining. Then, autumn gave way to winter, and snow shrouded him for 3 months. 6 months later, shocking news circulated within Qianlong Pavilion once again. Young Master Chen Mingxi had successfully broken through the 4th level of key refining, advancing smoothly to the middle stage. A year later, Zhao Sheng's cultivation progress continued unabated, breaking through 2 more barriers and reaching the 6th level of key refining at the mere age of 13. This astonishing feat immediately alarmed those within the Chen family who knew about it. Chen Dacheng, delighted but also deeply troubled, had been plagued by repeated visits from members of the Jinden clan in recent days, repeatedly mentioning his good son both openly and covertly. So, one evening, after seeing off a close Jinden uncle, Chen Dacheng finally resolved to delay no further. "Come on, prepare the carriage. I have a long journey to make," the master commanded, and soon a trusted attendant arrived in front of the building, driving a crane-shaped flying carriage. Though it might be called a flying carriage, it was actually as luxurious and majestic as a palace, pulled by 2 third-level red-crowned cranes. A moment later, 2 cranes flapped their wings and soared, stirring up a vast cloud, pulling the palace behind them as they flew towards the Mori clan, thousands of miles southwest. Half a month later, the sun shone brightly, the sky clear. Suddenly, 2 majestic cranes, each with a wingspan of 8 feet, broke through the mist, dragging a palace with them as they swooped down toward a massive sacred tree. In an instant, they vanished into the dense foliage. Not long after, Chen Fu quietly made his way to the 3rd floor of Qianlong Pavilion and successfully met the master. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged on a jade couch, holding a 3-foot-long, charred wooden sword in his hands. Lightning flickered between his palms, and the sword itself shone with a faint humming sound. Sensing an outsider's presence, Zhao Sheng slowly paused, refining the magic sword in his hand, and opened his eyes, a sudden flash of lightning in his vision. Seeing this, Chen Fu stepped forward and said, "Young master, the master has something for you to ask." "Oh, really? Uncle Fu, please take me there." Zhao Sheng stood up and casually put the Jiao Lei sword into his Jinkun bag, his face filled with anticipation. "Young master, please follow me." Chen Fu led the young master to the window and, with a wave of his hand, released a massive, blue-feathered, white-feathered demon bird. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he immediately recognized it as a docile demon bird from the Chen family's menagerie, the green-winged great white peng, a common means of transportation for the Chen family. Chen Fu grabbed one of his arms and leaped onto the rock's back, whistling. The next second, the rock's wings spread, and the rock glided far into the air, nimbly weaving around an outstretched branch and soaring towards the massive trunk 7 or 8 miles above. A moment later, Chen Fu and Zhao Sheng hurried into an exquisite courtyard. After entering the main hall, Zhao Sheng glanced around and took in the 3 people in the room. At this moment, Chen Dacheng sat at the head of the table with an amiable expression. To his right, sitting side by side with him, was a beautiful woman with imposing features and a strong temperament. Beside this beautiful woman, stood a graceful and stunning young woman. This woman had bright eyes, long black hair, skin as white as jade, and a pair of long legs that were particularly unforgettable. Upon seeing Zhao Sheng enter, Chen Dachin turned to the beautiful woman and said flatteringly, "Madam, this child is my husband's newly adopted son." After saying this, he waved to Zhao Sheng, "Zir, come forward and pay your respects." Zhao Sheng took 3 steps forward and bowed respectfully. "Mixi greets Madam." "Humph, Chen Dachin, didn't you teach him etiquette?" Chen Sen seemed to have a problem with Zhao Sheng and was deliberately picking on him on their first meeting. Seeing this, Chen Dachin smiled and apologized quickly. "Madam, calm down. Zir and you just met for the first time, so it's understandable that you can't call her by her name. You'll learn to call her by her name after you get along for a long time. Besides, when he and Yinger get married, we will be a family after all." As soon as the words fell, the beautiful girl blushed and threw herself into her mother's arms, not daring to raise her head again. Hearing this, Zhao Sheng suddenly realized that this was the reason why he was asked to come here today. Oh my god. After so many reincarnations, this is the first time he has encountered a blind date and the first time he has been assigned to get married. It seems that in this life, he will inevitably become a son-in-law and a god of war. Husband. Yinger is still young? Why don't you wait a few years before talking about getting married? Chen Sen was furious after hearing this, and said in a heavy tone. Chen Sen loved his daughter dearly. How could he easily marry his daughter to a wild boy? She was unaware of the inside story. In reality, only 7 of the Chen family, including the 5 nascent soul ancestors and the current patriarch, Chen Daqian and Chen Dachin, knew this secret. At least until Zhao Sheng reached the golden core stage, the fewer people who knew about his thunder spiritual root, the safer he would be. At the Sansheng Palace auction, no one knew it was the cunning leopard Chen family that had secured the prized thunder spiritual root. Chen Dachin, bound by protocol, could tell his wife directly, but seeing her attitude, he felt a surge of embarrassment. It's just that, after all, they were an older man and a younger wife. A man always needs to coax a woman. Then, Zir, you go back first. I'll go to Qianlong Pavilion later to check on your recent progress. Zhao Sheng nodded, bowed, and walked out of the main hall. Before leaving, he felt a faint sense of curiosity from behind him. Zhao Sheng strode out without stopping, then returned to Qianlong Pavilion with Chen Fu. A few days later, the vast courtyard surrounding Qianlong Pavilion suddenly became bustling with activity, with a bevy of young women moving in. Zhao Sheng had ultimately underestimated the Chen family's generosity. Perhaps even Chen Dachin hadn't anticipated the 5 elders' unwavering regard for Chen Mingxi, their collective approval. Consequently, marriageable Chen women, one after another, were offered their services, and even he couldn't refuse. Dilemma gripped Chen Dachin, but he ultimately accepted them all, arranging for them, along with his own daughter, to reside near Qianlong Pavilion. The next day, construction suddenly began to swell near Qianlong Pavilion, and an embroidery tower was erected overnight. Looking across at the dazzling array of young women, Zhao Sheng was left in a state of amazement. He hadn't anticipated the Chen family's absurdity. Any other young man his age, constantly surrounded by stunning women, would likely lose control. Fortunately, Zhao Sheng possessed great self-control and remained unfazed by their beauty. This actually made the Chen family ancestors who were observing secretly very satisfied, so they finally made a decision that stunned the entire Chen family. Chapter 545, 7 women fight for a husband, secret deal. No. Unless I die, I will never allow Zhen'er to suffer even the slightest injustice. In the Zhejian Hall, a middle-aged woman in a palace skirt with a stern face angrily and loudly complained to her husband, "You heartless man. How could Li Junayan, who is blind, choose a loser like you? My daughter must marry a man of her dreams and will never compete with other women for a man." In her arms, she held a beautiful young woman. The girl's face was filled with a hint of arrogance, and her almond-shaped eyes glared at her father. Emboldened by her mother's protection, Chen Zhen'er quickly pleaded, "Dad, I won't marry. If I'm going to marry, it'll be to that bitch's offspring. I'd rather die than be another man's concubine." "How dare you?" Chen Guangjian was furious and shouted, "Kidder is your sister after all. How dare you disregard ethics and speak such nonsense? You've truly disappointed me." Seeing her father's anger, Chen Zhen'er was frightened and quickly hid in her mother's arms. Li Junayan hugged his daughter and shouted word by word with a cold face, "Chen Guangjian." As soon as these words came out, Chen Guangjian's whole body shook and his arrogance disappeared. Well, how dare you lecture my daughter? Back then, you brought that bitch back without a word. Did I say anything? And, Chen Guangjian, seeing that things were not going well, quickly pleaded for mercy. Madam, calm down. I know I was wrong. These are all old grudges. Why bring them up now? After hesitating for a moment, he decided to compromise with his wife and said sternly, since Henner doesn't want to marry, then Kir will have to go. But let me make this clear in advance. Don't regret it later, mother and daughter. Before the middle-aged woman could speak, Chen's Henner, beaming with joy, shouted, don't worry, Daddy. I won't regret it even if I die. Very good. I'll go and take care of this matter right now. After saying this, Chen Guangjian left the sickle hall with a heavy heart and quickly found the head of the family, Chen Daqian, and informed him of the replacement of the concubine. He expected to be scolded, but the head of the family was very calm. He just gave him a deep look and casually agreed to the replacement. Sensing something was amiss, Chen Guangjian deliberately complained tentatively, Master, our Chen family's daughters are always adorable and have never had trouble finding a husband. Why, this time, are you, according to the old custom of 3 wives and 4 concubines, offering 7 legitimate daughters of the Chen family in marriage? What merits and abilities does that boy possess to deserve such extraordinary fortune? Chen Daqian calmly replied, this matter was decided by our ancestors themselves. Do you intend to question our decision? Guangjian dares not. Chen Guangjian, startled, quickly bowed and said in a trembling voice, I will withdraw first. Well, don't overthink it. Go. Only after Chen Guangjian left the hall did he realize he had broken out in a cold sweat. In reality, it wasn't just Chen Guangjian's family. Numerous powerful figures within the 3 main branches and 10 branch families of the Chen family were filled with confusion and dissatisfaction. However, this time, the 5 nascent soul ancestors offered no explanation and issued a decree, ordering each of the 3 main branches to select a legitimate daughter as a concubine, while the 10 branch families were to choose 4 legitimate daughters as concubines. Crucially, these 7 legitimate daughters must be beautiful and possess spiritual roots. For a time, this matter caused a great uproar within the Chen family, but under the ancestors' will, the 7 legitimate daughters were quickly selected. Within 2 weeks, the 7 stunningly beautiful young women moved into the embroidered towers surrounding Qianlong Pavilion. The remaining Chen daughters who were not chosen soon moved out. Although Zhao Sheng was devoted to his cultivation, he paid little heed to outside affairs. However, the burly young man Chen Shou was well informed. He quickly inquired about the matter and promptly returned to report to his young master. Zhao Sheng understood the Chen family's nascent soul ancestors' intentions. He had already made up his mind, neither initiating nor refusing. A few years from now, once he had successfully established his foundation, he would marry, have children, and expand his family. Time passed quickly, and years passed in a flash. As spring faded and the summer solstice approached, the weather grew hotter with each passing day, the heat of the summer heat intensifying. That day, a young man dressed in red, 8 feet tall and with a broad frame, hurried into the courtyard, shouting, Master! Master! Miss Kir is here. Please come out. As he finished speaking, a graceful figure emerged from the courtyard gate and walked lightly into the yard. Suddenly, the door to the right wing opened, and a tall, slender, and handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes emerged. It was Zhao Sheng 2 years later. He was only 15 years old this year, yet he had grown into a man, his face devoid of any childishness. Seeing her beloved appear, Chen Kir's eyes, a mixture of joy and shyness, instantly fell on Zhao Sheng, and a bright blush instantly appeared on her beautiful face. Zhao Sheng descended 2 stone steps, approached Chen Kir's side, and smiled silently at her. Brother Zai, the weather's been hot lately. Kir has personally woven you a brocade robe. Try it on and see if it fits you. Chen Qi pulled a thin, gauze-like brocade robe from the Qiankan pouch at her waist and presented it to Zhao Sheng, her face filled with anticipation. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly, took the robe, and put it on immediately, finding it fit him perfectly. Chen Qi was a thoughtful woman. For the past 2 years, with a change of seasons, she had personally woven a robe and given it to Zhao Sheng. Over the past 2 years, Zhao Sheng had received 6 robes. Seeing Chen Kir's initiative, the other Chen family women followed suit, showering him with thoughtful gifts. Whether their intentions were genuine or not, Zhao Sheng had already sensed the Chen family's sincerity. Of course, Zhao Sheng's charm was not to be underestimated. For the past 2 years, he had consistently achieved a breakthrough year after year. By now, his cultivation had reached the 8th level of key refining, and he was gradually showing remarkable talent in the art of swordsmanship. Zhao Sheng's remarkable performance not only captivated the Chen women but also impressed the entire Chen family. Most people only knew of the new young prodigy in the family, Chen Mingxi. He was said to possess exceptional talent, possessing both wind and fire spiritual roots, and possessed extraordinary comprehension. However, he was introverted and absorbed in his cultivation. He rarely ventured out, socialized, or enjoyed entertainment. Consequently, few of his peers had ever met him. However, this didn't stop the younger generation of the Chen family from feeling immense envy and hatred for Chen Mingxi. Damn it! This kid is surrounded by all these stunning beauties, yet he remains completely indifferent. If it were me, this was probably the sentiment of most of the younger generation. However, they failed to realize that someone simply didn't care. Zhao Sheng examined the robe for a moment, then nodded. It fits perfectly. Thank you, Kier, for your trouble. I'm very satisfied. Upon hearing this, Chen Kier's eyes curved into a pair of crescent moons. Seeing this, Chen Shou quickly chimed in, praising him. Young master, you look truly elegant and dashing in this embroidered robe. Miss Kier is so devoted to you that everyone else is envious. You're so smooth talking. You deserve a beating. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he nodded at Chen Shou. Chen Shou flinched, about to beg for mercy. Just then, a colorful cloud drifted in from the courtyard and instantly landed in front of the group. Then, from the cloud, a pair of long legs descended, a tall, fair-skinned beauty. Brother Zai, Chen Ying first called out joyfully to Zhao Sheng, then noticed Chen Qi standing nearby and exclaimed in surprise, Sister Qi, you're here too. Chen Qi bowed with a half-bow and said softly, Sister Yinger, I just got here too. As she finished her words, a sudden burst of laughter emanated from outside the courtyard. It's so lively today. Nunu, come check out what's going on here. As soon as the words left her mouth, a fragrant breeze blew in. In a flash of light, a charming woman with delicate features and gorgeous clothing appeared before them. Her name was Chen Shuang, descended from the Chen family's first main branch, arguably the most noble of all the legitimate daughters. However, due to the destruction of the Dachan sacred tree, the Chen family's ancestral line, by a celestial catastrophe, the family had long since fallen into decline. To reverse its declining fortunes, the Chen family was willing to give away its eldest daughter, a legitimate branch. With the arrival of the 3 co-wives, the remaining 4 concubines quickly arrived. Zhao Sheng wasn't surprised. After all, this had happened many times before. For 2 years, the women had been closely watching the goings-on at Qianlong Pavilion, otherwise, they wouldn't have reacted so quickly. Seeing a melee looming, Zhao Sheng spoke up, suggesting, it's a beautiful day today, why don't we go out and have some fun? Great. We went to the Thunder Terrace last time, how about climbing the heavenly ladder this time? When it came to who among the 7 was most obsessed with Zhao Sheng, Chen Ying was undeniably the winner. This innocent and naive woman never put Zhao Sheng in a difficult position. What do you think? Zhao Sheng thought to himself. As expected, Chen Qi was the next to speak. This woman was quite scheming, seemingly completely obedient to him. Alright, let's climb the heavenly ladder and get some exercise while we're at it. As soon as Zhao Sheng spoke, the others immediately agreed. A long while later, Zhao Sheng and his 8 companions slowly walked along a narrow wooden bridge, just over 10 feet wide. The bridge ahead was obscured by dense foliage, making it impossible to see where the ladder led. All they could feel was the air slowly thinning. The ladder's deck consisted of a thin layer of wood, with handrails made of grayish-white silk ropes, each about the thickness of a thumb. The constant whipping of the high wind swayed the bridge from side to side, looking incredibly dangerous. Before they knew it, they had reached the middle of the ladder. The wind was fierce, and a chasm lay beneath them. A careless fall would surely shatter them to pieces. However, Chen Qi, Chen Ying, and the other 7 women remained unfazed, unaware of the danger. They joked and played, occasionally plucking the freshest camellia leaves from the bridge side to feed their silkworm bags. In the Grey Toon realm, raising silkworms and weaving silk were essential skills for most noble women, much like embroidery is a skill most women in the secular world possess. The leaves of the Dachan sacred tree are the favorite food of spiritual silkworms, resulting in a world of countless species and numbers. From ancient times to the present day, a significant number of the countless magical instruments and treasures popular in the Dachan immortal world are crafted from the spiritual silk spun by various spiritual silkworms, such as Kayankan bags, robes, spiritual belts, brocade books, beast-taming bags, and various spiritual nets and ropes. While the 7 women were gathering leaves, Zhao Sheng strolled to the edge of the bridge and peered down at the earth below. The land was flat and endless, its green dominating almost the entire view, a constant reminder of the boundless vitality of this world. Beneath the tree's shade, the ground was dotted with irregular patches of green fields, each separated by long, curved, dark brown dragons. Zhao Sheng knew that these dark brown dragons were the massive roots of the Dachan sacred tree, protruding from the ground. The longest root stretched for thousands of miles. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but marvel at the Dachan realm's unique natural resources, far surpassing the Cheyenne-Su realm in both its natural resources and spiritual energy concentration. After etched the scenery below firmly into his mind, Zhao Sheng withdrew his gaze and turned to the 7 women. The sun was setting in the west, and dusk was gradually falling. Seeing the dusk, Zhao Sheng called the 7 women to his side, then waved his hand to summon the crane carriage, which was on guard nearby, and the 8 of them filed aboard. Soon, Chen Fu commanded 2 cranes to soar, dragging the car nimbly through lush branches and swiftly flew back to Qianlong Pavilion. The night was deep and still, the moon had set and the stars were sparse. Suddenly, Zhao Sheng, who had fallen into deep sleep, opened his eyes, listened for a moment, then closed them to recall what he had witnessed. A moment later, Zhao Sheng vanished from his bed. When he reappeared, he was in a simple spiritual medicine garden thousands of miles away. "You're late," a cold voice echoed from behind, and a masked man limped out of the stone house in the garden. Zhao Sheng looked back and smiled. "Something just delayed me. I don't think it will affect this transaction." At this moment, Zhao Sheng's appearance, figure, and voice had completely changed, and it was impossible to tell that he was actually a 15-year-old young man. "HMPH, I finally found the shadow sand you wanted. But there are only 5 grains. But the price is doubled," the masked man said grimly. "As long as the shadow sand is genuine, the price is not a problem." With that, Zhao Sheng reached into his pocket to show his sincerity, pulled out a piece of paper, and threw it over. The masked man waved his hand, and the paper suddenly froze in midair. The contents of the paper suddenly came into view. It turned out to be a pill recipe. Zhao Sheng smiled and said, "This recipe is called Blood Regenerating Pill. Once refined, it might be able to heal your old injury. How about exchanging it for something else?" The masked man snatched up the recipe, his eyes gleaming. He said sinisterly, "I don't know how to refine pills, so how do I know if you're cheating me?" Zhao Sheng said calmly, "We've traded 3 times since 6 months ago. Have I ever cheated you? Don't worry. I want to maintain a long-term partnership, so I won't break my promise to you." The masked man nodded, believing him. Then, he tossed over a transparent amber the size of an egg, 5 pinpricks of light flickering within. Zhao Sheng reached out and snatched the amber, putting it into his Kayankan bag without even glancing at it. Chapter 546 Family Competition. The next transaction will be 1 month from now. After accepting the treasure, Zhao Sheng continued, "Besides the shadow sand, if you can find any of the 3 treasures, the Kongtong's nail, the void stone, or the Tanguang bamboo, I will offer you a superior technique that leads directly to the golden elixir in exchange." The masked man exclaimed in exasperation, "Damn it! I've never even heard of those 3 treasures you mention. How can I possibly find them for you?" Zhao Sheng replied calmly, "Don't you claim to be a member of the Black Alliance? If you don't know, you can ask for help when you return. If that doesn't work, don't blame me for trading with someone else later. After all, while Black Alliance members tend to hide well, they can be found if you look carefully." As he spoke, Zhao Sheng glanced at the stone house intentionally or unintentionally. When the masked man heard this, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. At this moment, the atmosphere on the scene became deadly silent, but after a few breaths, the masked man concealed the fierce light in his eyes, and said in a low voice, "What you want is extremely rare. If I use my annual trading authority, I can at least exchange it for 10 to 20 grains of shadow sand. But the use of authority is a matter of great importance. I need to get the first half of the exercises in advance, and it is a golden elixir exercise of the earth type. This is easy." Zhao Sheng did not hesitate at all. His right hand touched the Kyankan bag at his waist, and in an instant, a book half a finger thick appeared in his hand. Then, he tore the book in half from the middle, and then threw the half with the cover into the masked man's arms. The masked man grabbed the secret book, looked at the cover, and suddenly his eyes brightened, and he exclaimed in surprise, "This is the Wu-Tu Jindanju. Remember to make a deal at this time next month, see you there." As soon as the voice fell, Zhao Sheng's figure disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. The masked man didn't care about anything else, and hurriedly opened the book. After seeing the content of the exercises, his hands trembled with excitement. However, the next second, the man suddenly closed the book, stuffed it into the Kyankan bag, and then looked at the stone house behind him with alert eyes, and suddenly said, "It was such a good opportunity just now, why didn't you take action?" As soon as the voice fell, a cold snort suddenly came from the house, and then a burly man with a red scarf walked out. But when he saw this man, he roared in a fierce tone, "If you take action, we will both die." The masked man was shocked when he heard the words, and then he heard the red scarf man say with lingering fear, "You should be glad that the man didn't have the intention to kill. Otherwise, today would be the anniversary of our death. Because that man had already discovered me through his spiritual sense." What? That man turned out to be a master of the Foundation establishment realm. The masked man shouted, sweating profusely for a moment, his face pale with horror. On the other side, Zhao Sheng returned to the dormitory silently, and put the little episode behind him in a blink of an eye. After returning to the dormitory, Zhao Sheng pulled down the bed curtains and stuck 4 green talismans on the 4 sides of the curtains. Puff! The 4 barrier talismans burned into a ball of ashes. In an instant, 4 green light shields rose around the bed, instantly isolating the inside and the outside. Zhao Sheng felt relieved, and with a thought, he saw a faint light flashing on the index finger of his right hand. In the blink of an eye, a 3-foot square jade plate suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. The surface of the jade plate was engraved with a simple yet quite mysterious pattern. It looked like countless spirals stacked and intertwined together, vaguely forming a spiral abyss that circulated repeatedly. The center of the abyss was dark and deep, and it seemed as if the mind would be absorbed if one looked at it for a few more times. Even though he had already gathered his spiritual consciousness, Zhao Sheng dared not examine it. He immediately straightened the jade plate, then took out the amber and placed it in the center of the spiral abyss. Then, Zhao Sheng slashed his wrist, and while the wound was still healing, he dripped the gushing blood onto the amber's surface. However, the wound healed so quickly that he had to slash his wrist twice before the blood could barely cover the spiral abyss. The entire process was eerie and mysterious, resembling a classic example of a heretical sect. After completing this, Zhao Sheng clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and bowed his head, muttering to himself, "Wu." His voice now became ancient and vast, filled with an unknown rhythm. No one on earth could understand the language he was muttering. As time passed, wisps of pale mist gradually rose from the jade plate. After rising to the sky, the mist repeatedly converged in the center, swirling endlessly, as if trying to condense something, but ultimately failing. After a long while, Zhao Sheng, his face flushed, suddenly stopped chanting and reopened his eyes, a look of slight disappointment in his eyes. The Yuquang projection summoning ritual had failed. The reason for the failure this time was insufficient shadow sand. Based on his experience with a previous summoning, Zhao Sheng estimated that at least 20 grains of shadow sand would be needed for the ritual to succeed. Never mind, there's no rush anyway. It would be more appropriate to try summoning after I've established my foundation, Zhao Sheng thought to himself as he put away the jade plate and amber. A moment later, he dispelled the barrier and lay down again to sleep. Cultivation is like cultivating time, and half a year passed in a flash. One day, as Zhao Sheng was cultivating with the spirit stone in hand, the jade pendant on his waist suddenly flickered. Zhao Sheng immediately noticed something unusual and stopped practicing. He sent a ray of spiritual consciousness from his brow to the jade pendant, and a message immediately flooded into his mind. Zhao Sheng's face lit up, his eyes narrowed, and he muttered, "The clan competition will be in half a month. It seems I can't postpone it this year." That's right, the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Well, let's just defeat them all at once to avoid endless troubles in the future. He passed the news of his agreement to participate to his godfather Chen Dachin through the jade pendant, then changed for 2 medium-grade thunder spirit stones and continued to practice with his eyes closed. Soon, faint sounds of winds and thunder were heard in the practice room. 4 days later. Just after noon. In a bluestone dojo of Qianlong Pavilion, Zhao Sheng stood in the center of the dojo, pinched the sword finger with his right hand, and pointed at the void. The next moment, a ray of light blue lightning pierced the darkness, and instantly split into 64 sword lights. The sword light was as thin as a gossamer, faintly covering most of the dojo. Cut. At this moment, Zhao Sheng pointed his sword, and 64 rainbow sword lights slashed towards the huge black iron shield standing on the east side of the dojo. With a click, a sharp explosion sounded from the low-grade spiritual weapon black iron shield, and then the entire spiritual shield suddenly broke into pieces, and the cross-sections were neat. Just when Zhao Sheng was satisfied with the small progress of the sword light, the jade pendant on his waist suddenly flashed. Zhao Sheng's spiritual sense probed into it, and his brows frowned slightly. Later, he walked out of the dojo and happened to see a man and a woman walking into the courtyard side by side. "Brother Minxi, how are you?" Mingyuan came to visit specially. The man who spoke was handsome, with a cheerful and sunny temperament. He was a member of the same generation as the second main branch of the Chen family. This man's surname is Chen Yan. He is only 30 years old, but he is already a great master of the 9th level of key refining. In detail, he is also Chen Qi's cousin out of 5 generations. Needless to say, the woman next to him is Chen Qi. "Brother Yan, long time no see." Zhao Sheng clasped his fist slightly, then looked at Chen Qi beside him, using his eyes to soothe the uneasy Chen Qi. "I have admired Brother Minxi for a long time, and I have wanted to come and exchange some cultivation experiences with you before. Unfortunately, you are obsessed with cultivation and can never find a suitable opportunity. Recently, I heard from my cousin Kier that you have come out of seclusion. So I came to visit you." Chen Mingyuan returned the greeting with a smile on his face, and his words were as warm as the spring breeze in Buddha's face, without any hostility. "Brother Yan, you can come to my humble room. I am very welcome. Please come in," Zhao Sheng responded with a smile as he led the two into the reception room. After the three sat down, they exchanged pleasantries for a while. At this time, Chen Mingyuan suddenly changed the subject and mentioned the competition. "The family competition is about to start, and Brother Minxi will not miss it. The family competition is a grand event for our family, and I will certainly not miss it. Speaking of this, I was just about to ask Brother Yan for advice. I wonder how many outstanding people among my peers are there?" Zhao Sheng heard this and immediately asked. "Haha, you've asked the right person. Among the Ming generation, in terms of strength, eldest brother Ming Xiao is undoubtedly the most powerful. Then there's Mingji, Ming." Over the course of a cup of tea, Chen Mingyuan reviewed and described a dozen or so formidable figures of his generation. Zhao Sheng nodded repeatedly, appearing deeply concerned, but in reality, he paid them no attention. "Hearing Brother Yan speak of these outstanding peers has been a great learning experience for me. I'm finally not completely lost," Zhao Sheng said, thanking him again. "Hey, brother, don't be so reserved. My cousin and I are very optimistic about you. With your strength, obtaining a foundation establishment pill would be as easy as pie in the sky." At this point, Chen Mingyuan suddenly whispered, "Brother Minxi has a promising future. I'm sure he wouldn't consider a mere low-grade foundation establishment pill a priority. If so, why not trade it for some much-needed treasure? Let's be frank, for this foundation-building pill, I can pay 20,000 spirit stones. This price is very fair. You can go out and ask around." Zhao Sheng's eyes fixed, and he smiled and said, from the tone of Brother Yan, "I'm afraid you think that it will be easy for me to get into the top 10 of the competition this time. Haha, don't you think so, Brother Minxi?" Chen Mingyuan laughed and said meaningfully. Zhao Sheng smiled but said nothing. His eyes accidentally swept over Chen Qi, just seeing him looking at him pitifully. After Chen Mingyuan exchanged pleasantries with Zhao Sheng for a while, he stood up and said goodbye. After Zhao Sheng saw this person off, he turned back and comforted Chen Qi. Then he sent Chen Qi away, called Chen Fu, and told him to take another 100 medium-grade thunder spirit stones. Not long after Chen Fu took the order and left, he returned quickly and handed 200 medium-grade thunder spirit stones to Zhao Sheng. Seeing that the number of spirit stones had increased by a full 100, Zhao Sheng immediately realized that some people seemed to be looking forward to his performance this time. After returning to the training room, Zhao Sheng buried his head in training as usual. It's just that except for himself, no one knew that he had actually reached the peak of the 9th level of key refining, and could even break through to the Foundation Establishment realm at any time. That's right, a person with a natural spiritual root does not need to take a Foundation Establishment pill at all. After practicing to the great perfection of key refining, with a little effort, he can break through the barrier and advance to the Foundation Establishment realm. Half a month passed in a flash. That day, while Zhao Sheng was honing his spiritual power in the training room, the jade pendant on his waist flickered again, and then a faint voice entered his mind. The family competition is about to begin. All Chen family members, please gather at the Cloud Terrace as soon as possible. Zhao Sheng immediately opened his eyes, stood up, and walked out of the training room. At this time, Chen Fu was already waiting in the yard with a big white rock with green wings, while Chen Shou was beside him, eager to try, and scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously. At the same time, Chen Ying, Chen Qi, Chen Shuang and other 7 women were also waiting outside the door, all looking at Zhao Sheng, who came out with anticipation. A moment later, a fairy crane car followed a big white rock with green wings and flew quickly into the sky. The Cloud Terrace is located on the first layer of the canopy of the Dachan sacred tree. The canopy of the sacred tree is like a canopy, with a circumference of hundreds of miles, as huge as a plane. The first layer of the canopy is 37,000 feet above the ground. The canopy is shrouded in clouds and mist all year round. Countless palaces and buildings are looming among the branches and green leaves, looking like a fairyland on earth. By the time Zhao Sheng and his 8 companions arrived, the Cloud Terrace, covering several thousand feet in radius, was already packed with thousands of people. Even thousands. There were also flying chariots of demonic birds and even glints of light constantly approaching. Most of those gathered on the terrace were young, with a few still looking childish. There were also some middle-aged people, and occasionally a few members of the Guang generation. In the center of the Cloud Terrace, 10 green wooden platforms, over 10 feet high and several dozen feet long and wide, were clearly visible. Behind them stood another white jade platform, roughly the size of an acre. Standing there were all the elders of the Chen family, mostly from the Guang generation, but also a few from the Da generation. Chen Dachan was among them, surrounded by a group of members of the Guang generation, clearly a man of high rank and power. Seated in the center of the platform were several people, the most prominent in the center, dressed in green Taoist robes. The man with a long beard was the family head, Chen Daqian. Beside him, a portly old man chatted and laughed with Chen Daqian with a calm demeanor, but this man was not a member of the Chen family. Besides the two, an old man with a haggard face and sunken eyes, a red-bearded elder, and a beautiful woman in a rainbow-colored robe, both took their seats. Zhao Sheng had met them before, both were members of the Chen family's senior Jinden clan. Zhao Sheng, surrounded by 7 stunning young women, walked onto the Cloud Terrace. His appearance instantly caused a sensation, with thousands of eyes fixed on him, including those of several Jinden true masters. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze, and the pressure around them grew unprecedentedly intense. Zhao Sheng, with a calm expression, as if he felt no pressure at all, led Chen Ying and the other 7 to a deserted corner and stood there quietly. Upon seeing him approach, the surrounding crowd quickly made way for a large area, peering in with curious, envious, and sometimes hateful glances. Soon, more and more Chen family members arrived, and the white jade terrace gradually filled up. Some flew in through the air, while others arrived on giant bird-like magical instruments. Soon after, a streak of green light flew through the air, landing on the white jade platform. As the radiance faded, a white-browed boy of 12 or 13 emerged. This person was none other than Chen Zhengai, the Chen family's nascent soul stage ancestor, also known as the Immortal Child. Upon seeing the ancestor's appearance, the Chen family elders on the white jade platform immediately bowed in greeting, while the Ming generation on the Cloud Terrace knelt on one knee, chanting in unison, "Long live the ancestor, in the name of humanity, I summon, the eternal ruler of time and space beyond the present and future, the ancestor of all races who rules the celestial heavens." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547, Barring Competition, Sword Key and Thunder Sound. The white-browed boy, unconcerned with formalities, waved everyone to their feet. Then, addressing the clan head, Chen Daqian, he declared, "It's almost time. Let's begin." With that, he unashamedly sat down on the jade chair in the center. Chen Daqian, observing this, gestured to a short, stocky old man behind him. The stout man nodded, walked to the edge of the platform, and, facing the thousands of clan members of the Ming generation, announced loudly, "The triennial clan competition is about to begin. Now, on behalf of the Clan Elders Council, I announce the rules of this competition." The short, stout man's voice was neither too high nor too low, but it resonated throughout the room, clearly heard by every clan member. Instantly, everyone fell silent, listening intently. The short, stout man once again surveyed the audience, bowed to the elders on the stage, and solemnly announced, "This competition, as in past traditions, is open to all members of the clan who are in the late key refining stage and under the age of 60. It will be a promotion elimination system, divided into 10 arenas. All participants will first draw lots to determine their opponents, then duel 2-on-2. The winners will advance to the next round, and this will determine the top 30. The top 30 will continue the elimination system until the final 10 are determined. The final 10 will then compete in rounds to determine the final rankings. Furthermore, those who place in the top 100 will receive rewards. The top 10 will receive a foundation establishment pill. The top 3 will receive a top-grade foundation establishment pill and a top-grade spiritual weapon. 4th to 7th place will receive a mid-grade foundation establishment pill and a mid-grade spiritual weapon. The final 3 will only receive a low-grade foundation establishment pill and a low-grade spiritual weapon. Therefore, we encourage everyone to give their all. Furthermore, the competition will be based solely on performance, not life or death. Anyone who intentionally injures or even murders a fellow clansman during a competition will be severely punished, ranging from imprisonment to torture. In more serious cases, their Danshin Ki will be shattered and they will be expelled from the clan tree. After reciting all the rules in one breath, the short, stout old man leaped off the stage and retreated back into the crowd. At this moment, 10 members of the Chen family's Guang generation flew into each of the 10 stages, acting as referees and preventing any unforeseen circumstances. "Brother Chang, I heard you recently adopted a gifted son. And the ancestors seem to value him highly, intending to win him over with 3 wives and 4 concubines. However, he's just been surrounded by beautiful women, and he's a bit youthful and impulsive." On the jade stage, the red-bearded old man spoke meaningfully to Chen Daqian. This man hailed from the northern Chen family, one of the 10 branch clans. Their sacred tree had survived for over 7,600 years and was about to face its first major catastrophe of withering and flourishing. "Brother Chen, we also came from a younger era. If you're not full of youthful vigor, how can you really be called a young man? I've heard that one of your descendants is also incredibly gifted and proficient in the art of talismans. Furthermore, your nephew, Chen Mingdeng, possesses a formidable constitution, rarely rivaled by his peers. With these 2 around, I imagine the Chen family of the Northland will flourish once again." Chen Daqian smiled at this and spoke slowly. The leaders of the other branches smiled in silence upon hearing this. How could they be fooled by such a crude provocation? The beautiful woman, who looked to be in the nascent soul stage, curled her lips as she watched the excitement from the side. The various branches of the cunning leopard Chen family attached great importance to each family competition. On a small scale, it was a matter of reputation for each family. The branch that excelled in the competition would gain significant advantages in resource allocation for the next 3 years. On a larger scale, the results of the competition indirectly affected the fortunes of each family. After all, the annual production of foundation establishment pills was limited, and demand always exceeded supply. If one branch consistently failed to place in the top 10, it would mean 1 or 2 fewer foundation establishment cultivators than the other branches. Over time, this would naturally lead to a weakening of the other branches, gradually falling behind or even to the bottom of the rankings among the major branches, resulting in a significant loss in annual resource allocation. Moreover, the top 3 winners would win a top-grade foundation establishment pill, the significance of which need not be overstated. Half an hour later, the drawing ceremony concluded, and the results were quickly announced on a giant jade disc. By this time, the disc was already covered with densely packed names. Zhao Sheng was fiddling with a thumb-sized jade plaque. A flash of green light flashed across the plaque, and a line of text appeared. 7th ring, number 76, Chen Mingxi. 7th ring? Brother Zai, let's go there. Chen Yinger, with her sharp eyes, spotted the words on the jade plaque and excitedly threw her arms around Zhao Sheng, shaking them as she urged him on. Seeing this, Chen Qi, Chen Shuang, and the other 6 girls secretly cursed at him for being so shameless, but they also immediately gathered around. Just then, Chen Mingyan, along with a few others, squeezed out of the crowd, quickly approached Zhao Sheng, and said with a bright smile, "Brother Mingxi, I wonder which ring you are in? I hope we're not in the same ring." "Oh, it's Brother Yan. I'm in the 7th ring." "What about you?" After Zhao Sheng nodded and finished speaking, he asked casually. "Oh, I'm in the 3rd round of the upper zone. It just so happens that my younger brother and I are on 2 different zones. As long as we don't go to the top 10, we won't meet. By the way, have you placed a bet?" Chen Mingyan's last sentence was unclear, and Zhao Sheng didn't react for a while. At this time, Chen Ying suddenly said happily, "I bet 30 medium-grade spirit stones on Brother's Eye. That's the New Year's money I have saved for more than 10 years. Nunu also bet 200 spirit stones. Brother's Eye's winning rate is only 1 to 83. Those who don't bet on Brother's Eye to win are big fools," Chen Shuang said unwillingly. Chen Qi nodded and said seriously, "Yes. We sisters all know how powerful Brother's Eye is, but others don't understand it at all. We must win a lot this time, and make some money for cosmetics." By the way, after listening to what everyone said, Zhao Sheng suddenly realized that there was such a thing behind the family competition. The gambling had clearly been tacitly approved by the clan, perhaps even by a group of giant elders themselves, allowing them to openly place bets on the outcome. With this in mind, Zhao Sheng pulled a Qianqin bag from his bosom and held it out to Chen Ying, saying calmly, "Yinger, place the bet for me. I'll bet on me winning first place in the competition." Chen Yinger took the bag, opened it curiously, and exclaimed, "Wow, 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Are they all bets?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mingyan's eyes suddenly gleamed. "Well, don't ask any more questions. Go ahead." Zhao Sheng nodded, reaching out to rub Chen Yinger's head, saying affectionately. After Chen Ying excitedly walked away, Chen Mingyan suddenly whispered, "Brother, 200 mid-grade spirit stones is no small sum. Are you that confident? If you believe me, Brother Yan, just place a few bets. If not, just pretend I never said anything." Zhao Sheng thought for a moment, and decided to strike a rapport with him, so he entered. Chen Mingyan listened thoughtfully, then quickly excused himself. He and his companions hurriedly returned to the crowd, perhaps to place their bets or to inform someone. After a brief hiccup, Zhao Sheng and the other women arrived near the 7th arena. They found a deserted spot, set up wooden chairs and jade tables, and feasted on a selection of spirit fruits and pastries. They sat down, seemingly unassuming, and began to eat while watching the competition unfold. At first glance, Zhao Sheng and his companions didn't look like participants at the competition, but rather like a group of spectators enjoying a show. In front of countless family elders, a group of youngsters actually acted so rudely and absurdly, bringing disgrace to the entire clan. Atop the white jade platform, Chen Dacheng felt a pang of shame upon witnessing this scene. However, the other leaders watching Zhao Sheng, such as the family head Chen Daqian and the white-browed boy, smiled knowingly, feeling that he was free and uninhibited, unfettered by worldly expectations. Even the portly old man beside Chen Daqian noticed Zhao Sheng and his companion's eccentricity, and with great interest, he actually asked Chen Daqian about their identities. Chen Daqian suddenly felt a headache, and he had to steel himself, using his pre-prepared tactics to deal with the man. The portly old man had a remarkable background, hailing from the Silly family, the world's most powerful clan. He held a high position of power in the female-dominated Silly clan, and was a trusted confidant of Silly Samadhi True Lord. Next match, number 15 versus number 93, to Zhao Sheng's surprise, each match was short. Within 2 cups of tea, the 7th arena had already seen over a dozen bouts decided. This was a far cry from what he had imagined. Zhao Sheng turned his gaze to the other arenas. The results were similar, every bout was decisive, with not a single serious injury. He also observed that the Chen family members mostly competed with magical instruments, talismans, beast control, and other external tools. Using magic and physical training seemed unpopular. He quickly discovered the tricks of the competition. Those who took the stage must have a pre-existing understanding. If they faced opponents of similar cultivation, it would be fine, with both sides engaging in open combat. However, if the gap in strength was too great, such as those below the 9th level of key refining. Encountering those at the great perfection of key refining, they would simply surrender without even a fight. Looking around, the situation on the other arenas was similar, undoubtedly confirming his assumption. The family competition wasn't a life or death battle, so if they were at a disadvantage or felt they were no match, most would concede. That's why the atmosphere was so harmonious and friendly. In just half a day, over 200 matches were decided in the 7th arena alone. At this rate, the top 30 would likely be decided in less than a day. Near noon, Zhao Sheng took the stage for the first time. His opponent was a rookie at the 8th level of key refining, who completely lacked the will to fight. The match ended incredibly quickly. The opponent had barely drawn his magical weapon when he felt a pain in his neck. Looking down, he saw a gleaming 3-inch golden sword resting firmly on his aorta, its oily skin slowly oozing a trace of blood. 2 breaths later, Zhao Sheng gracefully stepped off the stage and was greeted by 7 women cheering and leaping for attention, drawing glances of envy and jealousy from the surrounding crowd. Soon after, a member of the Chen family approached Zhao Sheng and launched into a barrage of insults. However, Zhao Sheng remained unmoved, believing even a glance from such a person would be a waste of energy. Over an hour later, Zhao Sheng took the stage again, facing a middle-aged man at the 9th level of key refining. Again, a single strike of the sword determined the outcome. Another half hour passed, and another strike of the sword sealed the victory. 3 consecutive victories, each one so clean and decisive. Zhao Sheng's outstanding performance quickly caught the attention of the other key refining great perfection cultivators, who all regarded him as a formidable competitor. Meanwhile, the insiders on the high platform were quite pleased with Zhao Sheng's swordplay. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng's odds of winning had dropped to 125. Time slowly passed, and each match progressed in an orderly fashion. Cheers and applause echoed around each arena, as countless Chen family members watched in rapt attention. Those exceptional youngsters, already highly regarded by their respective families, often drew cheers and applause from the spectators as soon as they took the stage. Suddenly, thunderous cheers erupted from the 3rd arena, where Chen Mingyuan was standing. It turned out that Chen Mingyuan was quite powerful, having defeated a fellow key refining great perfection cultivator in just 10 moves. As time passed, the outstanding members of the Chen family's Ming generation gradually stood out from the thousands of people, becoming renowned figures among their peers. Near dusk, Zhao Sheng's expression shifted, and he suddenly turned. Near the 8th ring, he saw a sinister-looking young man in black armor gazing at him with a half-smile. In his hand, he clutched a 3-foot-long, pitch-black sword. The black sword shone with a faint, cold, and bleak light. It was a low-grade spiritual sword. This man, already at the key refining stage, could wield a spiritual weapon. He must be no ordinary figure, but, well, that's all. Zhao Sheng smiled at him, then turned back to chatting and laughing with the women, not taking him seriously at all. The 7th ring had already reached its 6th round, and the number of participants had dwindled dramatically. Everyone's cultivation level was above the 9th level of key refining, and even among their peers, they were formidable opponents. Next match, number 76 versus number 9, hearing the voice from the ring, the 7 women of Chen Qi all turned to Zhao Sheng. Before anyone else could speak, Chen Qi softly said, "Brother Zai, one more win, and you'll be in the top 30. Keep going." Zhao Sheng remained composed, tapping his foot and landing lightly on the side of the ring. This petty skirmish between key refiners couldn't inspire even the slightest desire to fight. He simply felt bored and wanted to end it quickly. Across from him, a handsome young man in his 20s, dressed in a white robe, upon seeing Zhao Sheng step onto the stage, immediately bowed and said, "I am Chen Mingshan of the Nandi Chen clan. I would appreciate your guidance, my clan brother, master." "This is Chen Mingxi," Zhao Sheng said calmly. Using his spiritual sense, he detected that the opponent was at the peak of the 9th level of key refining, just shy of great perfection. At this moment, the Foundation establishment referee shouted begin and watched the match warily. Before the call to action was even made, the young man in white robes slapped 3 golden armor talismans onto his body and simultaneously unleashed a 3-pointed, double-edged sword shimmering in a hazy crimson light. After circling in midair, it slashed towards Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng glanced at him indifferently, not moving or dodging. A red-gold flying sword flew out from his sleeve. With a thunderous boom, the flying sword transformed into a streak of golden light, piercing the void. Before the opponent could react, It pierced through 3 layers of golden armor and landed directly on his forehead, stopping abruptly. A sword energy and thunder sound. Chen Dacheng blinked, hesitated, and muttered in amazement on the white jade platform. Beside him, the beautiful woman and the red-bearded old man were both moved, unable to resist casting envious glances at Chen Dacheng. The 3 great magical powers of the sword are also known as sword light differentiation, sword energy and thunder sound, and sword rainbow reaching the sky. Chen Mingxi, a mere key refining realm cultivator, had mastered such profound swordsmanship as sword key thunder sound. This was truly rare. With a secret sword technique alone, this boy was unmatched among his peers, and could even potentially defeat opponents of higher levels. Good boy, you even hid this from me. I'll definitely teach him a lesson when I get back, Chen Dacheng said, recovering from his shock and smirking. Chapter 548, Tricks Everywhere. Number 76 wins. Following the cold voice of the Foundation establishment referee, Zhao Sheng calmly flew down from the stage and approached Kimini. Haha, quite interesting. On the white jade platform, the white-browed boy suddenly chuckled, then telepathically transmitted, Dakian, give the little fellow a bit of a challenge. To prevent him from becoming arrogant and looking down on the world, Chen Dakian's expression shifted, and he immediately sent a telepathic message back, Grandfather, please be kind. Kainer will take care of everything. With that, Chen Dakian continued chatting with the portly old man while secretly transmitting to his confidant. A short while later, the short, stout old man, who had announced the rules of the competition, quietly departed the stage to secretly attend to the minor matters the patriarch had just arranged. Zhao Sheng had no idea that a sinister old man had already arranged several stunts for him, simply to make him feel the pain of defeat. However, would the white-browed boy's plan truly succeed? Only God knew. About an hour later, night had fallen, and the crowds on the cloud terrace had largely dwindled. Zhao Sheng and Kimmy had left early. The first day of the competition had concluded, and the top 30 had been successfully announced. Early the next morning, the cloud terrace was quickly packed with people, seemingly even more numerous than on the first day. However, the number of senior Chen family elders from various branches who had come to watch the competition from the white jade platform was surprisingly less than a third. This unusual phenomenon was due to the fact that after watching the first day's competition, the family leaders had already formed a general understanding of the rankings. Having already foreseen the result, they naturally lost interest in continuing to watch. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng and Kimmy arrived late. They returned to their seats from yesterday, setting up the tables and chairs, along with fruits and pastries, and continued to eat, drink, and chat while waiting for the top 30 rounds to begin. Today's competition began, once again, with a short, stout old man taking the stage to announce the start. Soon, one exciting and dangerous competition after another unfolded, captivating and thrilling the Chen family members in the audience. Each time a match concluded, the winner was greeted with thunderous cheers and applause. The triennial family competition was a rare and prestigious event for the cunning leopard Chen family, where generations of talented individuals emerged and embarked on their own turbulent and often eventful lives. Next match, Chen Mingxi, the head of the Chen family, faces Chen Mingpan of the Qilin Chen family. Please take the stage, Zhao Sheng responded, leaping to the cheers of the 7 beauties, and gracefully landing on the stage. However, he waited for a moment, but his opponent still did not appear. The Foundation establishment referee's face darkened upon seeing this, and he raised his voice, "Where is Chen Mingpan of the Qilin Chen family? If he doesn't take the stage, he will be deemed to have forfeited." With these words, the crowd below began to whisper among themselves. Wait a minute, I'm here. At this moment, a sturdy young man in full armor walked out of the crowd and jumped onto the ring. As soon as he stepped onto the ring, he caused another commotion in the audience. Have you heard that Chen Mingpan's grandfather is a cultivator in the late Foundation building stage? Looking at the spiritual light flowing on the armor on his body, it is obviously not an ordinary treasure. It must be a spiritual weapon level armor. Even if that thing is not a spiritual weapon, it is at least a top-level semi-spiritual weapon. Alice, it seems that Chen Mingxi has stopped here. Who made his opponent planned in advance? Just as the audience was discussing, Chen Mingpan flipped his hand, and a huge black iron bow fell into his hand. He said arrogantly, "This young master has disliked you for a long time. Let me teach you a lesson today. Remember, people should be humble and low-key, and never be too ostentatious." Zhao Sheng did not answer. His eyes swept over the spiritual weapon longbow in the other's hand and the semi-spiritual weapon armor on his body, and then looked at Chen Mingpen opposite him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curled up slightly. Upon seeing this, Chen Mingpen flew into a rage. He drew his spiritual bow with both hands and poured all his magical power into it. After a twang of the bowstring, 3-foot-long spiritual arrows suddenly appeared from the bowstring. A powerful surge of spiritual power rippled outward, shocking the spectators below. Not far away, on the white jade platform, Chen Daqian, Chen Daqian, and other members of the Chen family's leadership also watched the competition. Chen Daqian's face was gloomy, and he repeatedly looked up at the patriarch. He sent several telepathic protests, but was forcibly reassured by the patriarch. As if sensing the spotlight, Chen Mingpen felt a surge of joy. He instantly released the bowstring, and 3 arrows, forming a triangular pattern, shot towards Zhao Sheng's chest and abdomen. Zhao Sheng remained motionless, a half-smile on his face. The next second, 3 golden sword lights shot out from his sleeves, colliding with the 3 incoming arrows. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled thuds echoed, and Chen Mingpen's expression changed. He hurriedly pulled the bowstring, unleashing 3 successive volleys of luminous arrows. Zhao Sheng's figure blurred, appearing over 10 feet away, easily dodging the attack. Simultaneously, a sudden roar of thunder echoed, and a streak of golden light pierced the void, its sharp brilliance lingering on everyone's retinas for a long time, chilling the nerves. This duel, Master Chen Mingxi, wins. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mingpen collapsed to the ground with a thud, unconscious. Damn it, I lost again. Bah, Chen Mingpen, you big loser, you lost even with a spiritual weapon in hand. You at least hold on for a few more rounds. I've lost miserably this time, brother. Did you see how Chen Mingpen could lose? Logically, this person shouldn't be so vulnerable. Could it be? Brother, be careful, that Chen Mingxi is very strange. Tisk tisk. First there was the sword energy and thundering sound, then the sword light split. Congratulations to the mainline for having another sword-wielding true seed. If this child can be trained properly in the future, I'm afraid he will at least be a sword-pill true person, the beautiful woman said with a chuckle. Chen Daqian, who was standing by, couldn't help but look pleased when he heard this, and thought to himself, you old woman, you underestimate Zir too much? If you knew Zir's true talent, wouldn't you be shocked? Ahem. Feeling the gaze of the ancestor, the head of the family, Chen Daqian felt uncomfortable all over. He couldn't help but coughed, then turned his head and gave the short and fat old man a fierce look. The short, stout old man shuddered and quickly slid down the platform to personally arrange matters, preventing any further mishaps. Zhao Sheng stepped off the stage, his face untouched by a single drop of sweat. However, the 7 women, each with their handkerchiefs drawn, rushed forward to wipe his sweat, drawing a wave of attention from those around them. The next match was about to begin. But Zhao Sheng had already lost interest in watching. Simply dealing with the 7 women around him was enough to give him a headache. Near noon, the clan competition would determine the top 16, with one chosen from the losers. Half an hour later, Zhao Sheng faced off against a large, black-robed man. As the Foundation establishment referee announced the start of the match, the black-robed man, without a word, slapped his waist, and 2 clouds of black, sinister mist suddenly dissipated. The mist surged, and from within, a sinister, bronze-armored corpse leaped out. Each was over a foot tall, with a steely frame, emanating a faint, oppressive aura. The bronze-armored corpses rivaled the strength of Foundation establishment cultivators, and there were 2 of them at once. Fuck. This is cheating. I protest. I protest. Someone's cheating. Who can defeat these 2 bronze-armored corpses? I think there's something fishy going on. Oh no. My 100 spirit stones. The audience erupted in protests, but the referee turned a deaf ear, and the clan leaders on the white jade platform remained silent. A wise man had already seen the clues and naturally wouldn't speak foolishly. With a pointed gesture from the black-robed man, one of the bronze-armored corpses leaped over 10 feet and slammed down on Zhao Sheng's head with the force of a mountain. The other bronze-armored corpse retreated 2 steps, its mouth emitting a black, murderous aura that filled an area several feet in radius, obscuring its owner's form. Zhao Sheng's eyes sharpened, and his right hand swept across his waist, grasping a 3-foot-long, charred wooden sword, a 1,000-year-old lightning strike. With a single swing of the sword, its blade shone with intense lightning, its tip a 3-inch long blade of light flickering endlessly. Crack! The wooden sword slashed with lightning speed, its tip striking the bronze-armored corpse's chest with uncanny precision at the Tansong point. Instantly, a dense stream of lightning emanated from the zombie's body, causing it to tremble and freeze. Immediately afterwards, the 1,000-year-old Thunderwood sword, imbued with the ultimate strength and masculine power of thunder, erupted in a dazzling flash of lightning. Most of the blade pierced the bronze-armored corpse's chest with the effortless ease of piercing a sheet of paper. The next second, a vast blaze of lightning and fire suddenly engulfed the bronze-armored corpse, instantly reducing it to ash. Before the battle began, no one could have imagined that the powerful bronze-armored corpse would be so vulnerable before Chen Mingxi. Having successfully struck, Zhao Sheng hurled his wooden sword without hesitation. Like a thunder python, the 1,000-year-old Thunderwood sword, sizzling with lightning, plunged into the black mist with lightning speed. Roar! The next moment, a piercing roar echoed from the mist. The depths of the black fog suddenly lit up, followed by hundreds of blinding flashes of lightning. In an instant, the black corpse demon was obliterated by the lightning, leaving the arena bare and revealing the scene before everyone. The audience erupted in shock, stunned. The remaining bronze-armored corpse was reduced to ash by the lightning before their very eyes. The 1,000-year-old Thunderwood sword remained intact and rested beneath the neck of the black-robed man, its blade gleaming with a faint lightning glow. Lightning wood, baptized by tribulation, is a nemesis of all demons and monsters. Zhao Sheng channeled his spiritual energy, using a secret technique to draw out the remaining tribulation power within the Thunderwood sword. This resulted in the astonishing spectacle of two swords slaying two corpses. At this moment, everyone's attention was riveted by the 1,000-year-old Thunderwood sword, and no one suspected Zhao Sheng was actually a thunder cultivator. Seeing Chen Mingxi easily dispatch the two bronze-armored corpses, the other 15 members of the top 15 all changed expression, silently praying they wouldn't encounter this evil spirit again. On the white jade platform, everyone's expressions varied. Chen Deqian frowned slightly, Chen Dacheng smiled silently, and the beautiful woman's eyes sparkled. Even the white-browed boy was slightly surprised, not at Zhao Sheng's effortless victory, but at the fact that he, with only key-refining realm strength, could summon the power of tribulation thunder. After the surprise faded, the white-browed boy felt a surge of joy, even more optimistic about his future. He couldn't help but ponder, if this boy can survive the nascent soul thunder tribulation before the great calamity, wouldn't that give the sacred tree a glimmer of hope? Alice, 300 years is too short a time frame. I hope this boy won't let us down. I surrender. The black-robed man glanced at the wooden sword at the base of his neck and bowed his head in resignation. Thank you, Zhao Sheng bowed calmly, then reached out to retrieve his wooden sword. He turned and leaped off the stage, finally being escorted back to his seat by the 7 women. How could I not have such an outstanding adopted son? This has given Chen Dacheng a great bargain. If things continue like this child will surely establish a family in 100 years and continue to protect our clan for centuries to come. The red-bearded elder of the northern Chen clan twirled his beard and telepathically transmitted a message to the beautiful woman beside him. The ancestor seems to be paying special attention to this child. The beautiful woman's eyes flickered as she whispered back. Is that true? Could it be that the ancestor has once again developed a fondness for talent and wishes to bring this child under his wing and personally train him? That's quite possible. Hiss, if that's the case, we should show our goodwill sooner rather than later. I'm afraid this child will soar to the sky after the competition. Even as the leaders on the stage were moved, the short, stout old man scratched his head anxiously. The patriarch secretly instructed him to keep Chen Mingxi out of the top 10. He had expected a simple task, but he was unexpectedly overpowered, unable to stop even 2 bronze-armored corpses. Having won 2 matches in a row, he was already destined for the top 10. But now he was suddenly stranded, at a loss as to what to do. Just then, the short, stout old man's ears twitched, his face beaming with joy as he nodded repeatedly. Then, in a flash, he disappeared. With the final match on the arena, the top 10 of this clan competition had been decided. With that, the competition came to a temporary halt for today. The top 10 round would begin tomorrow to determine the final standings. Zhao Sheng and the 7 women were about to leave when, just as they reached the edge of the terrace, they saw Chen Mingxi approaching. He bowed with a beaming smile and said, "Congratulations, Brother Mingxi, for making it into the top 10, Brother Yan, you're too kind. It was just luck, Zhao Sheng said modestly with a slight smile. Chen Mingyan smiled, but didn't take it seriously. Suddenly, he changed the subject and began discussing the other 9 finalists. This man was a man of great insight, having long since gathered detailed information about the other 9 strengths, their specialized spells, and their magical instruments. Consequently, he spoke eloquently, reciting everything like the back of his hand. Unfortunately, his overtures were doomed to fail. Zhao Sheng wouldn't take these brats seriously. Instead, Chen Ying, Chen Qi, and the other 7 girls listened intently, seemingly worried about the strength of Zhao Sheng's competitors. This brief delay prompted many of his peers to gather around him and offer their congratulations, each one more flattering than the last. Some were more reserved, leaving quickly after their congratulations. But others, brazen enough, refused to leave, constantly huddling close to Zhao Sheng and offering him repeated flattery. Soon, a large circle had formed around Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng had initially been reluctant to pay any attention to the sycophants, but seeing the 7 women's expressions of joy and pride, he patiently responded to their flattery. As night fell, and seeing the main character growing increasingly impatient, the group gradually dispersed. Before boarding the flying car, Chen Mingyan secretly handed him a jade slip, hinting that Zhao Sheng should read it after returning. Watching the man's retreating figure, Zhao Sheng used his spiritual sense to probe the jade slip, and a piece of information instantly flooded into his mind, causing him to raise his eyebrows slightly. Tisk, you actually asked me to play a match-fixing game. Chapter 549, Winning First Place Without Anything. After Zhao Sheng finished reading the jade slip, it suddenly erupted with a burst of light before shattering in an instant. Zhao Sheng wasn't surprised by this. After all, match-fixing must remain a secret, and destroying the evidence beforehand was a given. However, the person behind the scenes was a bit stingy. Despite the promise of a top-grade foundation establishment pale in a top-grade spirit sword, and even the willingness to return all bets and offer 30,000 spirit stones as a bonus, the dealer never imagined Zhao Sheng would disdain such a small price. More importantly, this might be a deliberate test by the Chen family's nascent soul ancestors. Zhao Sheng never underestimated these ancient spirits, who had lived for thousands of years, and he was never afraid to speculate on their intentions from the most insidious perspectives. Let's go. Tomorrow is our last day, so get up early. Zhao Sheng shook his head, turned, and said hello to Chen Ying and the other 7 women before boarding the crane carriage. Chen Ying and the others followed suit, climbing aboard and getting inside. A moment later, 2 cranes, towing a flying car, swooped down from the edge of the treetops, quickly disappearing behind the dense foliage. A silent night followed, and the next day arrived in a flash. In the morning, the sun rose, and a light mist enveloped the vast cloud terrace. The cloud terrace was already crowded with people. Zhao Sheng, Chen Minglong, Chen Mingyan, Chen Mingsha, and 10 other outstanding individuals, distinguished from thousands of their peers, stood in a row on a massive arena measuring several miles long and wide, enjoying the admiring gazes of their peers. A moment later, a short, stout old man, holding a jet-black lottery holder as thick as his arm, soared from the white jade platform and landed on the arena in an instant. Each of you draw a lottery ticket. The 2 people who draw the same number will face off in the next round. Who'll go first? The short, stout old man said decisively, patting the lottery holder. Zhao Sheng didn't hesitate. He reached out to the lottery holder, and a long, thin lottery slip suddenly soared into the air and landed in his hand. He looked down and saw a large one written on it. The other 9 people followed suit, grabbing a lottery slip and drawing their own number. First match, Chen Mingxi versus Chen Mingsha. You stay on stage, everyone else leave as soon as possible. The short, stout old man glanced at the lottery slips in everyone's hands and spoke sternly. As soon as he finished speaking, the others jumped off the stage, leaving only Zhao Sheng and a tall, honest-looking young man. This man was Chen Mingsha. Upon seeing Zhao Sheng as his opponent, a grimace filled his face. He hurriedly pulled the yellow gourd from his waist and clapped his hands. A large cloud of yellow sand gushed out from the gourd's mouth, filling most of the arena in an instant, swirling and swirling like a sandstorm, threatening to bury everything. Chen Mingsha stepped back, his figure swiftly disappearing into the depths of the sandstorm, never to be seen again. As some of the yellow sand gathered onto his body, a faint glow emanated, quickly congealing into thick, ochre-colored armor. This person is actually a sand cultivator, how rare, Zhao Sheng pondered, vacantly observing the encroaching sandstorm. Suddenly, a streak of yellow light shot out from the sandstorm. It was a dozen finger-sized yellow beads. As these beads landed on the ground, a burst of yellow light erupted, transforming into gigantic rock puppets, each 2 feet tall and fully equipped. Each diamond puppet was clad in a thick layer of stone armor, wielding thigh-thick stone axes. In the blink of an eye, they charged toward Zhao Sheng with overwhelming force. These diamond puppets possess thick skin and flesh, making them incredibly resilient. It was safe to say that each possessed strength comparable to that of a key-refining great perfection cultivator. 10 or more diamond puppets working together could even rival a cultivator at the 3rd stage of foundation establishment without losing ground. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng clenched his sword finger and pointed it forward, shouting coldly, "Quick!" Before he'd finished speaking, the scarlet gold flying sword shot out, its blade flashing and instantly splitting into 9 streaks of golden sword light. The sword light flashed like lightning, piercing through the chests of 9 diamond puppets before dissipating, exhausting its power. Bang, bang, with a series of resounding explosions, the 9 enormous puppets collapsed to the ground, their bodies crumbling one after another, shattering into countless stones of varying sizes. What? Just one sword? Chen Minglong, one of the top 10, exclaimed in shock, his face paling. The other 8 also paled. The diamond puppets' heart cores were hidden in their chests, their strongest defenses, yet they couldn't withstand a single sword beam. Deep within the sandstorm, Chen Mingsha's face paled, evidently suffering a profound mental trauma. But the next moment, just as he mustered his courage and redirected his remaining puppet towards his opponent, the expression on his face froze. Chen Mingsha slowly lowered his head, only to see a faint, crystalline sword poised against his chest. He must have been quite cocky, having forced Zhao Sheng to unleash his second flying sword. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng's lips curled slightly, reaching out to recall the scarlet gold flying sword, and with a half-smile, he gazed at the swirling sandstorm. The next second, the dust storm dissolved into pillars of sand, returning to the yellow sand gourd. Chen Mingsha, dejected, slung the yellow sand gourd back around his waist and raised his right hand, signaling his surrender. The crowd erupted in astonishment at this moment. They were completely bewildered, completely confused by Chen Mingsha's sudden surrender. The younger key refiners couldn't see the entire exchange, but the short, stout old man acting as referee saw it clearly. Not only this person, but the Chen family elders seated on the wide jade platform had also sensed the presence of the invisible sword and naturally understood why Chen Mingsha had suffered such a crushing defeat. Hiss! This boy can actually control 2 flying swords simultaneously. Could he be multitasking? Watching Zhao Sheng walk off the stage, the portly elder Si Li Wuwo gasped in amazement. Chen Daqian, seated next to him, smiled and replied, "It's just a trick. Brother Wuwo, don't worry." Si Li Wuwo looked at the Chen family patriarch meaningfully, then smiled, but said nothing more. After Zhao Sheng's lightning victory, one fierce battle after another ensued. The spectacular scenes captivated the thousands of Chen family members below the stage, who erupted in thunderous cheers. With the exception of Zhao Sheng, the other top 10 contestants were all at the great perfection of key refining, their strengths comparable. As a result, each subsequent match would often drag on for a long time, with a loser often falling behind by a single move, and the winner even having a hard-fought victory. The world often fears comparison. Once Zhao Sheng's easy victory was compared, everyone was shocked to realize Chen Mingxi's terrifying strength, far superior to the others. Near noon, the first round of the top 10 competitions finally concluded. The top 5 were freshly announced, while the remaining 5 losers competed for the remaining 5 names. In a 5-person match, one person is bound to receive a bye. Perhaps by coincidence, Zhao Sheng happened to draw the blank card. Thus, he was lucky enough to automatically advance to the top 3. As the sun set, a fiery blaze spread across the horizon. Zhao Sheng dozed off for most of the afternoon before finally waiting for the other 2 lucky winners. One of them was none other than Chen Minglong, the most popular candidate before the competition. The last was a woman, descended from the ancestral lineage. Her name was Chen Mingyan. At only 22 years old, she had already reached the great circle of key refining a year earlier. Chen Mingyan was a dark horse, besides Zhao Sheng. She fought her way to the finals with her slender figure, a true heroine. As usual, the top 3 battles would have required another draw. Sure enough, Zhao Sheng had once again been lucky enough to receive a bye. If it weren't for Zhao Sheng's undeniable strength, the audience would have been crying out for refunds. But everyone knew there was something fishy going on in the draw, yet no one raised any objections. So, in full view of the crowd, Zhao Sheng sat down, seemingly at ease, enjoying the delicacies the 7 women offered him while watching his 2 rivals battle it out on stage. Knife, attack her lower body, Chen Minglong suddenly shouted, his brows raised. At his command, a half-human tall, emerald green mantis with a sword suddenly transformed into a stream of light, darting towards Chen Mingyang amidst a volcanic volcano of lightning. Swish! 2 emerald blade lights violently ripped through the air, slashing towards Chen Mingyang's neck like lightning. The great saber mantis, an ancient insect, possessed not only astonishing speed but also a pair of blade-like forelimbs of unparalleled sharpness, surpassing even ordinary spiritual flying knives in sheer force. Furthermore, Chen Minglong's mantis had already reached the 2nd stage, rivaling not only the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator but also a telepathic connection with its master, obviating the need for verbal commands. The previous command was merely a facade. Chen Mingyang seemed prepared, exhaling without a word, and shouting, "Zha!" The word "Zha" instantly transformed into a resounding wave of sound, easily shattering the 2 incoming blades and revealing the great saber mantis' true form. A second later, the great saber mantis emitted a hissing sound, and its 2 blades clashed in a flash of lightning. A dense stream of blade light poured out like a torrential rain, instantly enveloping Chen Mingyang. Chen Mingyang twisted her waist and, like a ghost, escaped from the bladed net. In the blink of an eye, she mysteriously appeared behind Chen Minglong. With a wave of her slender hand, a streak of silvery white lightning pierced the void, vanishing in a flash. Even though Chen Minglong had experienced countless battles, he had never imagined that someone in the key refining realm could possess even more agility and strangeness than his own spirit pet. He had no time to dodge, so he could only activate the defensive magic inherent in his robes. In an instant, the thin robes transformed into a suit of dark iron armor. But how could mere dark iron armor withstand a spiritual level magic hairpin? With a muffled puff, the hairpin pierced through the armor, burrowing into the man's back, then flew out of his chest, leaving a trail of blood. Chen Minglong's face paled instantly, his body severely wounded. His spiritual energy was shattered, temporarily leaving him powerless to fight back. What a pity, the short, stout old man sighed at the sight. Upon witnessing the scene, the several giant and true immortals expressed varying expressions, but soon regained composure. The winner was decided, and the short, stout old man immediately declared Chen Mingyang the winner. Then, as usual, the short, stout old man asked Chen Mingyang if she needed a break to recuperate, but the woman unexpectedly conceded defeat, admitting she was no match for Chen Mingyang. This meant they didn't even have to fight the final round. Not only did Zhao Sheng draw consecutive blanks, but in the end, he easily won first place without even breaking a sweat. SHHH, for a moment, the audience booed, accusing Chen Mingyang of cowardice. However, Chen Mingyang offered no explanation for her decision. For a woman, achieving second place in the competition was the best explanation. In truth, Chen Mingyang had no strong desire to win, nor did she care much for fame. After all, the top 3 would receive a top-grade foundation establishment pill, so why would she even bother facing the terrifying Chen Mingyang? Besides, she knew her own limitations and believed she was no match for Chen Mingyang. With Chen Mingyang's surrender, the top 10 names were finally determined, with Zhao Sheng unexpectedly taking first place. This result surprised everyone and left Zhao Sheng speechless. Meanwhile, on the white jade platform, the white-browed boy had vanished without a trace. Chen Deqian stood up, about to announce the results. Just then, Silly Wu suddenly stood up and said with a smile, "Wait, huh?" Chen Deqian's eyes flickered, and he turned to look at the man, asking in a deep voice, "Brother Wu, do you have something to say?" "Yes," Silly Wu nodded, then raised his voice slightly and called out to the audience, "Killer, come out." Just as everyone was bewildered, a path suddenly parted in the crowd. A flash of golden light revealed a smiling young man emerging from the crowd. He was about 20 years old, with a handsome face and a golden robe embroidered with dragons, which accentuated his domineering aura. Without even glancing at anyone else, the young man walked straight to the white jade platform and clasped his hands together, a gesture of greeting to the Chen family. "My name is Si Li Chu, and I'm honored to meet you, seniors." Chen Deqian was startled at first, then a look of shock crossed his face. But after a moment's hesitation, He smiled and said, "Nephew, there's no need for formalities. May I ask if Master Samadhi is well? The old ancestor lives younger and younger. There's no need for us youngsters to worry about him," Li Chu added. His words entwined with meaning. "Hey, Brother Wu, that's your fault. Since my nephew was already here, why didn't you invite him up to the stage?" Chen Daqian suddenly turned and blamed Li Wu. Li Wu laughed heartily, shaking his head. "This was Kior's deliberate request, so it's not my fault. Uncle is right. I want to observe the strength of your peers up close. I have to say that the Chen family has produced many talented people from generation to generation. These past few days, my horizons have been broadened." Although Li Chu's words were very beautiful, the smiling expression on his face made people feel disgusted, and it was clear that his words were insincere. Chapter 550 Don't expose yourself, remember. When Chen Daqian saw the expression on Li Chu's face, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes, but the next second he suddenly laughed heartily and said, "Haha, so that's how it is. But, the competition is over now. Nephew, you'd better come to me quickly. After I announce the results of the competition, I will definitely hold a banquet to entertain the two distinguished guests, Brother Wu and Nephew." While speaking, the Chen family members on the high platform exchanged glances at the same time, and they had realized that something was wrong. After listening to this, Li Chu did not move his feet at all. Instead, he continued to say with a smile, "Master Chen, you are too polite. But there is no rush to hold a banquet. I have just watched so many exciting fights, and I am still excited. I just feel itchy to fight." At this point, Li Chu changed the subject and bowed, saying, "Master Chen, I have an uninvited favor now. I hope to exchange ideas with a group of outstanding peers in your family. It doesn't matter if you come alone or in a group, haha, I welcome you very much." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attracted countless people's angry stares, and some people even shouted in the crowd, "Arrogant boy, didn't your elders teach you what is polite? Go home, shut up." Before he finished speaking, Li Wu suddenly became furious and shouted, "Who shouted that just now?" After speaking, Li Wu swept his eyes coldly, and with a powerful pressure covering the whole audience, the entire cloud terrace instantly fell silent. At this moment, Chen Daqian coughed softly, and an unusually powerful aura suddenly emanated from him, easily crushing Li Wu's aura before dissipating in an instant. "Brother Wu, why are you arguing with a mere child who speaks without meaning? It's just that my nephew wants to spar with someone. I will grant his wish." Chen Daqian spoke calmly, then turned his gaze to the ring. Now, with the exception of Zhao Sheng, who looked indifferent, Chen Mingyan, Chen Minglong, and the other 9 finalists were excited, eager to try. "Brother Cheng, this is not good. The Li family has sent someone to suppress the younger generation again. If they are swept by one person again like last time, I'm afraid the morale of this generation will be greatly dampened. I wonder if your adopted son can fight back," the red-bearded elder whispered in a worried tone. Chen Daqian was also worried and hesitated for a moment before sending a message back. "Zir has only been practicing for a few years and has not yet reached the state of great perfection in key refining. On the other hand, the Li family is obviously well prepared. According to common sense, although that little thief Li has not yet established his foundation, his strength is definitely stronger than ordinary cultivators of the first or second stage of foundation building. Although Zir has extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, I am afraid he is no match for this person. Oh, this is bad. Although Mingyan, Minglong and others are much stronger than ordinary cultivators of great perfection in key refining, they should not be able to fight across levels. I think they are definitely not opponents of that little thief. In my opinion, Mixi should be sent to play. This boy is young, so even if he loses, it is understandable." "Brother Deu, what you said is wrong. Although Mixi is young, he is the first in the competition after all. If he is defeated after 3 or 2 rounds, doesn't it mean that the Chen family is left with no one? Don't panic, everyone, let's see how the head of the family responds." Just as the Chen family elders were secretly communicating, Zhao Sheng suddenly heard a voice that sounded very condescending. "Boy, when you go on stage later, use your sword, talismans, and puppetry techniques. Never reveal your spiritual power. Even if you lose, don't show it. Remember this." Zhao Sheng raised an eyebrow, and immediately understood. It turned out that the Li family had sent people to provoke not only to suppress the younger generation of the Chen family, but also had a hidden purpose. He nodded slightly and whispered in an inaudible voice, "Grandfather, if I go on the field later, should I win quickly or lose on purpose? Please give me some advice." When the white-browed boy who was hiding in the dark heard this, his expression was stunned. He thought to himself, "This boy is so arrogant. Does he really think that he can be invincible at the same level just by condensing his spiritual consciousness and learning a few simple swordsmanship in advance? He is so arrogant. Maybe let him suffer a little and polish his character." Thinking of this, the white-browed boy replied to Chen Daqian while transmitting the message, "Boy, since you are so confident, well, you fight with the opponent for a few rounds first, and then reluctantly defeat the opponent. In short, don't win too easily, so as not to make people remember you in the future." Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered a few times when he heard this, and he instantly understood the multiple meanings in the white-browed boy's words. At that moment, the patriarch, Chen Daqian, cast his gaze upon Zhao Sheng and spoke slowly, "Mixi, you are first in the competition. You will have a sparring match with our nephew Silly. Remember, win or lose, do not harm the harmony between our two families. This sparring will end in a limited amount." Zhao Sheng stepped forward and bowed to the patriarch. "Mixi, remember the patriarch's instructions. I will show mercy, haha." Silly Chu sneered, tapping the ground with his feet. Like an arrow shot from a bow, he soared across 100 feet into the air, landing on the stage, face to face with Zhao Sheng. At that moment, the short, stout old man suddenly called out, "The rest of you, leave immediately." Seeing this, Chen Mingguan and the others turned and walked off the stage. Their expressions varied. When only the short, stout old man, Sila Qiu, and Zhao Sheng were left on the stage, Sila Qiu no longer bothered to pretend. His face darkened and he said coldly, "Chen Mingxi, I'm a few years older than you, so I'll let you make the first 3 moves." "Go ahead." Zhao Sheng, however, shook his head. "Not at all. It's been said since ancient times that everyone has their own specializations, but in the cultivation of the Dao, there's no such thing as order. The idea of yielding to others is nonsense. Besides, you're a guest from afar. As the host, I should give way to you. Please, Brother Chu, make the first move." Seeing this, Sila Qiu didn't bother to argue about who would go first. He suddenly raised his hand, and a giant golden hand, over a meter tall, appeared from thin air, slamming down at Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng, intent on testing his opponent's strength, didn't dodge. With a flash of sword light from his sleeve, the scarlet gold flying sword shot out, transforming into a sword beam as thick as a child's arm, slamming down on the giant hand. With a resounding bang, the giant golden hand suddenly cracked and nearly shattered, yet it still held on to the scarlet gold flying sword with a tenacious grip, like a living being. At that moment, Sila Qiu's right hand lifted, seemingly slowly but swiftly, and his wide sleeves bulged. The cuffs suddenly flared, generating a powerful suction force. The golden hand suddenly transformed into a streak of golden light, instantly flying into the cuffs and vanishing without a trace. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he instantly lost all sense of the scarlet gold flying sword. At this moment, on the white jade platform, the expressions of several Chen family giants Henren suddenly changed slightly. Chen Daqian was so shocked that he cried out, "Oh no! It's the Sleeve of Secrets." The beautiful woman frowned and said hurriedly, "This boy hasn't even established his foundation yet, but he has already mastered such a profound foundation building method. Mingxi is absolutely no match for him." The Sleeve of Secrets is a secret foundation building method unique to the Silly family. It is rumored that this method is a mystical technique derived from the great supernatural power Sun and Moon in the pot through continuous disassembly and simplification. It is particularly adept at retrieving other people's magical tools. At the highest level of cultivation, even magic and supernatural powers can be easily reclaimed, returning them intact. On the Cloud Terrace, thousands of people fell silent. Everyone stared at Sila Qiu on the stage with astonishment. It was incredible that a key refining realm cultivator could master such a miraculous technique. Zhao Sheng was mildly surprised. This man truly possessed the confidence to act so arrogantly. His mastery of the universe, apart from anything else, made him practically invincible. It was just that he'd chosen no one else, and today, he'd chosen a ruthless old man with a youthful face and a wicked heart. It's rude not to reciprocate. Witness my move. 100 blades of golden light. As soon as he finished speaking, Sila Qiu silently channeled his profound energy, his 10 fingers flicking in a flurry. In an instant, streaks of golden light shot out, soaring into the air before condensing into a series of foot-long, murderous golden blades, resembling crescent moons radiating cold light. "Go!" Li Qiu shouted coldly, and dozens of golden scimitars shot down like lightning, completely enveloping Zhao Sheng from all sides. Even as the blades approached, Zhao Sheng remained motionless, seemingly terrified. With a resounding rumble and a crackling sound, sword flashes rained down, instantly engulfing Zhao Sheng. Li Qiu, clad in a golden dragon robe, stood calmly in a corner of the arena, his victory seemingly assured. However, a strange scene occurred. A few feet behind Li Qiu, a slender figure materialized out of thin air. Zhao Sheng calmly pointed a finger at the figure's back. Suddenly, the air blurred and distorted, and an invisible sword silently pierced through the void, striking Li Qiu's back. In the nick of time, Li Qiu felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of death from behind him. Without a second thought, he leaped forward, his mind flashing as he activated his life-saving measures. Suddenly, his dragon robe erupted in a dazzling golden light. The invisible sword fell into the golden light, its speed drastically slowing, as if it were mired in mud. At the same moment, a lifelike, four-clawed dragon condensed from the golden light and fiercely entangled the invisible sword. Zhao Sheng saw this, and a divine light flashed between his eyebrows. The next moment, the invisible sword suddenly erupted with a brilliant sharpness. The blade blurred and split into 9 sword lights. These 9 sword lights not only cut the four-clawed dragon into 7 or 8 pieces, but also tore a narrow gap in the golden light, through which the invisible sword instantly flew out. The two men's exchange was so fast and agile that it caught everyone off guard. Most people didn't even see the whole process. They only saw that in the blink of an eye, Zhao Sheng and the other man had suddenly switched positions. This sudden change caused an uproar in the audience, and even many who had reached the great perfection of key refining were filled with disbelief. "Brother Jin, what kind of magic talisman is your youngster using? Even with my keen eyesight, I can't discern its origin." On the jade platform, Silly Wu, seeing his nephew deceived by a mere illusion and nearly defeated, couldn't help but frown. He inquired of Chen Deqian beside him. "There are so many talismans in the world. I don't even recognize the master who created this one. Minxi must have had some other opportunity. If you're truly curious, after this battle, how about I summon Minxi and explain it to you personally?" Chen Deqian stroked his long beard and shook his head. "No need. Since it was a chance encounter, I won't ask." Silly Wu, understanding the meaning behind his words, shook his head and declined. Having nearly suffered a heavy loss due to his previous carelessness, Silly Chu immediately put aside all his contempt and dared not underestimate his opponent again. A fierce look flashed in the man's eyes. He slapped his right hand at his waist, and a massive golden shadow flew out from the gray pouch, instantly soaring overhead. As the light dispersed, a majestic golden eagle emerged. Its wingspan stretched a staggering 6 feet, covered in dark golden scales. Its gilded claws gleamed with an unstoppable brilliance, its eyes like pearls, radiating divine light. Receiving the telepathic message from its master, the eagle folded its wings and swooped down towards Zhao Sheng like an arrow. Its claws, each as sharp as a knife, held boundless murderous intent. Zhao Sheng's mind raced at this, and he suddenly flicked his sleeves. A burst of white light erupted, and 2 enormous, silver-white tiger-shaped puppets, over a foot tall, descended upon him, one on each side. At this moment, his consciousness connected with the 2 puppets. The next moment, 2 tiger-shaped puppets roared to the heavens, emitting a powerful aura comparable to that of a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. One of the tiger puppets kicked the ground fiercely, and a pair of 3-meter-long metal wings suddenly unfolded from its back. Its massive body soared into the sky, slamming head-on into the giant golden eagle. With a resounding bang, the eagle and the tiger were each sent flying backwards, only to return in a flash. A fierce, fearless clash ensued, leaving blood and flesh flying everywhere, each evenly matched. "Hey, a second-level puppet. So you've also developed spiritual consciousness prematurely. Not bad. Now things get interesting." Although he spoke with a smile, Li Qiu's expression darkened even more. "Since you're also proficient in the way of the sword, I'll be polite. Bring your sword." Li Qiu's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and he unleashed a small golden sword, over an inch long, its hilt emblazoned with a ferocious dragon's head. Li Qiu possessed a rare natural gold spiritual root, considered the most suitable for the path of sword cultivation. Therefore, Si Lichu was not only proficient in the family's secret arts, but also a seasoned swordsman. The small golden sword spun through the air, instantly expanding dozens of times in size, reaching a massive 8 feet. The next moment, the dragon-headed sword was once again in Si Lichu's hands. Having experienced the previous 2 rounds of fighting, Si Lichu dared not underestimate his opponent. He unleashed his full strength without hesitation, a terrifying burst of sword energy erupting from his body, sending a chill through the audience. Body and sword become one, and there is no return, Si Lichu roared, his form blurring into one with the spiritual sword in his hand. The fusion of man and sword transformed into a golden sword rainbow over 10 feet long, hurling itself towards Zhao Sheng with lightning speed. The other's eyes were burned by the blinding sword light, and it was unclear who was in command. An overwhelming surge of murderous intent swept from the stage in all directions, sending shivers down the spines of everyone within 100 feet, their minds trembling. Zhao Sheng gazed at the piercing, murderous sword aura and unexpectedly smiled. The next second, the tiger-shaped puppet lingering before him suddenly crashed into the golden sword aura. A resounding boom followed, and a cloud of explosion rapidly expanded, sending countless fragments of varying sizes scattering in all directions. The tiger-headed puppet exploded silently. Thousands of Chen family members below the stage exchanged bewilderment at this scene, and the numerous giants Henrin on the white jade stage also frowned. Just as everyone thought the battle was decided, a faint sword flash shattered the cloud. Then, Si Lichu, clad in ragged robes, clutching his golden sword, flew out in panic, crashing to a corner of the stage. His face was pale, blood dribbling from the corner of his mouth, clearly having suffered a significant loss. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.